Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation. Part 4. 805 Chapter 45. Battle of the Otherworld. Hello guys. We're back with another chapter of Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation. We left off last time with the heroes leaving for the dimension where Naruto is held captive. Unbeknownst to them, Boruto, Izuku have tagged along as well to join the beginning second half of the fight against the three Otsutsukis.
Without further ado, let's start things off with the new opening before the chapter.
Opening 4. Spiral, by Kana Boon. Starts with the setting of where the battle against the Otsutsukis take place, the Otherworld Divine Tree.
Next shows a portal from the dark sky and from it, the top 9 in Cage heroes, All Might, Edgeshot, Darui, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, Mirko, Kuretsuchi, Gaara, Kakashi, Endeavor, Hawks, and Sasuke. All lunge downward. In addition, the last two to peer out the portal is Boruto and Izuku, with firm and unwavering expressions as they join on the battlefield too. The logo then appears to kick things off just as they land on the ground.
As the song plays, their sights gaze upwards at the flying Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Arashiki. The former of the three grins and fires a phoenix fire bird down at them all, causing the gang to scatter in the explosion. When the smoke clears, the two UA students look behind them to see that Naruto caught them from the impact, which they smile too. The next one shows the rest together before charging at the levitating aliens to engage in battle. Then it shows the separate battles between the heroes and Otsutsuki. Boruto and Izuku attacking Arashiki while the fisherman blocks dodges their blows with a grin before the latter avoids a purple lightning strike from Kakashi, blocking an axe kick from Mirko, and blocks Darui's sword with his fishing rod.
Next shows Kinshiki blocking off Chojuro before flying up from Kuretsuchi's earth trap and easily slashing through Jeanist fiber via axe while in midair, just as Endeavor comes at him with a Hellblaze fist and Edgeshot attacking as well with hand signs.
Then switches to Gaara's-san trying to catching Momoshiki, along with multiple feathers launched by Hawks, but they're dodged by the alien who uses a black rod to block Sasuke's incoming blade before backing off and dodging a smash attack from All Might. It next shows Momoshiki turning behind him to find Naruto above him with a chakra-enhanced punch, which then caused an explosion on the battlefield upon impact.
As the song continues, it next shows Momoshiki with a dark glare and eats a red fruit from his hand that leads to turning him into his final form as he roars loudly after coming through the smoke. Even though this shocks the heroes, they refuse to back down and charge at their vicious enemy, only for the alien to blow them all away with a shockwave.
It then switches to the remaining 5 taking on the transformed Momoshiki, who repels them back in separate ways. He palms Izuku back and blocks a couple close-range attacks from Boruto before pushing him back with a shockwave, proceeds to fend off All Might's punches and blasts him back before dodging sword strikes from Sasuke. Next shows Naruto in tailed beast mode trading blows with Momoshiki across the battlefield before they collide in the air. Last panel shows the 5, all battle damaged, glaring up at the grinning Momoshiki in a stare down as the opening closes out.
Chapter 45. The Rescue in the Otherworld Dimension. Gwa! Naruto yells in pain as he's restrained by the roots of the dead divine tree and is in the process of having the energy of his tailed beast sentient Quirk taken out of him by Momoshiki's right-palmed Rinnegan.
How does it feel to be nourishing this nursie that I created? Momoshiki questions to the number 2 hero as he keep absorbing his power. It's nice, isn't it? That divine tree was created from one like you, who harbored a beast. Kinshiki adds, with his arms crossed over his chest. Old man B. Naruto inwardly trails in shock before he continues grunting out in pain. In a short while, you'll become a divine tree too. Momoshiki reveals, but notices something is off. What a ridiculous amount of chakra. He grimaces, we've finally reached the halfway point. He halts the absorption process, allowing Naruto to pant in exhaustion. It's taking too long.
Sorry about that. Naruto utters as he pants, confusing them. You see, we heroes don't like to make things easy. He grins in a taunt at them while sweating. Ya know? Grr. Momoshiki grimaces. Well, clearly. Urashiki appears after flying to where they're in the current air. You've been able to withstand this for hours with such resistance. Color me impress. He smirks, intrigued.
TCH. Momoshiki scoffs at the fisherman. I'll take that as a compliment. Naruto grins, still not backing down. You see, a hero is different from you. He adds, ours power take time and hard work to acquire, and we use it to save countless lives. He continues, it's not like we're gonna give up that easily against villains like you. Surprised by that, Momoshiki grins in amusement. So what? What exactly are you trying to do? He adds, you train and persevere pointlessly and endlessly just to save meaningless lives that have no value. He taunts, in the end, it's worthless, such vulgar creatures. He mentions, once you become a chakra quirk fruit, you're merely fodder.
Even as he states that, Naruto still keeps his grin and refuses to submit as Momoshiki continues, before coming here, I was able to absorb many quirks. He holds his right palm up in revealing small pills. I don't know how much time you spent on mastering them. But with these pills, we can obtain power greater than yours effortlessly.
And I must say, aside from those fodder heroes, the quirks I acquired from those kids was the most amazing. Arashiki shows one ore out his pouch, which is green. They've got the potential to become stronger, only for me to take their powers again. He chuckles. Quote exclamation mark quote. Naruto perks up upon hearing that. He stole quirks from the kids. Now that you know that, Quit with the feudal resistance and let your chakra be extract already. Momoshiki continues his process in absorbing more of the hero's quirk. Even though he grunts in pain, Naruto refuses. Sorry, that's not gonna happen. He gazed at them in declaring this, I plan on wrapping this up quickly so I can hurry back home, to Boruto, after I beat you. Sensing something from above, Arashiki looks upward at the heroes falling towards them, from above, incoming. What? Momoshiki gazed up as well and they end up having to fly out of the way as bullets of sand and red feathers are launched at them, separating them from Naruto, these guys. It's the man in the black cape with the Rinnegan. As he madly thinks that, he dodges a sword strike from Hawks, just as Kinshiki dodges a flame fist from Endeavor, while Arashiki avoids Darui's blade. While that happens, All Might smashes the tree restraints off Naruto before Sasuke catches as they fall and land.
Using this separation, each of the pros stand off against the Otsutsuki in teams. Kakashi, Mariko, Darui, and Edgeshot taking on Arashiki. Endeavor, Kuretsuchi, Genist, and Chojuro against Kinshiki. Gaara and Hawks against Momoshiki.
This is as far as you go, Otsutsuki. Understand, All Might declares, because we are here now. Don't think you can escape from us. Gaara firmly states.
Grr. Momoshiki sneers before holding out his left palm. I'll join them too, before All Might could. H. Perking up in surprise, everyone, including the Otsutsukis, gazed to find none other than Boruto and Izuku falling downward dramatically from the air before the portal closed.
What? Chojuro, Miriko and Kuretsuchi exclaims in unison. What are those kids doing out here? Endeavor widens, not getting it. As they fall down through the air, Waahhhhh. Izuku cries dramatic. They're crazy for deviating at this height. Boruto exclaims, not expecting this at all and by the time they get closer to the ground, shit. Prepare for landing. He quickly coats chakra under his feet for cushion. Seeing that he can't coat his feet with chakra due to not having the said quirk, the freckled teen grabs onto a nearby tree root that begins to slow down his fall in a lucky save. Before they could land completely, All Might catches them instead, that was close. The number 1 size. All Might. Izuku looks up at him while under his right arm. As they're set down, Boruto immediately runs to his father and asks in concern, Dad, are you okay? Boruto, what are you doing here? Naruto asks in reply. That's what I'd like to know too. All Might gazes at his protege, who perks up, getting involved in this is dangerous. Do you two have any idea what you've jumped into? They do, actually. Sasuke chimes in, surprising All Might and Naruto, because of their convictions, they've become heroes now. He smirks before telling them, however, believe me when I say this. He explains, if the worst case scenario were to happen in which all of us are defeated and on the verge of facing death, you two must act swiftly as there won't be any other option. He advises before hopping off to join the others. No use worrying about that now, let's just kick their asses already. Mirko's raring to go all the same. Agreed. Edgeshot nods. Stop babbling, you vulgar creatures. His Rinnegan glows up in ready attack while Arashiki readies his fishing rod and Kinshiki doing the same with his axe. Let's do this. The heroes begin their counterattacks against each white alien, causing explosions to erupt. As they begin clashing, Naruto glances back at Boruto and chuckles, hey, the clothes you're wearing feels like I'm looking at my own shadow clone. Not kidding. That's what you wore back during your time at UA, Fire Fox. All Might grins. The similarity. Izuku sees it too. As for you, Midoriya, Naruto continues, getting his attention, like master, like student, you're too comparable to All Might in terms of hopping into danger. He grins. Very funny, more like we see ourselves in these kids. All Might corrects. Hey, point taken. Naruto stands up after this short, but funny talk, since you two are now in the field with the higher ups, you're the heroes here now. What he said. All Might grins, since you two snuck here of your own free will without permission, there's no turning back now. He adds this, are you both ready for the real challenge? Turning to each other and nodding firmly, the UA boys reply, yeah. Affirmative. They say in unison as Boruto puts his hand and fist together as Izuku tightens raises his. Liking their answer, alright then, we're off. Naruto grins in putting his hand, fist together as well before the father-son duo and master-student duo head off to join the battle. In the League of Villains bar, Shigaraki is busy reading through the newspaper about the incident involving the Otsutsuki while sitting near the bar until he hears a spiraling sound entering the room. He turns to see that a portal is open and it's Kurogiri, Adult Shin, and Kid Shin talking out of it. Confused Tamura asks, what are you three doing back here? Weren't you supposed to keep tabs on the hero killer? Apologies, Tamura Shigaraki, but we have some more, urgent, news. Kurogiri replies, confusing him. Urgent, go on. The master allows the explanation. We heard about the commotion that took place after the sports festival, as well as the three that seem to be our new adversaries. Adult Shin begun, so I sent my little friend here back to the UA grounds to investigate what these heroes will do about. He refers to his open-eyed creature, who jumps on Kid Shin's shoulder, and from what he picked up. He smirks at saying this, it seems that Phantome opened a portal to lead the rest of them to another dimension to fight these white creatures. Quote. The master thinks inwardly through the computer, so they have their own dimensions too, huh? Just like Kagaya, and Phantome would be the type to figure this out. But him using the space quirk is news to me, probably because of the Rinnegan he received back then. He refers to the Society Quirk War.
Master? Tamura asks for his input on this. Getting out of his thoughts, he states to them, this topic keeps getting more curious and compelling at every minute that passes by. So, he speaks to someone else on the other line, Doctor. Prepare a few nomus if you please.
Understood, Master. The doc complies on the other end. Nomus. What for? Kid Shin asks, confused. You four will be on a small trip. He explains, grinning through the voice-only screen. A trip. Tamura narrows a brow under his hand-face mask.
Yes. Now listen carefully. The leader begins explaining their main objective, very clearly as they were all ears to hear it.
Back to the other world. The clash between the heroes and Otsutsuki commences as Sasuke trades blades with Kinshiki. After blocking the axe, the Uchiha jumps over him in dodging a powerful swing, but Kinshiki turns around in finding an opening and goes for a large punch, which Sasuke blocks with his blade and uses the impact to gain some distance. As Kinshiki goes for him again, Endeavor throws a stream of fire that forces the bulk Otsutsuki to fly back in a dodge. He isn't your only opponent. Endeavor notes out as he flies at Kinshiki with his legs coated in flames. Referring his fist, Hellfire Fist. He connects, only for it to be blocked by Kinshiki's large fist, however, that's useless. Quote! Kinshiki widens as he feels the burns to his fist from that attack, grr. He uses his superior physical strength to push Endeavor back, you'll pay for that. He goes to attack the number 4, but only to dodge an air slash from Chojuro.
Tisk. You're quite nimble and fast for your size, Chojuro scoffs. Chojuro. Hero name, Aquanari, Chakra Quirk, Water. He can produce a massive surge of water to subdue his enemies, as well as create water blades, bullets and fire them off as air slashes with his dual-handled sword, Haramekure.
I'll soon make you regret your insolence, you inconsequential weakling. Kinshiki flies at the Aqua hero next, making them engage in a sword fight, but Kinshiki gets the upper hand and strikes Chojuro across the chest. Guh. The Aqua hero stammers to a tree. You're wide open. Kinshiki holds his axe up in preparing to strike him down.
However, Chojuro smirks and reveals, it's the opposite, he lead him into a trap in purposely taking the strike.
Kuretsuchi comes from underground via quicklime right in front of the bulk Otsutsuki and delivers a strong right hook to his stomach, Gah. Kinshiki's sent flying through a large root before flying back in midair. As he's up there, Edgeshot appears and transforms his body into a drill-like shape, you're full of openings. He strikes him in the back, sending him flying ahead. Grunting, you impudent, Kinshiki was gonna strike at Edgeshot, however. Chidori. Sasuke comes from above and strikes his back with his lightning blade, also breaking his energized axe into pieces. Gwa. Kinshiki yells in pain as he falls. Jet burn. Endeavor adds more damage to Kinshiki. Goo. The bulk Otsutsuki feels before landing on the ground, but as soon as he does, he's struck throughout his entire body by large chakra needles, courtesy of Chojuro. Bloody Mist Sword Art. Bone mutilation. He chants, with his dual blades separate to one for both hands. Blackout Bind. Best Jeanist wraps threads around Kinshiki in an attempt to squeeze him to unconscious.
Grr. However, his physical strength is still intact. Eartha. Jeanist signals her. Leave it to me. Kuretsuchi hands signs, Ashstone Ceiling. Kuretsuchi. Hero name, Eartha, Chakra Quirk, Earth, Lava, and Water. She can use lava to create quicklime to attack her opponents while using ash to restrain them. She can use water to increase their range and harden them into cement, along with earth. She blows ash cement from her mouth to wrap around Kinshiki as it molds in restraints, completely trapping the bulk Otsutsuki in place as he grits his teeth and struggles to break free. Leave this one to us. Kuretsuchi glances up to Sasuke. Yes, go deal with the other two, Jeanist adds, still using his fiber. Sasuke nods to the den and jumps off. Meanwhile, sounds of metal is clashing all over the place. Momoshiki using 2 black rods to clash with Hawks and his dual feather blades while Urashiki uses his rod to clash with Darui's sword. Purple lightning. Kakashi comes from above to strike the fisherman, however, he uses Eijiro's hardening quirk to coat his body rock hard and tanks to attack. That won't work. Urashiki taunts, and you're left wide open. Kakashi smirks under his mask, confusing the fisherman. Luna Arc. Mirko lunges in and lands a powerful axe kick to Urashiki, sending him flying back. He clearly felt that, even with the hardening quirk activated, but regains his footing. You were saying? Ya bastard. Mirko taunts. TCH. Urashiki scoffs, but is surprised as he states, seems like you somewhat upped your game since our last scuffle. Oh well. He grins as he brings out a green Oraball from his pouch and flings it to the ground, using Abara's quirk to launch vines at them. Mudwall. He places his palms on the ground and an earth wall counters the vines, while Darui slashes them down. As soon as the vines were done and Mirko goes to attack again, you're open again. Nope, how about this? He throws a second Oraball and uses Mitsuki's wind scythe to fire off slices of air. Mirko ends up getting slashed across the shoulder as she got close and quickly retreats from the rest of the air slashes, same with Kakashi and Darui. While holding her shoulder wound, a little inch lower and my arm would have been chopped off. Having fun. This is the power of the quirks I snatched away. Urashiki babbles with his arms out and having fun. Without saying a word, Kakashi attacks, Water Wall. He places his hands over the ground, making a stream of water surge towards the fisherman, who remains floating in the air and isn't bothered by the stream simply surging under his levitating position. Kakashi. Hero name, Purple Fang, Chakra Quirk, Lightning, Earth, Fire, and Water. He's proficient in all these natures, with lightning being the main quirk in his arsenal to blitz and electrocute his enemies. You do know I can just fly above this, right? Urashiki taunts, however. That's exactly what we were looking for. Kakashi smirks under his mask. Huh? His enemy narrows in confuse. With lightning surging around him in the form of black hunting, Darui attacks. Darui. Hero name, Static, Chakra Quirk, Lightning. He is proficient with lightning and can use it to enhance his weapon, as well as fire off beams of light like missiles. In addition, he can change his lightning from blue to black, making his attacks even more powerful to immobilize his enemies. The attack sends powerful electric shocks through the water stream, and before Urashiki could move, he ends up getting zapped by the black lightning. Gwa. He feels that this time. This is where your arrogance led you to, and we took advantage of it. Darui smirks. As the attack finishes zapping him, Urashiki feels his head and groans. Luna Fall. Mariko comes from above him with her kick ready to strike. The fisherman grits his teeth and can only put his rod up in defense to block, but the impact of the attack is strong and forces him to be sent flying toward the ground, which he barely lands on his feet, but still slides from the force of the Mirko's attack. Lucky shot. Not luck. You're just full of openings at this point. She points at him with a taunting grin, and this time, we're ending it. Urashiki's turns out to be amused by that comment, and stands up straightly. Fine, I'll admit you three are pretty strong. He adds this and then turns both his Byakugan to 7 Tomo Rinnegan's, which is why I'll get a little serious. He gets his fishing rod ready. Dealing with more than one quirk is a nuisance on our end. Kakashi trails before resorting to a couple hand signs. Fireball. It is indeed. Darui agrees before putting his hands together as lightning surges through them. Laser circuits. He fires them in laser missiles. The combined attacks launch towards the fisherman. Hey, with his 7 Tomo Rinnegan in both eyes, he opens a portal behind him and jumps back into before it closes, hence, dodging their techniques. Where did he go? Mirko looks around, but as she's distracted, Urashiki opens a portal behind here and appears. Mirko. Watch out, Kakashi warns. Huh? She turns around, but it's too late as she's kicked in the gut real hard by Urashiki's metal-coated leg. Tetsu's quirk. Aw. She grunts in pain, toppling on the ground. One down. He grins, still having his Rinnegan eyes activated. Now who's next? As soon as he looks back, Darui is already above him with his blade coated in lightning. Static slash. He tries to bisect the fisherman, who dodges it quickly. Lights out. Urashiki's pouch brings out Dark Shadow's arm and lands a direct hit to Darui. Goo. He's sent down, but the static hero recovers, with his blade still in position. Twin lightning shiver. Kakashi appears behind him with both hands coated in purple lightning. Not good enough. Urashiki turns around and this time, coats his body with a mix of metal and hardening, allowing him to withstand and tank Kakashi's attack. Kakashi's surprised by this as he still tries to break through his skin defenses. Individually, you probably would have broke through and struck me directly, but with both defensive quirks active? It's hopeless. Uses his hardened, metal-coated arm to deliver a powerful punch to Kakashi's gut. Go. He felt that, but still lands on his feet after being sent down too. With his rod resting on his shoulders, none of you are a match for me. Meanwhile, Momoshiki flies and dodges sand webs from Gaara, who amps it up with Sand Shower Barrage. He fires them from the ground. Gaara. Hero name, Desert Sand, Chakra Quirk, Sand. He is able to manipulate sand and carries a supply of sand in his gourd, which itself is made from sand. This personal sand is infused with his own chakra, allowing him to deploy it faster and manipulate it more precisely. If he needs more sand, he can either use sand from the surroundings or, if there isn't any, use his personal sand to break down minerals in the ground to create some. His sand has strong density, which is called absolute defense. Flying downward this time, Momoshiki ends up clashing blades with Hawks again with his rods, avoiding a couple strikes before trying to gain distance. You won't get away. Hawks is relentless and tries to slash him. TCH. Momoshiki does a spin with his rods and counters the blades. As the chase continues, Naruto, Boruto, Izuku, and All Might arrive on the scene, running and jumping on the large tree roots. Sorry we're late. Naruto jumps to another root with a hand sign ready. Wait, Dad. His son calls first. What is it, Boruto? Naruto asks, glancing back at him. You can't use your quirk on him, he warns. He absorbed Bakugo's blast the moment he used it and magnified its intensity and rebounded back. He recalls when he used it back at All Might when he shielded Katsuki. In short, we'll need to find another way to beat him, Izuku adds. Man, what a pain. Naruto scoffs, undoing his hand sign and looks ahead. It is, however, there's one thing that sets him at a huge disadvantage. All Might chimes in, and that's physical attacks. As Momoshiki jumps and flies around, Sasuke swoops in and catches him atop, bringing him down to the tree-foot ground. They separate immediately after rolling to attain distance. By the time that happens, the rest of the heroes, Hawks, Gaara, Endeavor, Naruto, Boruto, All Might, and Izuku, appear on each route, now surrounding Momoshiki from all sides as he glares at Sasuke. Simply put, you absorb quirks, then release it, right? Sasuke catches on to Momoshiki, who scoffs and glares with small veins in his head, but once your ammo is used up, the jutsu is useless. Then that makes things easy, Gaara said, arms crossed over his chest. We'll proceed without using quirk ranged attack and take you down with brute force alone. Hawks states with his dual blades. That sucks, I was hopping to roast you like pig. Endeavor huffs, fists tightened. Looking from afar, Lord Momoshiki's been caught, huh? Urashiki gazes, still having his Rinnegan's active until he dodges an electric-coded slash from Darui and a lightning ball from Kakashi. We won't let you escape, Kakashi declares. Your two buddies are surrounded and that just leaves you, Darui adds. TCH. Urashiki scoffs. Yeah, so you might as well give up. Mirko goes to attack. On his end, Momoshiki scoffs at being in a bad position, looking over to his subordinates' progress. 1. Kinshiki is restrained in place by Chojuro, Genist, and Kuretsuchi, and 2. Urashiki is still fighting off Mirko, Kakashi, and Darui. Grr. He sneers. Your partners have nowhere to go either. Now it's time for your surrender. Sasuke gives him a choice, seriously. Momoshiki ignores the statement and looks up to where Naruto and Boruto are, along with All Might and Izuku. The former's mainly, is that your child, Fox? He asks, gazing at the whiskered teen, before switching to activating his Byakugan to see into him and grins upon finding out. Ah yes, I see. It appears you're burdened with a rather interesting fate. Boruto blinks in confusion. Momoshiki's eye Quirk gazes over to Izuku next. As for the plain-looking one, your power is similar to the big one next to you. He refers to All Might in comparing. Before adding, it also seems like you're burdened on being a reliability in one particular event. Huh? Izuku stammers in confusion. After deactivating his visual eyes, what a pity, Fox. That you and the creatures who call yourselves heroes have so much power, but don't have the means to pass it down to the next generation. He smirks with his eyes closed in amusement. What do you mean? Izuku asks, stutters in still being confused. That's what I want to know as well, you bastard, Boruto glares, wanting answers. Just keep your distances, you two, Naruto warns the teens. With his left arm stretched out toward Kinshiki, now let me show you how the way we do things in my clan. Seeing that as his signal, Kinshiki uses his full brute strength to bust his way out of the earth, fiber, and needle restraints he was in, but at the cost of injuring his left arm and feet, making them skinned badly and blood being to spill out massively. Again, Genist widens in shock. He got out? Edge shot too. What? How did he? Kuretsuchi utters. Ignoring the pain, Kinshiki flies his way towards his foster son. Leader, do it now. Lord Momoshiki. He allows it. The time has come to consume my quirk and chakra. Just as in the past when my guardian entrusted me with their power. Do not waver, he advises one last time. Don't worry, I won't. Momoshiki proceeds to do it. Ah! Kinshiki shouts as he's absorbed and turned into a dark red fruit. Catching it in the palm of his hand, Momoshiki begins to madly munch down the fruit without stopping. The others are shocked at this. No way. Boruto utters. He ate one of his own. Izuku widens. Damn it. Sasuke jumps with his blade. This doesn't look good. Hawks readies his blades as well. Both of them go for the killing blow at Momoshiki, but to their shock, their blades didn't do anything as Sasuke tried to slice his head off while Hawks tries to the double impalement. The alien's skin was hard like steel and he glares to them in smirking and finishing the fruit, too late. At that moment, a bomb of smoke covers the Otsutsuki, making Sasuke and Hawks jump back. Backing off from Darui's blade, Urashiki catches that smoke is arising from afar and guesses with a smirk, I see. So, Lord Momo is doing that. The three heroes see the smoke of commotion over there too. What is that? Kakashi wonders. Did they take down the other two? Mirko adds. Seems that this fight is over. Urashiki notes, getting their attention. Now that he's at that stage, the rest of you are done for. What? Kakashi exclaims in confusion. See ya. Urashiki opens a portal behind him and leaves. Damn, the bastard got away again. Mirko grits her teeth. Forget about him for now, we need to go back up the others, Darui suggests. Agreed. I already got a bad feeling about this. Kakashi trails, before the three leave the area to where the other pros are. Meanwhile, be ready for anything, everyone. All Might remains firm. We know. Naruto replies, as everyone stands on alert and ready. As the white smoke begins to clear, Momoshiki makes his appearance in a completely different transformation. His body becomes lithe and covered with radiating black markings that resemble sunburst patterns, his horns greatly enlarge and curve back. He has short claws on his fingers and toes, his canines extended and resemble fangs. He opens his eyes, which is now golden, Fox. A third golden Rinnegan eye opens on his forehead. It's going to be your turn next. He floats in the air as the smoke clears, both Rinnegan in his palms being golden as the wind blows through his long massive hair. From here, the battle has taken a whole different turn for the worse. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark as he thinks of hero killer Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. The second phase of the Otsutsuki battle continues. Momoshiki turns up the heat with his final form, aiming to begin the massacre. 805 Chapter 46. The Strongest Heroes vs Momoshiki. Hey guys. We're back with another chapter of Boku no Hero Academia, Next Generation, and the start of fall 2023. Last time, after freeing Naruto, the battle against the Otsutsuki resumes with the heroes managing to gain the upper hand. As they were about to secure victory, Momoshiki absorbed Kinshiki and transformed to his final form, leaving everyone to face a higher power in the amplified Momoshiki. Without delay, time for one of the best anime fights to begin. As the smoke of danger looms over them, his own brethren, Naruto widens. No way. Izuku utters, eyes shaken in a step back. He just ate him. Boruto mutters in shock, without a shred of remorse at that. All Might's disgusted by this. He's insane. Hawk sweats at this. The hell? Endeavor widens. You monster. Sasuke readies his blade while blaring. In his final form, Momoshiki begins. It was Kinshiki's wish to be of use to me. He slowly starts raising his golden Rinnegan hands, the transfer of power. He balls his left fist, as simply the law of our clan. The third golden Rinnegan eye opens out his forehead. The heroes are shocked, but stand ready as Momoshiki descends into the air. This playtime has gone on too long. So then. He grins and raises his palms out with the wind blowing viciously. How about we just end this right now, all you fools who would dare. His forehead Rinnegan glows red, to defy a god. Opening 4, Spiral. By Kana Boon starts with the setting of where the battle against the Otsutsukis take place, the Otherworld Divine Tree. Next shows a portal from the dark sky and from it, the top 9 Cage heroes, All Might, Edgeshot, Darui, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, Mirko, Kuretsuchi, Gaara, Kakashi, Endeavor, Hawks, and Sasuke. All lunge downward. In addition, the last two to peer out the portal is Boruto and Izuku, with firm and unwavering expressions as they join on the battlefield too. The logo then appears to kick things off just as they land on the ground. As the song plays, their sights gaze upwards at the flying Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. The former of the three grins and fires a phoenix firebird down at them all, causing the gang to scatter in the explosion. When the smoke clears, the two UA students look behind them to see that Naruto caught them from the impact, which they smile too. The next one shows the rest together before charging at the levitating aliens to engage in battle. Then it shows the separate battles between the heroes and Otsutsuki. Boruto and Izuku attacking Urashiki while the fisherman dodges their blows with a grin before the latter avoids a purple lightning strike from Kakashi, blocking an axe kick from Mirko, and blocks Darui's sword with his fishing rod. Next shows Kinshiki blocking off Chojuro before flying up from Kuretsuchi's earth trap and easily slashing through Jeanist fiber via axe while in midair, just as Endeavor comes at him with a Hellblaze fist and Edgeshot attacking as well with hand signs. Then switches to Gaara's sand trying to catching Momoshiki, along with multiple feathers launched by Hawks, but they're dodged by the alien who uses a black rod to block Sasuke's incoming blade before backing off and dodging a smash attack from All Might. It next shows Momoshiki turning behind him to find Naruto above him with a chakra-enhanced punch, which then caused an explosion on the battlefield upon impact. As the song continues, it next shows Momoshiki with a dark glare and eats a red fruit from his hand that leads to turning him into his final form as he roars loudly after coming through the smoke. Even though this shocks the heroes, they refuse to back down and charge at their vicious enemy, only for the alien to blow them all away with a shockwave. It then switches to the remaining 5 taking on the transformed Momoshiki, who repels them back in separate ways. He palms Izuku back and blocks a couple close-range attacks from Boruto before pushing him back with a shockwave, proceeds to fend off All Might's punches and blasts him back before dodging sword strikes from Sasuke. Next shows Naruto, in tailed beast mode, trading blows with Momoshiki across the battlefield before they collide in the air. Last panel shows the 5, all battle damaged, glaring up at the grinning Momoshiki in a stare down as the opening closes out. Chapter 46. The Strongest Heroes vs Momoshiki. The aliens' Rinnegan palms turn red and by the time they do, Naruto, All Might, Sasuke, and Hawks try to attack him. However, Momoshiki spreads out his arms, ROARRGGHHHH. He unleashes a furious humongous roar. The sheer force from that releases a large shockwave that spreads everywhere and blows everyone back. The divine tree splits in two and collapses from the shockwave in addition, and large chunks of tree roots are sent flying. Some still manage to maintain their ground. Hawks, Gaara, and Endeavor remain in midair. Chojuro, Kuretsuchi, Edgeshot and Genist have managed to steel themselves from being blown away, while Kakashi, Mirko, and Darui are immediately met with the violent shockwave as soon as they arrived. What now? Kakashi covers from the wave. As the shockwave waves settle, Momoshiki lowers his arm and exhales, before suddenly moving at tremendous speed, aiming for the heroes that are airborne first, starting with Endeavor, and appears behind him. He's fast. The fire hero widens, turning around and tries to coat his flame in hellfire, but is kicked hard in the gut before he could try anything. Guac. Endeavor's sent flying down into a divine tree branch, causing more of it to topple over. Gaara waves his hand to launch sand toward the airborne Momoshiki, who flies around at high speed, easily avoiding the sand. HMPH. Momoshiki grins as soon as he got close and trying to strike him down. Gaara manages to restrain him at the last second with sand bindings as his Rinnegan palm was inches away from his face. More sand begun to surround the parasite. Now sand. Before Gaara could finish. Momoshiki laughs as his hair extends rapidly and wraps all around Gaara, binding him instead. Goo. Gaara grunts in trying to free himself, but as soon as Momoshiki is freed from his sand, he delivers a powerful left palm to the sand hero's stomach. Whoa. He spits out blood before falling to the ground and down for the count and causing his sand all around to fall. He's different than before. Hawks immediately fires feather projectiles at high speed, only for the amplified alien to avoid them before attacking Hawks next. The feather hero tries to attack with his dual blades in retaliation, but Momoshiki easily disarms him via close combat and punches him in the gut at unseen speed. Gawk. Spits out, crashing violently to the ground. Seeing from afar, Hawks, Chojuro exclaims as him, Genist, Kuretsuchi, and Edgeshot widen in shock, but their guards are lower as Momoshiki comes out of the dust in a speed blitz behind them, and just as they turn around, the Aquanari hero gets smacked in the face. Gwa. Violently flung into a root and disarming him of his dual blade. Aquanari. Edgeshot tries to do a hand sign to turn himself into string to attack his insides, but he gets struck in the gut before that happens. Aru. Seeing the two get knocked down, damn, Best Genist immediately attacks, blackout by. He doesn't get the chance to use his black fiber as Momoshiki appears next to him and axe kicks him on the side. Gawk. The fiber hero widens as his eyes go white and he crashes to a root, out cold. Kuretsuchi tries to attack with her fist coated in earth, but Momoshiki blocks it and delivers a chop to her head. Guh. She falls to the ground, unconscious. Heh. Momoshiki looks at four more of his defeated foes with an evil smirk. Luna Rush. With the muscles in her legs increased, Mirko comes from above and delivers a series of powerful kicks down at the Otsutsuki. He grins and blocks every strike thrown at him with just his left arm alone, and after blocking the last one, he strikes back with a powerful palm blow to her gut. Guac. Mirko spits out blood, flying back and crashing violently. Lightning Blade. Black Gale Strike. Kakashi and Darui immediately attack with their powerful techniques, but it does nothing as Momoshiki blitzes them next. Arg. Gawk. With a blow to the gut, face, the two heroes crash and are out cold in the same fashion. The two teens, seeing this from afar while on a large root, this can't be. Izuku shakes, frantic. He took them all out in a single blow instantly. Boruto widens in shock, this is really bad. From where he's at, All Might groans in standing up, I gotta get to the kids. Before he could finish that thought, Momoshiki appears in front of him. The number one widens as the Otsutsuki strikes with his palm, causing a crash, but barely. All Might blocks it with both of huge arms, intriguing the amplified alien before backing him away and attacks. Detroit Smash. He punches downward to create a large shockwave that engulfs Momoshiki, however. Weak. Momoshiki uses All Might push to nullify the shockwave, shocking the buff hero, before the amplified alien forces him into close-range combat. All Might throws punch after punch, but is overwhelmed. Eat this. Momoshiki palms him in the gut where his weak spot is, delivering a chakra blast. Gwa. All Might spits out blood, pummeling back and crashing into a root. All Might. Izuku exclaims in shock. Damn it. Boruto widens as well. Floating in the air and cracking his neck sideways, you're next, Fox. On the other hand, Sasuke recovers from his crash, standing himself up via his blade. He zooms off to fight back. Naruto, on the other hand, grunts from getting himself up in the wood off from the impact. Boruto, Midoriya. He utters, getting up to go to their aid, however, he widens as Momoshiki suddenly appears in front of him. Found you. The impact from his palm creates dust, which Naruto jumps out of and avoid, but as he regains his balance, he blocks a strike from the relentless Momoshiki. Oh. The alien proceeds to land and throw close-range blows, which Naruto begins to block. As the close combat battle continues, Momoshiki gains the upper hand real quick, using his swift skill of physical combat to dominate the exhausted number 2 hero before landing a blow to his gut. My chakra points. Naruto grunts. That's not all, Momoshiki amplifies the pressure point blow. Gog. Naruto spits out blood from the blast, flying back, but before he could get even 10 inches, Momoshiki grabs him by the head, chuckling evilly. Not giving up easily, Naruto grabs his left arm in a strong grip as Sasuke appears immediately above the transformed alien, who steps around, blocks Sasuke's blade before using the same pressure move to his gut, GHA. He coughs before being grabbed in the head as well. Ha! Momoshiki takes a big leap before plummeting himself and them below, violently sliding their heads through the ground as debris flying everywhere. He then proceeds to do a powerful fling, sending Sasuke and Naruto crashing intro routes. The boys appear on another route in witnessing this, shocked in addition, Firefox, Phantom Eye, Izuku widens. Dad. Boruto worries inwardly. Watch yourselves, your back and necks are left wide open. The U-18s turn to gaze and find that Urashiki is several feet away from him, with his two red Rinegons and fishing rod out. Huh? Izuku startles, but gets into a fighting stance. Kidding. Psyched you both out, didn't I? Urashiki grins amusingly, receding his red eyes back to his Byakugan. How about we take a load off and watch the action that's about to go down? The fisherman walks around them, to the edge of the route and sits down with his rod hanging on his left shoulder, even though the teens are uneasy at him being near them, whether it's a few feet away or not. Meanwhile, Momoshiki stands front and center as Naruto, Sasuke, and even All Might appear, having recovered from their impacts. I see what's going on now. All Might gets it now, taking his hand off his weak spot that was struck. So, you're a completely different beast than a moment ago. Sasuke draws his blade and throws his cape off. Nah, or rather. Naruto smirks in stating this, you're just a monster, through and through. Oh, how laughable. Like you're not just as a monster. Momoshiki taunts back, staring all three heroes down. The wind breezes in tension as to who will make the first move. The teens watch nervously while the fisherman smirks at how this will go down. The breeze stops as Momoshiki opens his palmed Rinegons. At that moment, the three top pros move at high speed, appearing near the amplified alien to land direct strikes, causing a shockwave. Having reacted, Momoshiki caught Naruto's chakra-amped fist and Sasuke's blade, while using his knee to stop All Might's fist. Finally, this is actually getting fun, the Otsutsuki grins in response. Sasuke, All Might, Naruto immediately goes into tailed beast chakra mode, let's teach him a lesson. You bet. All Might's blue eyes glow in a flash, no signature smile. Yeah. Sasuke's Rinnegan flashes out his hair. The battle begins as all four of them move around the battlefield in high-speed movement, each of the three strongest attacking Momoshiki at the same time, who withstands and defends each of their coordinated strikes, blow for blow. Debris is flying everywhere as Momoshiki stomps a crater after leaping back in land, come. He challenges with both his hands raised in battle position, really having fun. With the colors of orange, blue lightning, and dark blue, the three heroes dive down and continuing their assault, keeping up the fierce battle of hand-to-hand combat. Momoshiki delivers a spinning kick to Naruto, an axe kick to All Might, and a palm strike to Sasuke, who blocks the blow and flies back in the air. However, while airborne, he uses amazing footwork to spin his blade and launches it back at their foe, who smacks the sword away while grinning. All Might goes straight for a powerful smash that Momoshiki blocks, but the blow sends the alien flying back from the impact. Upon landing in a scoff, Momoshiki glares as Naruto attacks next, trading multiple combat blows and getting them evenly matched. As they continue throwing hands, and unlike before, Naruto gains the upper hand in his chakra mode and delivers a left hook to the alien's face. How dare you? Before he could finish, goo. He's kicked back by Sasuke, who smirks, with the two doing the same. Flying through the air, Momoshiki manifests a red chakra-bladed staff, and upon landing, he positions with it, ready for the three as they come at him again. It was nothing but back-to-back high-speed blows as Momoshiki skillfully spinning and using his staff to defend and attack, keeping up with them at the same pace. By the time he twirls his staff upward, Sasuke uses that chance to strike it to the ground via his blade, disarming Momoshiki. Texas SMAASSHH, All Might throws a wind-pressured punch to Momoshiki's face, sending him flying. Following up, Naruto bashes him into a large standing debris, making them scatter. Toppling on the bisected tree grounds, Momoshiki sees Sasuke coming in with his blade ready to strike, but the alien manages to disarm him, making the blade flying midair. Luckily, Naruto grabs it by coming from above and the Uchiha's blade to clash with Momoshiki's formed machete. After a couple-second clash, Momoshiki kicks Naruto back and manifests more flying chakra weapons, launching them towards the three pros, Nebraska SMAASSH. All Might throws a punch, rotating his arm to form a tornado that blows away all the red glowing weapons. Grr! Momoshiki covers from the shockwave, and Sasuke uses that chance to dash up and disarm him of his machete before delivering a frontal kick that sends the alien upward, making him bash through upward debris wall. Naruto meets him upward, delivering an axe punch, adding more. Sasuke axe kicks him in the air, before All Might uses Detroit Smash. All of these attacks continue to smash through mountains with great force and begin to overwhelm Momoshiki, sending the amplified alien, crashing through multiple humongous debris, mountains, and roots all over the battlefield, making shockwaves and dust everywhere. Grunting from the blows, Momoshiki glares in aggravation as they continue to chase him down and as the three close in. With all of his Rinnegans red, the parasite uses Almighty Push to send the three flying back in multiple directions. Deciding to deal with the bulk hero first, Momoshiki raises his right hand and begins using Universal Pull to launching every debris and roots at All Might, who's forced to block the incoming objects as they ram into him from front and back. Momoshiki grins in adding fuel to the fire and sets the launching debris, roots with blazing heat. The number one hero feels the impacts as they get worse and the attacks begin to burn the left side of his skin and costume. You're done. Momoshiki shuts his right golden eye palm, causing the colliding objects to explode. All Might. Izuku and Boruto exclaim in shock. That's one down. Urashiki smirks at the action. After All Might crashes to the ground, Sasuke and Naruto come from above the parasite, who turns around upward. Hey. Momoshiki grins and uses his chain to bind Sasuke as soon as he got close and yanks him in. However, Sasuke uses his Rinnegan left eye to switch places Momoshiki, this time, using his chain restraints against him as he's the one tied up now. What? Momoshiki exclaims at this mockery as Sasuke smirks back at him. Sasuke Uchiha. Hero name, Phantom Eye. Chakra quirks, Sharingan, Fire, Lightning, Susanoo, and Rinnegan. Like his daughter, Sarada, his Sharingan can track fast-moving objects and predict opponents' movement to a degree. Has greater power with fire, including lightning. His Susanoo is an impenetrable defense that blocks out everything. Last but not least, his Rinnegan allows him to travel dimensions and switch places with the enemy he gazes at. The alien widens upward as Naruto comes down with a powerful punch. Gotch. He's struck in the face and sent crashing loud to the ground, toppling through roots as the alien's still bound by his own chains. With his legs spread and Rinnegan active, planetary Devestation, he chants with his one arm stretched out, causing chunks of rubble from the ground to plummet into the restrained Momoshiki, trapping him into a satellite of rubble in midair. With his fist closed, Sasuke and Naruto are still on full alert as to what Momoshiki might do. With that, All Might also joins back up with them after recovering from the burning rubble. You alright, All Might? Sasuke asks. Yeah, that stung a lot, but I survived. He nods, before gazing to the satellite of rubble that Momoshiki's trapped in. Did that get him? We don't know yet. Naruto replies, still gazing at the sphere, be prepared for anything. He adds, which the bulk hero knows as they're in ready position. Nice. Boruto widens, but grins. They got him. Izuku exclaims in delight. Heh. Urashiki chuckles. What's so funny? Boruto asks with a glare at the fisherman. When you say, they got him, I can't help but laugh at that. He smirks at the teens before gazing back at the battle. Look closer. He adds, turning their attentions back to the fight. As the three pros look on, they hear rubbles coming from the satellite. From under the rubble with raging golden eyes, Inukai Takaru no Mikoto. A wood dragon bursts forth from the rubble satellite, going for the three. Countering that, Naruto forms a large chakra beast fist to hold it back, while Sasuke and All Might destroy it with a combination of lightning and a smash. Jumping out the debris sphere and going towards the ground, damn it, Momoshiki roars angrily and smashes his fist downward to the ground, making 8 wood dragons appear and attack. Making sure Naruto doesn't get caught, watch out, All Might grabs him and throws him out the way for saving before smashing 2 dragons and is forced to hold back another by the jaws of its mouth. Sasuke also uses his lightning-coated blade to slash them one by one, but soon gets overwhelmed by its number and gets caught by a dragon's jaws and taken to the ground. Phantom. All Might's cut off as he's rammed by another dragon. Gawk. He plummets into the rubble. After sliding, guys, Naruto immediately goes to the help. All Might shakes his head from the impact after stumbling up and sees 3 more wood dragons coming his way. Not. This time, he rears his hand back for another smash and glaring them down. Die. Momoshiki fires a fireball in the wood dragon's core that makes its way toward the restrained Sasuke, who struggles to free himself, but in the nick of time, Naruto zooms in and busts the remains of the wood dragon as it explodes, saving the Uchiha with his Kurama's avatar activated. Ruah. Kurama roars and waves the flames away. You doing okay, Sasuke? Naruto asks his best friend. Yeah thanks, I'm doing fine. Sasuke sits up in the avatar, raring to go. There you are. Momoshiki sneers as he flies up with his red Rinnegan palms, controlling 3 wood dragons to latch onto Kurama to try and restrain him, but the fox rips 2 of them apart as Momoshiki then forms and launches a large phoenix bird at the fox avatar, who manages to hold it back while still having a wood dragon bite at his right leg, the power of the fox demon. Momoshiki begins to form a fire-coated wood golem, Shelby Mine. He exclaims in a deep and dark roaring voice. After Kuruma clears the phoenix bird and wood dragon, no way. Naruto controls his avatar to attack, I won't let you. The fox avatar throws a right hook, but the golem stops it dead in its tracks, causing shockwaves to fly everywhere. Rahhhh. The golem roars, pulling Kuruma by his right fist before landing a left punch to his face and then grabs the fox by the throat before jumping upward and slam-ducking the avatar to the ground. Urrgh. The fox felt that as he's in the rubble, destroying more of the battlefield. Naruto grunts and falls back from the impact, but is saved by Sasuke, who puts his hand his shoulder that surges with purple energy. I'll lend you the Susanoo's power. Do it, he signals. I get it. Good idea, hey? Naruto grins at the plan as Kurama's avatar begins to morph with Susanoo, having its whole body coated in purple armor. Detroit SMAASSH. All Might destroys 1 wood dragon before taking on the next 2 headed his way. Oklahoma SMAASSH. As soon as they got close, All Might spins himself with force, destroying the remaining 2 dragons completely. *pant***. He huffs in exhaustion before seeing the number 2 and 3 heroes in their combined avatars and taking on the golem, exclaiming, the rest is up to you guys, he exclaims. Yeah. Naruto heard the buff hero loud and clear as the Kuruma-fused Susanoo grabs a hold of the golem's right arm and crushes it, stumbling it back as the fox gets up, forming Susanoo's large purple chakra blade in its right hand. Infuriated, "You vulgar creatuurress," Momoshiki's dark voice echoes out, wild with rage as his wood golem goes for the final strike with its remaining left arm. Ha! Naruto and Sasuke battle cry in unison as the fox-fused Susanoo ducks under the golem's left hook before connecting the purple-bladed sword into the golem's torso, cleaving it in half and causing a huge explosion of fire to erupt and dust of shockwaves to scatter through the battlefield. Raw! Momoshiki grunts in pain, caught in it as his wood golem collapses, completely destroyed. Amazing! Boruto widens. Wow! Izuku as well, in delight. That's impossible! Urashiki shows a stunned impression at his superior going down. With the Kurama, Susanoo avatars disappearing after a job well done, Naruto and Sasuke land on the ground, turning to each other with a grin, smirk and giving a fist bump. While Momoshiki floats in a down position in midair, immobilized. Seeing from afar, they actually bested Lord Momoshiki, the fisherman still in disbelief. You bet they did. Boruto turns to him, they're the strongest heroes in the world for a reason. There was no way the guy was gonna beat them, Izuku adds. Oh, Urashiki narrow a brow at that talk. You're about to be next. Boruto steps up, also getting in battle position. If Izuku and I take you down here, this'll end even faster. That's right. Izuku gets in a battle stance too. Even if we don't beat you, it'll buy time for the others to get over here and outnumber you. Urashiki grimaces, proceeding to stand up to face them. My. He smirks, with his fishing rod in hand. That's pretty tough talk, but then again. You're just kids. He adds, even if they bested Lord Momo so far, he's still conscious up there. He adds, surprising the teens, hence, the battle's not over yet. Izuku stammers. Don't listen to him. Boruto advises, I call your bluff. He glares at the fisherman, without his ability to absorb quirks. Momoshiki's nothing but vulnerable, as we've seen just now. He adds, making the fisherman grimace, so we're taking you out, now. He and Izuku stand ready. Hey, if those heroes that you call pros couldn't take me down, then what chance do you kids have? Urashiki mocks, I expected you to be smarter than that. We won't know what chance we have until we try, you got that? Izuku firmly states. Just like the other quirks I've taken, yours would make a fine addition to my collection. Urashiki swings his rod down, I'll make it quick this time. He adds, ready to attack the UA pair. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark as he thinks of hero killer Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. In another area of the otherworld dimension, a spiraling vortex portal appears and out of it, Tamura, Adult Shin, Kurogiri, and Kid Shin land on the ground as the one-eye creature finishes teleporting. So, Tamura grumbles under his face hand, gazing around, this is the dimension where our enemies are. Indeed. Adult Shin confirms, all I had to do was track Phantomized Chakra to this place, making it easy. Without it, it would have been a problem. Let's not forget, the master told us to observe the battle between the heroes, and those white ones called the Otsutsuki. Kurogiri reminds the 3, getting into the crossfire would be dangerous too. I know, you fool. Tamura sneers, we simply keep our distance and take note of everything that's going on. He then thinks, however, getting an idea, it also wouldn't be a bad idea to strike both sides while they're exhausted and low on energy to keep going. He states, hand under chin. You make it sound like it'll be easy, Kid Shin said. Never said it was gonna be, brat. Shigaraki glares, besides, I'm not waiting another opportunity to kill those annoying and meddlesome heroes. Especially Firefox and All Might. He continues with arms crossed over chest, same going for Otsutsuki with the long hair. He refers to Momoshiki, while I found his cause for destruction thrilling. He declared his war on us as well, so killing him in addition is worth it. You're aiming a bit too high, Shigaraki. Shin chimes in, getting his attention. While I agree on how you plan to wait for them to exhaust their power, don't make it sound easy, as my son just stated. You two are just cowards at this point, not fit to be in our group. Tamura sneers, glares. If you got a problem then leave and go home. Come again. Adult Shin glares, feeling provoked. Not now you two. Kurogiri chimes in immediately. If you plan on going with that option, then we'll assist you, Tamura Shigaraki. I know you will. He scoffs, knowing that's obvious. Kid Shin turns around and sees smoke from far away. That's where they're engaging at. He points out. Get us over there, Kurogiri, and make sure the Nomus are ready. Tamura orders, won't want to be late to the party. As you wish. The warp villain complies, making a portal that they get into before it closes, thus making their way over to the sidelines of the battlefield. That does it for the epic battle of this chapter. I had a blast with writing this out, along the addition of All Might fighting the Naruto, Sasuke and putting scenes from the Boruto movie to further expand the fight. Now as the UA pair begin to face Urashiki in scuffle, the lead of villains arrive in the dimension, with Tamura having other ideas than just watching. As always, thanks for reading and see you guys next time. 805 Chapter 47. Interference. Meanwhile, as Momoshiki floats in the air, almost defeated, the rest of the heroes who were knocked out prior by the aliens' assault, regroup with Naruto and Sasuke, as well as All Might. Great blow, guys. The bulk hero comes over. All three of you are amazing. Hey. Hawks and the rest come over as well, some holding their injured spots and Gaara carrying Darui with his arm over his shoulder, same with Edgeshot and Genist. Did that take him down? Endeavor asks in making sure. No. Naruto replies, gazing at the floating Momoshiki, it's not over yet. He just won't give up. Kuretsuchi grimaces, pounding her fists together, we'll finish him off with a flashy technique. Hell yeah, and it'll be the last one he sees. Mirko totally agrees. Please don't suggest something like that. Shojiro sweat drops in telling the ladies. That would be reckless indeed. Kakashi's sweat drops too. If he absorbs it, we'll find ourselves right back at square one. Gaara notes, gazing at the floating Otsutsuki. Fine. Kuretsuchi and Mirko reluctantly go with it. Hey, well at least the rest of you are okay. Naruto grins in gladness, until they feel a shockwave that comes from their left on a tree root. What the hell was that? Endeavor wants to know this instant. All Might perks in noticing, that's where young Midoriya and young Uzumaki are. Could they be engaging that Otsutsuki with the hook? Gaara wonders. Not sure, he retreated from our battle. Darui replies as the shockwave dies down. Let's get over there and find out. Hawks suggests before gazing to Sasuke, Naruto, and All Might. You three can finish off the one that's floating while the rest of you deal with that fisherman, he advises. Sounds like a plan. Naruto nods, before they head off. Opening 4, Spiral. By Kanabun starts with the setting of where the battle against the Otsutsukis take place, the Otherworld Divine Tree. Next shows a portal from the dark sky and from it, the top 9 in-cage heroes, All Might, Edgeshot, Darui, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, Mirko, Kuretsuchi, Gaara, Kakashi, Endeavor, Hawks, and Sasuke. All lunge downward. In addition, the last two to peer out the portal is Boruto and Izuku, with firm and unwavering expressions as they join on the battlefield too. The logo then appears to kick things off just as they land on the ground. As the song plays, their sights gaze upwards at the flying Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. The former of the three grins and fires a phoenix firebird down at them all, causing the gang to scatter in the explosion. When the smoke clears, the two UA students look behind them to see that Naruto caught them from the impact, which they smile too. The next one shows the rest together before charging at the levitating aliens to engage in battle. Then it shows the separate battles between the heroes and Otsutsuki. Boruto and Izuku attacking Urashiki while the fisherman dodges their blows with a grin before the latter avoids a purple lightning strike from Kakashi, blocking an axe kick from Mirko, and blocks Darui's sword with his fishing rod. Next shows Kinshiki blocking off Chojuro before flying up from Kuretsuchi's earth trap and easily slashing through Genist fiber via axe while in midair, just as Endeavor comes at him with a Hellblaze fist and Edgeshot attacking as well with hand signs. Then switches to Gaara's sand trying to catching Momoshiki, along with multiple feathers launched by Hawks, but they're dodged by the alien who uses a black rod to block Sasuke's incoming blade before backing off and dodging a smash attack from All Might. It next shows Momoshiki turning behind him to find Naruto above him with a chakra-enhanced punch, which then caused an explosion on the battlefield upon impact. As the song continues, it next shows Momoshiki with a dark glare and eats a red fruit from his hand that leads to turning him into his final form as he roars loudly after coming through the smoke. Even though this shocks the heroes, they refuse to back down and charge at their vicious enemy, only for the alien to blow them all away with a shockwave. It then switches to the remaining 5 taking on the transformed Momoshiki, who repels them back in separate ways. He palms Izuku back and blocks a couple close-range attacks from Boruto before pushing him back with a shockwave, proceeds to fend off All Might's punches and blasts him back before dodging sword strikes from Sasuke. Next shows Naruto, in tailed beast mode, trading blows with Momoshiki across the battlefield before they collide in the air. Last panel shows the 5, all battle damaged, glaring up at the grinning Momoshiki in a stare down as the opening closes out. Chapter 47. Interference. 3 minutes earlier, on top of a divine tree root, hey. Urashiki takes out an aura sphere from his pouch and throws it, using Mitsuki's wind scythe, which the UA student heroes jump out the way to avoid them as the slashes cut through roots. After landing, shadow clones. Boruto summons 4 to charge at the alien fisherman without wasting time. Huh. Your strategy is already a bad one. Urashiki taunts, swinging his hook to strike them all down. The real one is. He looks upward to see the real Boruto, up there. Take this. Boruto hand signs and throws down a bolt of lightning, only for Urashiki to jump back and avoid it by the time it makes a crater in the root, but by the time he floats, Izuku lunges at him right away from behind. I got you. The freckled teen exclaims out with his right fist close to connecting. However, the arm of dark shadow comes from Urashiki's pouch while he's not looking around and the dark fist connects to Midoriya's face. Gwa. Izuku shits out in pain, sent toppling on the root and is close to falling off of it but manages to hold on to the edge. At the same time, Boruto attacks the fisherman with a number of close-ranged attack, but it's not effective as Urashiki blocks everything with his fishing rod and sidesteps a few before coating his right leg with Kirishima's hardening quirk. Boruto notices it, but couldn't do anything about it as he ends up getting axe kicked in the gut. Gawk. He grunts in pain, toppling back, but manages to steel himself in recovery to avoid sliding off the large root they're on. TCH. He scoffs in annoyance as he's on one knee and Urashiki grins at this being easy for him. Boruto. Izuku comes over to him after climbing up the root edge. I'm fine. What about you? The whiskered teen asks in glance upon standing up. His best friend nods in reply before they glare back at the alien fisherman. Just now, he was using what looked to be Kirishima's hardening quirk when he struck me. Seriously? Izuku stammers in a widened glance before recalling, he was even using Tokiyami's dark shadow. And the attack that he first used looked like it was Mitsuki's wind quirk. It's all coming from that pouch of his. Boruto gazes at the item on Urashiki's waist before glaring at the fisherman. The quirks I stole from those kids back at the arena really come in handy and are fascinating to use, don't you agree? Urashiki smirks. What the hell is going on? Boruto glares and grits his teeth. How did you get your hands on their quirks? He asks, demanding for answers. You mean the ones from the arena? Ha, he laughs. Quit dodging the question and answer us, Izuku demands, mad too. You two really want to know that badly? Well, since neither of you will last long, I'll spell it out for ya. He shows his hook in a mocking way, grinning sarcastically as he explains, get stabbed or touched by this hook of mine and you get a portion of your quirk stolen. He reveals, shocking the UA student duo, that was the last shot of ammo from that boy with the blue hair. He refers to Mitsuki, but there's obviously more where that came from. Want to see the different types I snatched up back there? He taunts. Hearing this makes him remember what Sarada told him about quirks being stolen and realizes, so it was you that injured Mitsuki, Kirishima, and Tokiyami. Boruto exclaims, pissed. You're the reason they're in the hospital right now, Izuku adds, also mad. Yeah, and what of it? Urashiki asks, sarcastically, stealing quirks in my hobby. Not my fault that they simply didn't have the willpower to stay on their own 2 feet. Damn you. Boruto tightens his fist in wanting to attack, until Izuku puts a hand on his shoulder, getting his attention. Hold on, I got a plan. The freckled teen shares in a whisper. Huh, what type? Uzumaki asks, curious now. Seeing them whispering some sort of plan, Urashiki comments out, is this some sort of strategy meeting? If so then I might change my mind on making this quick and see some fun you bring with it. So that's the scoop. Izuku whispers, finishing the strategy. A little far-fetched, but I guess it's worth a go. Boruto nods, willing to giving it a shot. Yes, it'll work for sure. The freckled teen's positive as they grimace back at the fisherman. Done already? Good. Now let's get on with this. Urashiki immediately swings his rod back and forth, launching red chakra blasts rapidly. Seeing this, Boruto dodges backward while Izuku surges with bio-green electricity and dodges to the side, one for all. Full cowling. He zooms behind the alien fisherman. Urashiki widens in surprise. He's fast. He coats himself in metal and tanks Izuku's axe kick to the face. Not again. Izuku sees he's using Tetsu's metal before being grabbed by the leg and thrown back. Urashiki then turns around and dodges a gale palm from Boruto before striking him in the gut with his metal-coated fist, but it was just a shadow clone as 3 more of them appear through the smoke. Too slow. The fisherman swings his hook, taking them all out yet again. His skin turns back to white after using the last of Tetsu's quirk in the process. That one's power ran out too, he notices. Using this chance to sneak attack, Izuku comes from above with an axe punch, but it proves to be futile as Urashiki gazes up and grabs him by the throat, stopping him dead in his tracks and lifting the freckled teen upward. Gah! Izuku struggles to break free. I was hoping you two would at least make this a little fun for me. The fisherman points his rod at Midoriya, who gasps for air as Urashiki squeezes his throat a bit tighter. Right back at you, Chatterbox, Boruto grins from a few distance after landing. The fisherman looks at the whiskered teen in confusion before turning back to Izuku raises and readying his index finger in front of him. You're wide open. Izuku utters firmly before attacking, SMAASSSHHH. He flicks his middle finger from his left hand, setting off a shockwave at Urashiki's face at point blank. Dust flying around in addition. This is when the heroes see the shockwave coming from their direction and start heading over to assist the UA student heroes. After they got back from the smoke, you good, Izuku? Boruto checks on him after the latter got out of that throat grip by Urashiki, thanks to the shockwave. I'm okay, he replied in assurance, despite wincing from the pain in his left broken middle finger, holding it. Nice shot, the plan worked. the Whisker teen revealed with a grin. Thanks. Due to how arrogant this guy was the whole time, we had to use that moment to our advantage. To strike him while his guard was low. Izuku said, recalling the plan. Right. Boruto nods. As soon as Dad and the other finish off Momoshiki, this is as good as over. Oh really? They hear a voice as the smoke cleared ahead of them, revealing that Urashiki is perfectly fine from Izuku's smash, shocking the teens. Hate to burst your bubble. But you missed. He grins with his Byakugan activated. No way. Izuku mutters. Grr. Boruto grimaces at this, that Byakugan. It probably would have if I hadn't let go of the green boy at that moment or having not activated my Byakugan. Urashiki reveals, further as the kids grimace, and telling by your injured finger, your own quirk hurts you. I must say. It sucks to be you. He taunts mainly to Midoriya, it was fun and all, but I'll draw this to a close. He readies his rod. It looked as though the UA student heroes were gonna be in trouble, until a dark purple portal appears on the far side of the battlefield. The two gaze over to where it is. This even gets Urashiki to stop readying his fishing rod and follow their gaze in seeing the portal opening a long distance. From the edge of the battlefield, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri appear out of the warp portal, gazing around at the destruction of the field. They sight at the heroes, who have stopped at what they're doing and notice them as well. What? All Might's shocked and confused. The League of Villains, Naruto too. What are they doing here? Hawk stops flying at where he is, so do the rest. Those two. Sasuke inwardly not sees adult Shin and kid Shin, both having Sharingans, especially the former. We made it right on time. Shigaraki grumbles, and from what we're seeing, he notices the heroes looking exhausted and see Momoshiki floating high in a defeated position. They're exhausted from nearly destroying each other. He also notices that Momoshiki is in a different form from what he was before. Enjiger. Momoshiki groans and turns his head to notice Tamura and the other three villains from afar. Some unwanted guests, huh? Urashiki grimaces, before turning back to the teens, and telling by your reactions, you know them. He add, but the two ignore the fisherman. You got to be kidding me. Boruto's shocked at seeing them here. The villains that attacked the USJ. Izuku stammers and widens. Huh? Tamura's gaze turns and sets upon Midoriya and Uzumaki, those two. He glares almost angrily and not being happy in the slightest to see them at all. Why are they here? He begins to scratch his neck constantly in aggravation, wanting to kill the two teens after they got in his way back at the USJ. You can deal with them later, Shigaraki. Adult Shin chimes in, you said you wanted to kill them while they're exhausted, right? So let's stop stalling and go for it. He then gazes down at Sasuke, wanting to take him out too. Shut up, I know. Shigaraki remarks in annoyance, before ordering, Kurogiri, bring the Nomus. Understood. The warp villain replies before opening several portals that releases 7 Nomus from them. The beasts let out roars and growls while in horrendous forms. Nomu. Izuku widens in shock. There was more than one, seriously? Boruto's quite shocked too. Just like the one at the USJ, they have more of those. All Might widens as he recalls fighting the Nomu with the shock absorption back at the USJ. This situation has got a whole lot complicated. First we gotta finish off the Otsutsuki and now this. Genist huffs. More pain in the asses to thrash. Kuretsuchi grimaces. No shit. Mirko frowns. How did they know we were over in this dimension is the real question. Naruto trails. They must have left something in the UA grounds to catch what we were gonna do. All Might guesses. On top of that, they must have watched the chaos that Momoshiki made after the sports festival, as well as his declaration to both heroes and villains. Sasuke theorizes, my hunch is that the one with the Sharingans on his head, that you guys told me about, must have tracked my chakra here. Also they could kill Momoshiki too. TCH. That explains it. Naruto scoffs in finding that a nuisance. To them, this would be the right time to do since we weakened him. All Might adds, and probably revenge on us for what happened back at the USJ. He guesses while grimacing. The villains set their sights on the floating Momoshiki first. We'll kill that thing in one shot. He refers to the alien before raising his right hand. Now, Nomus. No need for that. Adult Shin interrupts him as he and his son step in front. What are you doing? Tamura sneers demands in answer. A ranged attack from this distance is more than enough to take him out. Why send the Nomus to get close to him? He's just gonna repel them. Adult Shin grimaces to the hand-masked villain. In that condition he can't. Are you stupid? Shigaraki argues. Are you? Adult Shin says right back at him before gazing back up at Momoshiki. Anyone smart enough to know that a ranged attack is plenty at a weakened enemy like this. Kid Shin adds, both him and his parent preparing to do an attack via one hand signal. A hand sign, don't tell me. Naruto widens in knowing what they're gonna do. If they do a ranged attack, we'll be right back at where we start, All Might exclaims, tightened fists. Fools. Endeavor shouts out, if he absorbs that, Hawks widens. Damn it. Shojiro scoffs. Deactivating his Byakugan, well, this is as far as every single one of you will go I'm afraid. Urashiki smirks, getting the attentions of the teens, who perk in shock. I told you that their fight with Lord Momoshiki wasn't over yet, in fact, by the time those unwanted guests arrive. He adds with an evil grin, Momoshiki has just been lent a helping hand. The teens widen. Now he'll kill every last one of you. Urashiki takes flight to the air and forms a big distance away from the battlefield, ending his scuffle with the UA student heroes. Seeing the fishermen fly off, they immediately turn back to the villains. You idiots. Boruto exclaims to the shins. Don't do that, he'll absorb it, Izuku shouts out, but the villains obviously don't listen. Fireball unison. Adult, kid shin blow from their mouths at the same time, combining it into a large sphere of fire that launches toward the Momoshiki, however. Hey! The Otsutsuki grins at this and proceeds to raise his right Rinnegan palm to stop and absorb the fire, every last bit of it. Damn it, now you've done it, you bastards, Darui sighs. Do those imbeciles realize what they just did? Endeavor exclaims, angrily. What? Adult shin widens in shock. You idiots, he literally absorbed the fire and got more powerful. Tamura tightens his fists, shaking angrily at the shins. This is what happens when you red-eye cretins don't listen. If you knew about this then why didn't you tell us? Kid Shin exclaims at him. Never said I knew, you should have just listened. Tamura further angers. Guys, not now, Kurogiri tries calming them down. As he steams from the power he absorbs and chuckles, Hiya, I owe my thanks. Momoshiki's left palm Rinnegan glows red as he smirks at the villains and heroes, to you fools. With that, he begins a devastating counterattack, launching all the firepower he absorbed from the Shin's fire, right back at everyone present on the battlefield. The mountains, roots and rubble were getting destroyed all around and the field damage is even worse. Through the scattered explosions, the villains and Nomus are sent flying back, but still hold their ground, while the UA student heroes make a run for it, hoping on route to route. Izuku using full cowling and Boruto coating his feet with chakra to increase speed. Once they get out of harm's way, Izuku winces from the use of full cowling, which Boruto notices before gritting his teeth and glaring up at Momoshiki, who laughs at the destruction he's producing. Hiya. Ha ha ha. By the time the dust clears on the battlefield, it reveals that Sasuke used Susanoo to shield himself, All Might, and Naruto, while Gaara used his Sans ultimate defense to shield himself and the rest of the heroes from the blast. Once the two release their defenses, Endeavor, Hawks, Mirko, Genist, Kakashi, Edgeshot, Darui, Chojuro, Kuretsuchi, and Gaara do a unison attack at the flying alien, Ha! Just as they were about to strike him. Hey! Momoshiki uses Almighty Push to send them all flying and crashing in multiple directions. The shockwave from that attack spreads everywhere. The top three heroes cover from it, and Momoshiki takes this distraction as his chance and throws 3 chakra black rods at Naruto, HNGHK, striking his arms and right leg. Fire Fox! All Might exclaims. TCH, Sasuke scoffs at their flying adversary. I won't kill you, Fox. Momoshiki assures. Recovering from the impact that was aimed at them as well, Tamura glares from under his hand mask at the floating Otsutsuki before commanding, Nomus, attack. All 7 creatures lung upward at the same time toward the transformed alien. Rubbish. Momoshiki aims his left Rinnegan palm at all 7 of them and uses a blast of fire that incinerates every last one of them to ash. What power? Kurogiri widens in shock. He used our fire to burn them all, Adult Shin trails. At a time like this, we need to retreat. Teen Shin steps back one time. Tamura on the other hand, refuses to accept this, grr. He sneers. This was a great chance to deal the final blow to both the heroes and Momoshiki while they were exhausted and unable to continue, but these Shin cretins ruined it by launching a ranged attack that wounded up being absorbed. I'll have you know, I'm putting extra effort into all of you. Momoshiki states down at the scattered heroes and 4 villains. Damn it, this is not looking good. Naruto groans a bit while kneeling on one knee. Yes, that's right, you understand. The alien charges another fire blast in his left Rinnegan, and now you all will die, he declares in charging another attack. Everyone widens as they prepare to brace themselves at this upcoming attack. It's all over. Urashiki grins in the air and afar from the field, holding his rod behind his back as he observes his superior charging a large blast. From afar on the tree root, the 2 UA teens witness what's about to happen and can do nothing but hold still in place, as if they couldn't move. No. Boruto utters. Everyone's in trouble. Izuku shakes a little. As they sweat anxiously at what to do, Boruto starts to remember the words he spoke before they came to this dimension with the rest of the pros. He didn't join the battle to be reckless, but joined this fight because he's a hero. Izuku also remembers the words he spoke about being the hero as well and coming with his best friend, despite the injuries he acquired during the sports festival. After they recall those thoughts, Boruto glances to him and encourages, Izuku. He grabs his attention, even if the situation seems hopeless, we can't wimp out now. He adds, on this field, we're heroes. If we got through the USJ incident and that fisherman guy, he adds with his legs spread out, then we'll definitely get past this as well. He tightens his fist firmly. With a widened gaze of encouragement, Izuku stands up with him, you're right. We can't run, not when we have All Might, Fire Fox, and even Phantom Eye believing in us. He tightens his fist and legs spread firmly as well, it's now or never. Yeah. Boruto agrees as they remember the Phantom Eye hero's words. Believe me when I say this. If the worst case scenario were to happen in which all of us are defeated and on the verge of facing death, you two must act swiftly, as there won't be any other option. After that callback to Sasuke's words before the battle, their glares, grimaces turn ahead at the amplified Momoshiki, who's close to finishing off the heroes and the League of Villain members. From here, it's the UA student heroes' turn to take action. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark as he thinks of hero killer Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Suyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. That wraps up this chapter. The League Do villains' interference fuels Momoshiki up once more and the battle continues with the UA student heroes stepping up. Until next time. 805 Chapter 48. Power of the Next Gen Heroes. Opening 4, Spiral, by Kana Boon starts with the setting of where the battle against the Otsutsukis take place, the Otherworld Divine Tree. Next shows a portal from the dark sky and from it, the top 9 in Cage heroes, All Might, Edgeshot, Darui, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, Mirko, Kuretsuchi, Gaara, Kakashi, Endeavor, Hawks, and Sasuke. All lunge downward. In addition, the last two to peer out the portal is Boruto and Izuku, with firm and unwavering expressions as they join on the battlefield too. The logo then appears to kick things off just as they land on the ground. As the song plays, their sights gaze upwards at the flying Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. The former of the three grins and fires a phoenix firebird down at them all, causing the gang to scatter in the explosion. When the smoke clears, the two UA students look behind them to see that Naruto caught them from the impact, which they smile too. The next one shows the rest together before charging at the levitating aliens to engage in battle. Then it shows the separate battles between the heroes and Otsutsuki. Boruto and Izuku attacking Urashiki while the fisherman blocks, dodges their blows with a grin before the latter avoids a purple lightning strike from Kakashi, blocking an axe kick from Mirko, and blocks Darui's sword with his fishing rod. Next shows Kinshiki blocking off Chojuro before flying up from Kuretsuchi's earth trap and easily slashing through Jeanist fiber via axe while in midair, just as Endeavor comes at him with a Hellblaze fist and Edgeshot attacking as well with hand signs. Then switches to Gaara's sand trying to catching Momoshiki, along with multiple feathers launched by Hawks, but they're dodged by the alien who uses a black rod to block Sasuke's incoming blade before backing off and dodging a smash attack from All Might. It next shows Momoshiki turning behind him to find Naruto above him with a chakra-enhanced punch, which then caused an explosion on the battlefield upon impact. As the song continues, it next shows Momoshiki with a dark glare and eats a red fruit from his hand that leads to turning him into his final form as he roars loudly after coming through the smoke. Even though this shocks the heroes, they refuse to back down and charge at their vicious enemy, only for the alien to blow them all away with a shockwave. It then switches to the remaining 5 taking on the transformed Momoshiki, who repels them back in separate ways. He palms Izuku back and blocks a couple close-range attacks from Boruto before pushing him back with a shockwave, proceeds to fend off All Might's punches and blasts him back before dodging sword strikes from Sasuke. Next shows Naruto, in tailed beast mode, trading blows with Momoshiki across the battlefield before they collide in the air. Last panel shows the 5, all battle damaged, glaring up at the grinning Momoshiki in a stare down as the opening closes out. Chapter 48. Power of the Next General Heroes. Gazing to where the teens are and signaling them, do it, Boruto, Midoriya. Sasuke calls out. Huh. Naruto and All Might widen in surprise, which cause everyone else, including the villains and Momoshiki to gaze at where they're at. Urashiki gazes down to the teens as well. The UA student heroes prepare their attacks. Boruto forming a spiraling Rasengan while Izuku puts his left arm straight forward and preparing a smash. Hey. You know you shrimps should have just stayed hidden. Momoshiki laughs in amusement. With a leap and a mighty throw, Boruto throws his medium-sized Rasengan right at the amplified Otsutsuki, who smirks and raises his right Rinnegan palm to absorb it. As it goes, the Rasengan disappears in midair suddenly. Huh? That thing didn't even reach, huh? Urashiki laughs. Your attack is nothing but a joke, I mean it didn't even come close. Momoshiki taunts at the whiskered teen, but little did he know, everyone else knew what Boruto's Rasengan was gonna do as they saw it at the sports festival firsthand, including Tamura. But don't worry, Momoshiki continues to gloat, soon, you all will be going to the same place. Suddenly, he's struck on the side of his face. Huh? Urashiki widens, stunned at what he did. That move. Tamura knows it, callback to when Boruto used it at the sports festival. Seeing that as his smash, Izuku flicks his left index finger, releasing a powerful shockwave that helps him stagger Momoshiki back. The hell? Momoshiki staggers a few feet from a combination of Rasengan, smash. He gazes at the teens jumping down from the root to where the other heroes are. Nice shot, kids. All Might compliments. Yeah, thanks. Boruto replies and turns to gaze immediately at their adversary. Excluding the plain one, what did the fox's child do? Momoshiki wonders after regaining his position. It barely did anything, but still. With a smirk in revealing his weakness, it looks like you can't absorb what you can't see. On top of that, you can't absorb shockwaves either. Boruto grins. Momoshiki glares deeply in response. During the sports festival, Boruto altered the nature of his chakra to create a Rasengan that's different from yours. Sasuke explains, eyeing Naruto before adding this, the vanishing Rasengan is what I call it. He smiles slightly at the whiskered teen. Not like my Rasengan, as I said before. Hey, very cheeky. Naruto grins, even with the black rods still in him. It was amazing too. Izuku adds, here I had it as the invisible Rasengan. That name is so much cooler. Boruto rubs his head, going along with that name instead. In a way, that attack invisible, All Might adds. Midoriya's smash added power to the Rasengan thanks to its similar quirk use of wind. Sasuke further reveals, so overall, well done. If I do say so myself, anyway, he tells the teens. That somehow didn't quite sound like a compliment. Izuku sweat drops. Don't misunderstand, you fools. Momoshiki speaks up, grabbing their attentions. You've only managed to postpone your deaths. He creates a couple pills from his right palm Rinnegan before eating them and swallowing them whole. RRAAGGGHHHH. He powers up, aiming to obliterating everyone in one blow. As the shockwave spreads from his roar, what the hell did he do? Tamura covers from it. He seemed like he swallowed some pills to gain more power than before, Kurogiri theorizes. You've gotta be kidding me. Kuretsuchi widens. That bastard. Mirko trails. He plans to end this in one final blow. Darui theorizes. Damn it. Endeavor growls. Hawks holds his ground via twin blades. So then, Lord Momoshiki. Urashiki observes afar, ignoring the shockwave breezing through him. You're betting it all on this final attack. Boruto, you ready for another Rasengan? Naruto turns and asks his son. But dad, my Rasengan is still. Boruto trails, a little concerned. It'll be alright, the number 2 assures with a smile. He doesn't get what's on his father's mind. While Momoshiki further roars and amplifying himself, you still have one more smash in your, right young Midoriya? All Might asks down at his protege. Izuku glances at his left fist instead of his right due to still feeling pain in that from the sports festival. He looks at his master with a firm gaze. Yes. I'll give it my all. With his leg palm over his right, Boruto forms his medium-sized Rasengan again and raises it in his right, but this time, Naruto kneels and puts his own right hand underneath his son's and in a surprising turn, he begins to expand Boruto's blue sphere and raises it high for him as it's now a gigantic spiraling Rasengan. Whoa. Izuku gazes widely at this expanding sphere in front of them in surprise, along with everyone else there, while All Might and Sasuke smile as they look on. During the expansion, Boruto sees glimpses of a few people from Naruto's past who also helped with the latter's Rasengan, being Jiraiya, Kushima, Neji, Minato, All Might during his prime, a teenage Sasuke, and the rest of the younger versions of the current heroes today, standing behind a kid version of Naruto who grins widely. With a wide glow in his eyes, this weight is so heavy. Boruto is speechless, being the most surprised at this massive sphere above his right palm as Naruto lets go to let him feel the weight, so this is dad's. He put so much into this, he trails in closing his eyes before opening them again, this time, with small, slight tears from his eyes. What did it take to get this big? He wonders inwardly as he sees Naruto grin widely and believing in. Moved and encouraged by this, Boruto smiles back, getting rid of the small tears before turning and smirking firmly up at Momoshiki, declaring, I don't feel like losing now. Hey. Momoshiki laughs in taunt, it doesn't matter how many big techniques you do, it's useless. With his blade out, Sasuke stands ready in front of Boruto, along with All Might and Izuku. This might be obvious to know, but All Might trails, fists ready. We only got one shot to pull this off. Sasuke finishes, let's finish this. Right. Izuku nods, in battle position. Yeah, Boruto exclaims in ready as well, before camouflaging the Rasengan with a turn of his right hand. Momoshiki isn't fazed in the slightest and fires off multiple black rods his enemies. In response, Sasuke and All Might dash forward, with Izuku being the last to do so after activating the last of his full cowling. The Uchiha blocks every rod that was fired with amazing swordplay as the bulk hero swoops around and gets behind Momoshiki to try and land a Detroit smash, but to no avail as the amplified alien catches his right fist and delivers a palm blast to his chest. Gawk! All Might exclaims in pain, sent flying into a tree root. Izuku sees his idol taken out and winces at starting to feel the backlash of full cowling. Only 5 seconds to keep this up. I can do this. He follows a distance behind Sasuke, who jumps in the air and throws his blade down at the Otsutsuki, who moves his head to dodge and let the blade hit the ground. However, Sasuke uses his Rinnegan to switch places with his sword and appears behind Momoshiki with a Chidori surging through his one arm. At that time, a Boruto clone comes in midair and grabs Sasuke's blade before doing a fast spin and throwing it down at Momoshiki. Such trivial moves. The alien catches the blade with his left hand and prepares to use his right-palmed red Rinnegan to try and absorb Sasuke's Chidori. However, the number 3 hero uses his own Rinnegan to swap the places of the blade in his lightning, with Momoshiki having the lightning on his left palm while Sasuke reclaims his sword and stabs Momoshiki's right palm Rinnegan I. Guh. He exclaims in pain as the sword is taken out of him by the Uchiha. Midoriya. Sasuke signals. Zooming in front of him with his left fist surging with red lines and green bioelectricity, Izuku exclaims loudly at going full power. SMMAAASSSHHH. He connects to Momoshiki's face, making the alien tilt his head back, but not by much. The result leaves him with a broken left arm, but he didn't care as he kept a firm glare with his fist still connected to the alien's face. Annoyed with their persistence and not all affected by Midoriya's smash, enough, Momoshiki roars, striking a punch to Izuku gut, fires a rod that takes out Boruto's clown, and throws multiple rods that strike Sasuke in the waist and his one arm before Momoshiki delivers a powerful axe kick that sends him flying. Arg! Sasuke grunts upon crashing into the root. GWAK. The freckled teen also grunts in pain, sent flying back, and before he could crash into the root behind, Hawks flies over just in time and catches the one for all user. I got you, he assures. Thanks. Izuku groans before gazing ahead. We created an opening. Go for it, he trails. The rest is up to you now. Sasuke trails as well. Boruto. They both exclaim in signaling. From afar, 4 clones skyrocket the real Boruto, via gale palm, toward the opened Momoshiki, and upon getting close, he delivers an axe punch to the alien's gut as soon as the latter turned around. However, it did nothing and Momoshiki proceeds to grab the whiskered teen, Gu, by the collar of his shirt, with his feet hanging off the root. Such impudence, so those 3 were just decoys. HMPH, Momoshiki smirks and taunts, unfortunately for you, your little plan didn't work. Hey. Even while being lifted up, Boruto smirks back, confusing the alien. Guess we'll just see about that. He utters before Momoshiki impales him through the throat with a black rod from his left palm, but it's revealed to be a clone as it puffed in smoke. Momoshiki smirks as an assault of 5 shadow clones launched an attack. However, the amplified alien grins this off and proceeds to dominate all 5 clones easily. Dodge an axe punch before palming one in the face, elbows the second, pushes away 2 who tried to attack and impales them both, and axe kicks the last one. Hey. Ha! Boruto reveals himself and dashes with a medium Rasengan on his right palm. Are you the real one? Momoshiki exclaims into himself impale him. However, Boruto predicts at the right time and blocks off his left arm in dodging the rod, and in a surprising twist, his Jogan activates as he grimaced fiercely. This causes Momoshiki to glare down angrily, and after slow motion, he impales Boruto, but that's a clone as well, and the Rasengan was left behind as it connects to Momoshiki's gut, barely staggering him. TCH. The alien is annoyed with the constant decoys. Where are you looking? I'm right here. The real Boruto appears in high air and undoes the camouflage to reveal the gigantic Rasengan sphere above his palm. This is it, All Might inwardly says, from his root crash. One shot. Sasuke as well. Get him, Boruto. Izuku cheers. Do it, Boruto. Naruto smiles as he watches. Rasengan. Boruto roars out, bringing it down on the transformed Otsutsuki. Night. Momoshiki quickly uses a red sphere in the form of Sphere Rasengan and expands it to match the size of Boruto's Rasengan, leaving the 2 spheres to clash. TCH. That was actually pretty close, but I'm not gonna let you land a hit on me again. I'm not done yet, Boruto shouts out, pushing his Rasengan against Momoshiki's Ra. Go Oa. The alien battle cries as well, further intensifying the clash and shockwaves being sent around the battlefield. Everyone covers from the radius of these 2 final attacks, including Urashiki, Tamura, Kurogiri, and the 2 shins. This is nothing to me, you fool, Momoshiki roars out in rage. I'm Momoshiki OTSUTSTUKI. His red sphere begins to overpower Boruto's sphere, and the result of that causes the teen's right sleeve to tear apart and his arm skins off badly, right up to his shoulder. But despite that, Boruto refuses to give up. DWUA. He battle cries further, I won't lose, count on IT. He begins pushing through the alien's red Rasengan. I'm gonna go beyond. This time his attack overtakes Momoshiki's, plus. He continues as the alien widens his eyes in shock as his red blast is obliterated through Ultra. Boruto roars loudly. His gigantic blue sphere strikes Momoshiki completely. Gua. Momoshiki shouts in pain, fully hit by the blow with no way to escape or absorb it. No. I can't be defeated like this. Ha. Boruto continues to persevere with his battle cry as the Jogan glows bright blue and remains active. In one final move, the whiskered teen turns his wound right hand sideways, adding a spiraling spin to his sphere that begins to kill the Otsutsuki. RRROAGHH, Momoshiki screams in agony one last time. The sphere launches him through the remains of the divine tree, destroying it, and plummets him upward, all the way through the sky, which clears the clouds, and above Earth where he meets his end, as the Rasengan explodes, leaving no trace of Momoshiki's body. Hence, the Otsutsuki is completely eliminated. As a hole is opened in the clouds, a big shockwave is sent through the otherworld dimension as a result, leaving everyone shocked and amazed at what just happened. By the time the dust and shockwaves do clear, he pulled it off. Hawks widens in a grin, flying down before setting Izuku down, who immediately goes up the tree root to his best friend, despite wincing from the pain in his broken left arm. Yes. Chojuro grins, while Kuretsuchi chuckles. This battle is ours. Edgeshot nods, arms crossed. Barely. That was the strongest enemy we've faced, Genus said. Indeed, Gaara nods, before glancing up at Boruto. Magnificent, he smiles. After landing on the ground by his backside, *pant. Boruto huffs in exhaustion, sitting up from his position. OOWW. He widens in looking around, questioning, did I do it? You did it, Boruto. The freckled teen makes it up to where he is, but winces a little due to his broken left arm. Izuku. He turns around to his best friend, you good? Somehow. Thanks. He smiles and nods. That was an amazing display of power, you really took that guy out, he beams. Well, I couldn't have done it without some help. From you, Phantom, All Might. And especially Dad. Boruto smiles in relief, recalling to how Naruto used his own chakra to expand his Rasengan. I may have dealt the killing blow. But this victory goes to all of us, regardless. Yeah. Izuku agrees in a smile. Plus, from what I've been seeing, you're starting to have more control over One for All. Boruto noticed, grinning proudly. Keep it up, and your days of breaking bones are over. Wow, you're right. He gets what he means and smiles at the thought of it. Meanwhile, Urashiki gazes down at the UA student heroes from above, with his Baikugan active, commenting, Lord Momoshiki got taken down by the blonde one. Adding to the power that the plain one also possessed. He grimaces, reading his road right away. It's best to just eliminate those two right now. Before he could think about launching multiple fishing hooks, Endeavor and Mirko show up en route to intercept the fisherman, with Endeavor flying and aiming to fire punch the alien, who barely dodges out. He sees Mirko going for an axe kick via Luna Rush, but the alien uses the last of Eijiro's hardening quirk to fend off that strike, and as he goes to strike her with his rod, only for her to jump back. By the time each of the two regroup, Urashiki peeks half his body out the portal, glaring down. You don't know when to give up, do you? Of course we don't, obviously, Mirko remarks. You might as well get out of there, lower your weapon, and surrender. Exactly what she said, so comply or you'll be incinerated here, just like your friend. Endeavor adds, referring to Momoshiki. Don't push your luck, heroes. Urashiki smirks, with Lord Momoshiki gone now, I have no further use in sticking around here. He adds, we'll settle the score some other time. He marks this as final words to them, adios. He slips right back into his closing portal before the two could stop him. Rats, Mirko scoffs. He got away, again, Endeavor sneers. At the same time, Tamura and the other villains gaze up at seeing the fisherman Otsutsuki leave, with the hand mask villain deciding, screw this. He grumbles, glaring, the plan to kill both sides at their weakest was for nothing. The one with the white long hair is now dead. Adult Shin reminds, be grateful for that, Shigaraki. Yet the heroes and that other on that escaped are still up and running, fool. Tamura sneers back at him, also referring to Urashiki, not to mention that brat, Uzumaki. He sneers in a glare at the earlier sight of Boruto taking Momoshiki down. You got that right. Darui and Kakashi arrive on the opposite of the field at where they're at. You villains will be dealt with here and now. Adding on to the fact that you interfered and almost made us lose the battle. Kakashi adds, we'll force you to surrender if you won't do it willingly. He takes out a medium-sized knife. Goo. Tamura grumbles. What should we do? Kurogiri asks. We'll withdraw for today, obviously. He replies, we already observed enough for now. He adds, which makes the purple villain open a portal behind them. Not so fast. Kakashi and Darui rush at them off the bat. No you don't. Adult Shin fires off weapons of knives from under his cloak, forcing the two pros to resort to blocking those multiple projectiles off. After they got through all that, they were too late to stop the villains as they go into Kurogiri's portal and successfully retreat from the dimension. Damn, they got away, again. Darui lowers his weapon in a scoff. Yeah. But for now, Kakashi said, putting his knife in his white cloak, before gazing to where Boruto and Izuku are. A full-scale battle was just won. By UA students no less. He smiles under his mask. Meanwhile the rods disappear off of Sasuke and Naruto, while All Might recovers from his crash as well. As they regroup, all three smile at Boruto's triumph. HMPH. Sasuke slightly smiles, the true essence of a hero always remains the same. No matter how much the times themselves may change. Indeed, it's about going beyond and plus ultra. Never gets old. All Might adds to that with his signature grin. You're right about that. Naruto agrees. Sasuke turns and looks forward at the UA teens comparing, aside from Midoriya's obvious comparison to All Might here. Boruto's just like you, Naruto. He glances back to the Firefox hero. No kidding. Naruto laughs, along with the number one hero. Told you so, loser. Sasuke said, hand on hip, and you're a mess. Right? All Might chuckles. Look who's talking, Naruto replies. Least we can still stand on my feet. Sasuke smirks, as All Might gives him a hand up. As for the match we had. I say I win this one. I guess so. Naruto grins sarcastically, totaling all the matches we had till today. Let's say we're even. He adds, causing a slight smile from the Phantom hero. Usual rivalry. All Might shrugs in a sigh, before steam starts to pour out from his body, which the two notice. Time's almost up in this form. He looks at his steaming arm. You overdid it again, big guy, Naruto said, hands on hips. No surprises there. Sasuke sighs. In order to have kept up with you guys, who only used half of your strengths, I had to go full power to not get left behind. All Might admits, looking at his hand, I'm well past at my prime, and I've gotten weaker. He gazed up back at them, but you two are the prime versions of me and in truth. One of you should be the number 1, symbol of peace. The number 2 and 3 glance with grimaces before Naruto assures with a smile, there's no need to count yourself out the game yet, ya know? Despite your injury, everyone still sees you as their symbol of peace. He adds, even I looked up to y'all when I was a kid, so keep doing what you do best for everyone's sake. He thumbs up, surprising the number 1 hero. Besides, I have no intention of being called the symbol of anything, especially after some events from the past. Sasuke said, hand on hip, recalling some of his past actions, so have it all to yourself. All Might gazes a little wide, but grins anyway and getting what they mean, hey, I understand. He adds, I'll continue to give it my all for the remainder of my title as number 1. Now you're talking. Naruto grins in approval of his answer before they glance forward up at the 2 teen heroes. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark as he thinks of hero killer Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. As the wind blows, Boruto gazed upon thinking that he saw something swoop by in a quick manner, which makes the whiskered teen take a leap up to another route. Boruto. Izuku gazes in confusion as to why he's moving ahead. Upon getting up there, the blonde gazes at his own right palm, gazing back up and questioning, what is this feeling? Hey, young Midoriya, Uzumaki. All Might calls out, we're about to go home. Ah, coming. Izuku replies, we should go too, Boruto, he calls out. I'll be right there, his best friend replies, going to jump off the route he's on. Or so he thought. Until he saw something swoop by once again, he looks around again to see nothing there, must be my imagination? This is when he hears a familiar voice in the air, can you sense my presence, human child? With his Jogan eye activated on its own, what the, Momoshiki? Boruto widens, quickly turns around and looks upward in shock to see it being none other than Momoshiki sitting up the edge of the destroyed route and gazing down at the young Uzumaki. This time, the Otsutsuki is back in normal form, but his hair is no longer in a ponytail and blows freely, adding to that, he's now barefooted. While sitting with his leg over the other, HMPH. I see. You have the blood of one with the Byakugan in you. And you have strongly inherited the power of the Otsutsuki. Momoshiki speaks calmly, however, you are still an inexperienced lad. Nike. Immediately turning to the others, Izuku, Dad, we're in trouble. Boruto exclaims quickly, he's still. Huh? Before he could say more, he notices something wrong with the surroundings, as if everyone has stopped in place, guys. He inwardly thinks in shock, what is this? Something's wrong. It's as if. He confirms this, it's as if time has stopped. He sweats and stunned at seeing this. Suddenly, Momoshiki appears right behind him, speaking, even with the power I possess and the Byakugan. I am unable to foresee my own fate. The whiskered teen tries to move, but finds out that he's unable to, my body. I can't move. On the other hand, you cannot see through your own fated destiny, the alien continues. Having had enough, why you? Boruto glares at the alien behind him, what's with this stuff about fate? You said the same thing with Izuku earlier. Before he could finish, Momoshiki appears in front of him this time. You mean the plain-looking one? His role will come to fruition eventually. But you, with his Byakugan activated and veins popping out, I can see yours very clearly. He adds in warning, beware. Those blue eyes shall eventually. He smirks in declaring this, take everything from you. Boruto widens at hearing this, not knowing what that means. And be self-aware. Momoshiki goes on to grab his right arm, those who defeat gods can no longer remain ordinary individuals. What the hell are you talking about? Boruto exclaims, seriously. Reflect well upon thy fate. As you proceed in life. Momoshiki voices as he begins to fade away, human child. He only gazes as Momoshiki's body completely disappears in front of him, leaving the teen puzzled by the alien's prophecy. With that said, time starts to flow normally upon the surroundings, and as the sun raises through the clouds and the wind blowing, Boruto puts his injured right hand over his right eye, in deep thought. Boruto? Izuku utters out, for some reason, knowing that he's in his own mind and senses that something isn't right. Sasuke does too, however, unlike the others, he wasn't affected by time being stopped thanks to possessing the Rinnegan, thus, was able to see Boruto and Momoshiki's conversation, which leaves him the Phantom Eye hero in thought at hearing that as well. What's wrong, Sasuke? Naruto notices his expression. Nothing. He replies just fine. Taking his injured hand off his right eye, human child, huh? Boruto trails, looking at the center of his right palm to find a diamond-shaped mark implanted there. With a gaze of no concern, he mutters this, yeah, that's right. Screw this shit about fate and destiny. He closes his burnt palm firmly. At the end of the day, I'm still a hero, he declares, looking up at the sunlight. Little did the whiskered teen know, this mark that Momoshiki implanted on him would play a major role in his hero path in the future, as well as the prophecy of him losing everything, starting now. The battle against Momoshiki comes to an end, with the heroes emerging victorious while the League of Villain and Arashiki make their retreats elsewhere. In addition, Boruto now has the infamous mark implanted on him. Next chapter is the wrap-up of the Otsutsuki invasion versus Momoshiki arc. Thanks for reading, and until next time, 805 Chapter 49. Aftermath, Otsutsuki invasion. With the battle against the three Otsutsuki now over, the pro-heroes and teen heroes make it back to the UA grounds where everyone else is waiting, the teachers, Nezu, Kankuro, Sarada, Shoto, Shinki, Bakugo, as well as Hinata and Himawari. As they're all out the portal, Shota and the four present students noticed Boruto's burned up right arm and Izuku's broken left arm, and a couple fingers. Uzumaki and Midoriya. The former bandaged teacher comments as he walks up a bit, you two deliberately went with them without permission and ended up having injuries as a result. Shota glares, not pleased, causing Izuku and Boruto to look down, away, guilty of that for sure. If they hadn't come along when they did. Sasuke chimes in, then things would have been rather disastrous. Huh? Shota glances in surprise at Phantom Eye, so do the rest. He's right, Yano. Hawks adds, thanks to their valiant and last resort efforts, we triumphed in defeating Momoshiki. He adds, further shocking everyone. Naruto grins with a hand to his hip and All Might does the same with a thumbs up to further that up. What? Are you serious? Katsuki widens in a shake, and there's no way he can speak in denial as he gazed at Boruto's burned arm and Izuku's broken arm. Hence, those injuries were proof that they played a big role during the Otsutsuki battle. Well. Nezu speaks up, the important thing is, you all got back safely and did a job well done in taking down our enemy. He smiles, thank you. The pleasure is ours. Naruto replies and nods. With that said, they begin to settle down and officially welcome them back. Sarada and Sakura have a group hug with Sasuke. Shoto still glares and avoids his dad, Endeavor, who does the same, but doesn't speak a word about being ignored. Thank goodness. Hinata hugs Naruto, with tears of relief. Yeah. He smiles. She immediately hugs her son and the freckled teen as well, and I'm glad you're both back safe. Ouch. Izuku winces a little from being hugged tightly. Stop, Mom. Boruto winces just as much. Daddy, Himawari hops up and hugs, which Naruto happily returns it. While Kankuro speaks with Gaara, Shinki glances over at Boruto, even with a straight face. He's still in disbelief of him standing up to a powerful foe that should have been impossible to defeat, especially if they were students. Are you okay, big brother? Himawari asks. Oh, this is nothing. Boruto smiles, moving his brunt arm around a little as proof and unbothered by it. Lucky you. Izuku sighs, holding his broken left arm. I won't be moving my arms around for a while. Don't worry about it, you'll be moving them in no time. Boruto assures, knowing that Sakura and Recovery Girl will have his arms covered. With the battle now over, UA begins to settle down, but starting from today, there was going to be catastrophe going forward. Opening 4, Spiral. By Kana Boon starts with the setting of where the battle against the Otsutsukis take place, the Otherworld Divine Tree. Next shows a portal from the dark sky and from it, the top 9 in Cage heroes, All Might, Edgeshot, Darui, Best Jeanist, Chojuro, Mirko, Kuretsuchi, Gaara, Kakashi, Endeavor, Hawks, and Sasuke. All lunge downward. In addition, the last two to peer out the portal is Boruto and Izuku, with firm and unwavering expressions as they join on the battlefield too. The logo then appears to kick things off just as they land on the ground. As the song plays, their sights gaze upwards at the flying Otsutsuki trio, Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki. The former of the three grins and fires a phoenix firebird down at them all, causing the gang to scatter in the explosion. When the smoke clears, the two UA students look behind them to see that Naruto caught them from the impact, which they smile too. The next one shows the rest together before charging at the levitating aliens to engage in battle. Then it shows the separate battles between the heroes and Otsutsuki. Boruto and Izuku attacking Urashiki while the fisherman blocks, dodges their blows with a grin before the latter avoids a purple lightning strike from Kakashi, blocking an axe kick from Mirko, and blocks Darui's sword with his fishing rod. Next shows Kinshiki blocking off Chojuro before flying up from Kuretsuchi's earth trap and easily slashing through Genist fiber via axe while in midair, just as Endeavor comes at him with a Hellblaze fist and Edgeshot attacking as well with hand signs. Then switches to Gaara's sand trying to catching Momoshiki, along with multiple feathers launched by hawks. But they're dodged by the alien who uses a black rod to block Sasuke's incoming blade before backing off and dodging a smash attack from All Might. It next shows Momoshiki turning behind him to find Naruto above him with a chakra-enhanced punch, which then caused an explosion on the battlefield upon impact. As the song continues, it next shows Momoshiki with a dark glare and eats a red fruit from his hand that leads to turning him into his final form as he roars loudly after coming through the smoke. Even though this shocks the heroes, they refuse to back down and charge at their vicious enemy, only for the alien to blow them all away with a shockwave. It then switches to the remaining 5 taking on the transformed Momoshiki, who repels them back in separate ways. He palms Izuku back and blocks a couple close-range attacks from Boruto before pushing him back with a shockwave, proceeds to fend off All Might's punches and blasts him back before dodging sword strikes from Sasuke. Next shows Naruto, in tailed beast mode, trading blows with Momoshiki across the battlefield before they collide in the air. Last panel shows the 5, all battle damaged, glaring up at the grinning Momoshiki in a stare down as the opening closes out. Chapter 49. Aftermath, Otsutsuki Invasion. During the next few days, the damage that was caused by the Otsutsuki begun to revert back to normal after a while as things began to up and run again around UA. As well as the sports festival being over, everyone else's injuries are almost recovered, including Shota, who's no longer wrapped in bandages. However, the Eraser hero didn't let Izuku or Boruto off the hook for going with the pros without his consent and scolds the two in his office. This is considered a violation of the rules in this hero society law. What you both did was still reckless, no matter the reason. Shota gazes deeply at the two teens, who could do nothing but flinch a couple times in hearing the criticism they're receiving. Your injuries could have been worse and that would have been on our hands in the worst way possible. He refers to UA as a whole before taking one exhale. However, if it wasn't for Sasuke informing me that he gave you 2 permission to fight, and Firefox and All Might saying you dealt the finishing blow to Momoshiki. He looks at Boruto, who did just that. Shota then glares with red eyes in saying this. Then both of you would have been staying after classes for a month to do extra work in sessions, he states seriously. This dramatically spooks to 2. So instead, I'll restrict your punishments to 1 week of after-school sessions. Shota continues, and scolds this one last time, but this doesn't mean that you can do this stunt again. Because next time, it'll lead to grave consequences. He asks this, have I made myself clear? He glares. Why yes sir, Izuku stammers. Absolutely, Boruto stands in attention. With his gaze turning back to a relaxed one as if nothing happens, alright then. Go to the infirmary to have your wounds healed by Recovery Girl and Med Women before your little interviews. He adds, and make sure to start getting prepared for when classes resume. He adds, you're dismissed. He's laid back all of a sudden. The teens exclaim inwardly in being taken back. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, I'm thinking this isn't the end of things with them, is it? Nezu asks. My thoughts exactly. Naruto adds, one of them got away until after the battle. Young Uzumaki and Midoriya said he calls himself Urashiki. All Might said, in skeletal form, we need to figure out what his next moves are, now that his friends are dead. As long as he, or any other beings like him out there, targeting quirks from this land, I'm sure we can expect them to attack again. Shikamaru said, hands in pockets. We just have to keep investigating the ruins left by Kagaya for now, Naruto said. I'll deal with tracking down Urashiki in the meantime, Sasuke chimes. Yeah, but you better be extra careful. Shikamaru advises, according to Hawks, Gaara, and the others, he hasn't revealed his true power yet. What he said. They turn to Hawks walking in, his abilities are pretty hard to predict. Heck, he didn't use half of his powers on Uzumaki and Midoriya when they fought him last, he adds. I know. Sasuke nods, before going for the door, I'll see you all later. Leaving already? Hawks asks, narrowed brow. Yeah, I'm the only one who can track him, he replies. Now that you mentioned it, we also have the League of Villains' involvement in this. All Might brings up, the warp villain and the guy with the Sharingans on his head can also use teleportation quirks to go into other dimensions. He recalls, hence, you're not the only one who could track Urashiki down. He right, they could be hindrances in your search for him, Naruto adds. They won't be a problem. Sasuke remains unconcerned, I'll make quick work of them if I ever come across them. Right. Nezu nods, in advance, we'll need to strengthen UA's security system to prevent another attack, like the USJ or the invasion by Otsutsuki. He adds, protecting our students is top priority. Yeah, we still have to deal with the villains too, Shikamaru said. Making the League and Urashiki our main enemies to catch and put in custody, Hawks adds. Then I'm off. Sasuke walks toward the door. You could rest up a little, Yano? I mean, with Sarada and Sakura. Naruto rubs his head awkwardly. You're in no position to talk. Phantom Eye remarks calmly in final before walking out and closing the door, causing Naruto to chuckle awkwardly. Speaking of which, we got word that Killer B returned to Esua, Shikamaru reveals. Old Man B is alright, thank goodness, Naruto sighs in relief. He had us worried there for a second, All Might sighs. That's good news. Nezu said before they continue another topic. On another serious note, even though the battle against Momoshiki was won, the declaration he made after the sports festival still spreads around as we speak. Yes. Hawks trails. Exactly, All Might too. If there's more of these beings like Kagaya out there, we must prepare for them in the best way we can possible, Naruto said, firmly. On the news. The newswomen begins, and so, thanks to the efforts of the top pro heroes and cage heroes, The incident that occurred after the ending of the sports festival has now been resolved. She adds, joining us today are two young heroes from UA High, who were both caught up in the incident and at the scene. She talks as Boruto and Izuku are sitting down in separate chairs, with their injured arms in bandages after having Sakura and Chio check on them, and one of them just so happens to be the winner of the recent sports festival. She smiles and glancing at Boruto before she continues, let's talk with them now. She begins asking a couple questions about their experience during the Otsutsuki incident, which they answer positively without any problem. While watching from a room, they're the stars of the show right now, aren't they? Mariko grins. TCH. Endeavor looks away in a grumble with arms crossed. What's up with you, Endeavor? Darui asks. This kinda bugs me. He trails, confusing them, even though we won the fight, that Uzumaki kid was the one who really got the finish blow in on our enemy. Even though, it should have been top pros like us to do it. Instead of leaving it to a high schooler to do it. He adds, even that Midoriya kid planned a couple blows, he scoffs. Oh come on, no need to get worked up, this was a great feat for them, especially Uzumaki, Chojuro said. You got that right, these two were really out here in the field and this would be considered their accomplishment as real heroes, for now, Edgeshot adds. True, but considering they snuck in the other world with us, they won't be off that easily the next time. Genist said, knowing that the teens, as well as other UA students will be knowing more about the regulation and laws of quirks and being heroes in other areas. I get what you mean, which is true, Kakashi said, but for now, he looks back at the TV, let them enjoy this moment recognition from the public. Back to the news, so what do you two think is the most important thing about being a hero? The newswoman asks them one more question, with Izuku answering first. Well, it would be saving people from harm's way with a smile to assure them that they're safe. Just like how All Might does, he finishes. To add to that, it's teamwork and perseverance to help keep the environment safe from villains at every corner. Boruto said, and you know, my dad says, what's up here doesn't matter as much as what you know and feel here, he points to her chest in addition. I see, how inspiring. The newswoman likes that. After finishing that question, thank you too for coming today. She adds, we look forward to your future endeavors. With that, the live news report wraps up. Villain's Hideout Bar. It's great to see you four back in one piece. The master speaks to Tamura, Kurogiri, and two Shins, who've just arrived through the warp villain's portal, anything to report. The enemy that the heroes called Momoshiki was just defeated. Kurogiri informs, but one of his colleagues that contains a fishing rod got away amongst the chaos. The leader trails in thinking, but does approve at hearing that, well for the most part, that's good news. He adds, I guess sometimes it's best if we let the heroes take out adversaries like them to make it easier for us to execute what we plan. Tamura glances in mad thought. What's on your mind, Tamura? His master notices his protege's pissed of expression. That was our chance to kill them all. He grumbles madly, scratching his neck in addition, every last one of them were exhausted and used up all their powers. He then turns his angry glare to the Shins, if it weren't for you two red-eye idiots messing up at that moment, they'd be dead. Say that again. Teen Shin glares, shooting back a glare, if you knew that Momoshiki guy could absorb quirks, then why didn't you say anything? Pretty ignorant on her part. With the commotion that went on after that festival, of course those damn cameras wouldn't get a clear angle on those Otsutsuki bastards, especially throughout the whole thing, you brat. Tamura argues. Don't give us that vague excuse, Shigaraki. Adult Shin chimes in, doesn't matter the case of some little recording, you still saw some of that commotion while we didn't. Why? Because we were busy tailing the hero killer. He adds straight up this time, if you had told us about that guy's absorption, then we wouldn't have resorted to fire, hence, this is your fault. Kurogiri doesn't like where this argument is going as he looks over to see Shigaraki begin to scratch his neck aggravatingly. My fault? You say? He tilts his head angrily, who are the ones who chose to be imbeciles and couldn't listen to the simplest thing when I specifically said to let the Nomus do the finishing blow. He shouts at the Shins, lowering his hand off his scratching neck, and you have the nerve to say it's my fault. He twitches his right hand with killing intent. I didn't have to explain crap at that moment when you two red-eyed cretins don't have the slightest ounce of common sense. Tamura exclaims and goes to attack the two Uchihas, intent on turning them to dust, however. Adult Shin manages to catch both of the hand mask villain's hands before it could touch them. I had a feel you'd try something like that. Don't even think about it, he sneers. Let go, you gum-less bastard. Tamura sneers, trying to kill them for real, but only for Teen Shin to point his blade up at the villain's neck, glaring and ready to kill the hand mask villain if need be. Then back off. Adult Shin remarks, seriously. Calm down, everyone. Kurogiri was about to take action and separate them until all of you, at ease. The master speaks up, enough for them all to hear, the time for bickering isn't on our side. He comments next, but Shin. He speaks to them both specifically, if you were to lay harm to Tamura. Then I'm afraid I won't tolerate that. He speaks in a sinister and fretting manner. If so, then tell this hand-faced cretin to back off. Adult Shin argues and counters, still having a hold of Tamura's arms while Teen Shin still has his medium-sized blade pointed at the latter's neck. Say that again. Tamura sneers. The master then orders after a few seconds of silence, stand down for now, Tamura. He adds, killing off an ally wouldn't be of best interest. TCH. Tamura reluctantly agrees while glaring at both Shins. As the teen one recedes his blade, Adult Shin lets go of his arm, letting him step back. HMPH. The Uchiha turns around, walking towards the door, let's go, Shin. We're going for a walk. Right. Kid Shin complies, glaring back at Tamura before following his dad out the bar. Phew. Kurogiri sighs in relief, that should give us all some time to cool off. Yes. The master agrees, but in a tone of unsatisfactory. Screw them. Tamura still growls under his breath. In the hallway, adult Shin marches fast, with his son keeping up with his pace from behind. Stay focused, Shin. They've clearly forgotten the reason why we bothered to team up with their cheap-ass League of Villain group. He adds, with their goal being to kill off Sasuke and take Sarada's Sharingan eyes. With the way it's going, he isn't pleased. So what do we do? His son asks. We'll stick with them for a little while longer, but when I give the word, we're leaving this little charade group behind. Adult Shin swears it, as it stands. They're useless in aiding us at getting Sarada Uchiha's Sharingan and kill off Phantom Eye. He states in final as they walk on. Back inside the bar, is there anything else to report on the battle? The master asks. Tamura remembers one stunning thing of all. Oh, that's right. Boruto Uzumaki. He finished off that Momoshiki guy in one big hit. He did, As for that other brat, Izuku Midoriya, it's no doubt that his powers are similar to that of All Mights. Tamura voices again like before. After seeing the extent of their powers at the sports festival, I did say they would be obstacles that you'd have to overcome, Tamura, especially Boruto Uzumaki, since he finished off a powerful foe. Right. Tamura replies, definitely in agreement, swearing to show his role as the symbol of fear the next time he crosses paths with them. Meanwhile, after signing off on the interview and seeing Izuku off as he left, Boruto wanders around until he hears the number 3 get his attention. Boruto. He turns to see Sasuke, leaning back against the wall with a smile. Phantom Eye. The whiskered teen's surprised to see him there and runs over. We have to talk. He reveals about that sensation you felt after battling Momoshiki, as well as the conversation you had with him at that time. So you know. Boruto gazes, in a little surprise at him knowing about his talk with Momoshiki when time was stopped and everything. They then head to another area to talk privately, before the blonde teen explains, well about that. He looks down at his bandaged right palm that has the diamond symbol in it. I don't feel weird or anything, and ever since then, I haven't seen him at all. He refers to the deceased Momoshiki, and I haven't been paralyzed in one spot since then either. Sasuke gets what he means, but proceeds to reveal that wasn't something as simple as paralysis. He continues, while leaning back against the wall, it felt as if time itself had been stopped. He adds, apart from you, who he was in direct contact with, him, and me, who was watching with the Rinnegan. None had any realization at all as to what had happened. Boruto gazes at his right palm in concern. I'm not saying this to try to scare you or anything. But what's happening to your body is not normal. Sasuke states, you need to be on guard. He advises, especially that seal on your palm. I'll start looking into it on my own. But if you feel anything strange at all, let me know immediately, got it? The whiskered teen gets it before closing his fist and smiles positively. No use brooding about it now, I'm just gonna focus on what's right in front of me. He declares firmly, oh, just in case it does happen, I'll need your contact number. Boruto suggests with a grin, since I'll have no idea where you're on regular basis. Fair enough. Sasuke gets it, getting his phone out and doing the number exchange. Elsewhere, after watching Momoshiki's declaration on his pad, a middle-aged man with a long, pointed nose, obtruding chin, as well as small, dark eyes, orange-brownish hair and a black-green dress shirt with black pants. He turned off the pad before taking a sip of wine. Behind him was a tall, lanky man with shiny black hair reaching down to his waist, with a neat fringe hanging over his eyes, straight teeth, and a long-sleeved black turtleneck shirt with a black formal jacket, dark pants. So, what are your thoughts on this? This is some gruesome stuff, truly. He replies, even though our focus isn't on the heroes, these beings that call themselves Otsutsuki are threats that need to be taken care of. He adds with a smirk and a thumb to his head, in Destro's name, he declared. In other parts of the underworld from all around, Momoshiki's declaration spread like wildfire throughout Japan. A few of the major villains are seen. In a wrecked-down fieldhouse, a man with a muscular build, spiky, short blonde hair, and wearing a hooded cloak with a white hockey mask, chokes out a civilian and snaps his neck, all while chuckling and licking his lips under his mask. In a tunnel, a girl with school uniform clothes on kills 2 civilians, having their blood splashed on the wall and her knife, as she grins psychopathically. In the alley, a young man with burnt, gnarled scars down to the low side of his face and neck, stumbles upon 3 thugs who point guns at him, but he easily kills them by blow blue flames at them. After that he proceeds by their corpses with an emotionless face and without a care. A guy with a black straitjacket suit encompassing his entire body and only having his mouth exposed, is standing over the bodies of his 5 impaled victims, groaning like a zombie all the while. In Hosu, Hero Killer Stain stands on a building and looks over the view of the city after watching the news on the big screen of Momoshiki's statement. As the wind blows, he likes some blood off his knife and goes to kill off his next target. At a Yakuza hideout, a young man with pale skin, short build, a plague doctor mask, lobe piercings in his left ear, with irises small and gold eyes, long lower eyelashes and small eyebrows. Wears a black dress shirt, matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist. He huffs after watching the alien's declaration. These Otsutsuki are starting to rise up the totem pole compared to the rest of us in the underworld. He adds after turning off the TV, all the more reason to remove them from the equation, he proclaims. Ending 5, Laika. by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark as he thinks of hero killer Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. Elsewhere, in a hideout. In the darkness of the place, 9 figures, each wearing black cloaks and having Roman number tattoos under them, walk towards a board that have multiple mysterious symbols. The leader steps up in the front, putting a sheet of another diamond symbol to the boarded ones, connecting them, before speaking. The speech that you displayed sparked a lot of things in the underworld. Momoshiki. Under the cloak, a man with a symbol on his chin, keeps a stern face. In comparison, his symbol is similar to the one the Boruto previously received from the deceased alien. He continues, nevertheless, we're proceeding with the plan. With no delay, he announces to the rest of his subordinates in cloaks, with all of them on board with the current plan. Otherworld dimension. Boruto Uzumaki. Urashiki speaks, sitting on top of a humongous root that was blasted during the battle with Momoshiki. I see. So that's who Mr. Denari was observing. He adds, with his fishing rod hanging over his right shoulder, as for the plain one. Izuku Midoriya. He adds him, having gotten some intel, I'll need to dig for some intel on his quirk to see what it's fully capable of. He decides before voicing, after what transpired, those two will pose as threats to deal with in the future. He smirks, it would be best to take preemptive measures now. Or rather, he grins, nah, either way, it's going to be quite interesting from here on out. He laughs sinisterly as he opens a portal and leaves the area to go into hiding for a while. With that said, the Otsutsuki invasion arc is done. I enjoyed giving more build-up and expansions in this arc than it was in canon. Some major villains have been revealed in this chapter and you guys can expect Urashiki to be a better villain here than in the anime. Now we're on to the internships and Hero Killer Stain arc. Thanks for reading and until next time. 805 Chapter 50. Hero Names and Upcoming Internships. Now we're back with another chapter of Boku no Hero Academia, Next Generation. Last time, we left off on the aftermath of the Otsutsuki's invasion and mass destruction. Thanks to the efforts of Boruto, Izuku, and the strongest pros, the Otsutsukis were defeated, with one of them escaping into hiding. However, Momoshiki's words did leave the villains of the underworld to rally and begin making their moves. Now with everything almost back to normal, the internships for the students of UA is about to begin. On to the 50th chapter and next opening, Tatooine Station. As the rain was pouring down outside, Izuku stared at his phone with his umbrella while waiting at the train station. As he does, he thinks back to what Boruto told him about Momoshiki during his and Sasuke's conversation. He was even told about the prophecies by the alien, including one on the freckled teen. Thinking about that made Izuku uneasy. Even back to the otherworld dimension, the alien mentioned him being burdened on being a reliability in one particular event. What did that even mean? Did it have something to do with his one for all power? It makes Izuku more uneasy, but knows that his best friend must be feeling the same, as he's also been told about the mark that's on his hand, which is worrying for the freckled teen. And it wasn't too long before Boruto meets him at the station with his umbrella as they wait for the train. So, about what Momoshiki said, Izuku inquired after what he was told about, and receives a simple nod from the blonde. And that mark on your right hand? He voices in concern, which Uzumaki holds up his right palm in reply to show the diamond mark. Yeah. Boruto nods. Phantomize said he'll find some clues on his end to what this thing is and told me to warn him immediately if any changes happen with me. He closes his palm with a low gaze, but declares firmly, however, I don't plan on letting this or some nonsense prophecy slow me down from becoming a great hero. He adds, guarantee it. Seeing his determination, Izuku smiles. I agree. Even what he said about me won't stop me from saving lives. He states firmly too, much to the best friend's approval before they get on the train. While in the moving transportation and on their phones, excuse me, someone whispers in trying to get the two teens' attention, Uzumaki and Midoriya from the hero class. He whispers aloud, finally getting their attention, and it causes everyone else in the train to look at them as they're now in the center of attention. That was amazing performances that you two displayed out there. He adds with a thumbs up, and you came in top 8, talk about close, he said to Izuku. And congratulations on winning the tournament, another said to Boruto. That's Firefox's son for ya, a woman comments, and he's cute too. In person, they're smaller than I expected. I was like that when I was young. You two even fought alongside the top 10 pros to fight the white villains, right? So cool, and they're just high schoolers. Their bandaged hands shows they tried hard. Yeah, that showed some guts. Do your best, heroes. Everyone cheers to the two students. We will. Izuku stammers with a small blush. Yeah, thanks. Boruto grins a little, but with a sweat drop as they receive all compliments and praises from the civilians here on this train, which is normal, as they'll receive praises like this when they eventually become pros themselves. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amaterasu starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 50. Hero names and upcoming internships. It's different when they broadcast the matches on TV after all, huh? Chocho said. I know right? There were people talking to me on my way here, Mina adds. Me too. Eijiro nods, fist pumped. You said it? Iwabe grins too. People were staring at me too, though it was kind of embarrassing. Toru points to herself. I mean, you're invisible, Hagakure. Inojin sweat drops. Isn't that normal for you? Ojiro asks, smiling awkwardly. I had some elementary schoolers suddenly tell me, don't worry about it, Hinata said in being bummed out. Glad I'm not the only one. Metal sighs. Don't worry about it. Suyu teases them by saying it, much to their dramatic dismay as they laugh. After a few days, we've been trusted into the spotlight, Shikadai said, hands in pockets. Especially Uzumaki and Midoriya. Kaminari turns to them, getting their attentions. How you jumped in with the pro and cage heroes was crazy. Like, you guys are the stars of the show right now. More so in Uzumaki's case since he won the sports festival, which furthers the recognition. Kyoka said, causing Boruto to chuckle while rubbing his head. What was it like seeing the strongest heroes battle in one place? Minoru asks the two eagerly. There has to have been some awesome and powerful moves you guys saw out there. Boy, I'm jealous. Hinata adds, eagerly as well. It was awesome. The way they fought is something we won't forget. Izuku stammers with his hands waved dramatically. What he said. Boruto agrees, just wanting them to calm down on the questions. We're glad you guys were okay too, cause that was dangerous, Momo trails. Speaking of that, the aftermath of the sports festival was terrifying, wasn't it? Ochako low gazes. Yeah. There was so much damage and casualties to top that off, Kamiko agrees. Something we'll be dealing with when we become pros, Sato trails. And what about you three? Sumair asks Mitsuki, Fumikage, and Eijiro, are you guys feeling better after, you know? Yes, we're totally fine. Eijiro grins in assurance, with the snake and bird teens nodding. Back then, I infused more chakra than I did during the tournament. That's the reason why I sustained greater damage. Mitsuki explains, usual smile. Oh, that's a new one on us, Mezzo said. As for me, emotions clouded my judgment upon a comrade get hurt. Fumikage explains and makes sure, next time, I'll try to contain myself. Well, the important thing is, everyone's alright. Sarada speaks up, now let's stop thinking back that incident and focus on what's ahead. Sarada's right, as UA students, we still have a lot to look forward to. Boruto grins. HMPH. Katsuki scoffs quietly, with his a glare that aims towards the freckled and whiskered teen's achievements and development, especially against the Otsutsuki, which pisses the explosion Quirk user off the most. After the class gets back to their usual chat, thanks to Sarada and Boruto, Shota, now relieved of bandages after being healed by Chio and Sakura, enters the room as everyone is already in their seats. After that he announces, "You'll be coming up with hero names." "Alright. Something exciting," the whole class exclaims excited. Before they continue getting loud, Shota glares in a red flash to make them settle down before explaining that this relates to the pro-hero drafts and sending internships out to the first years as a sign of their potential. "Here are the totals for those with offers." Shota continued, clicking a button on the remote he had. A bar chart appeared upon the interactive chalkboard, showing off the number of heroes that sent offers to each student. Boruto Uzumaki 5000, Shoto Todoroki 4, 666, Sarada Uchiha 2897. Katsuki Bakugo 2, 229, Fumikage Tokiyami 380, Tenya Iida 310. Mitsuki 260, Shikadai Nara 200, Sumair Kake 131. Suyu Asui 110, Iwabe Ueno 88, Izuku Midoriya 61. Eijiro Kirishima 43, Momo Yairozu 32, Ochako Uraraka 24. Chocho Akamichi 20, Mina Ashido 15, Denki Kaminari 13. Hanada Siro 10, Inojin Yamanaka 6. In other years, it's been more spread out, but all eyes were on these four this year. Shota points back at the screen, referring to Boruto, Shoto, Sarada, and Katsuki. "Gah, there's such a big difference," Kaminari exclaims with his head hanging back. "Oh come on," Mina puffs her cheeks, as hers is low. "Aw man, I thought for sure I would at least go over 80. Chocho sighs, but not too bummed. "Only 6? Can't say I'm surprised after the way I performed in the first round," Inojin sighs. "At least 6 is better than nothing." Toru pats him on the back. Todoroki's second and Bakugo fourth. Kyoka blinks in surprise. Uzumaki and Uchiha are at the right spot, but the placement on those two are the opposite, Eijiro said. "Well, Todoroki did tie with Uzumaki when they fought while Bakugo lost to him in the final and tied with Uchiha." Hanada said, "It could be based on that alone." "Huh?" Katsuki exclaims dramatically. "That makes so much sense," Iwabe said. "Besides, some people might be startled to ask for a guy who had to be restrained on the podium," Shikadai said, laying back in his chair. "What are the pros scared of?" Katsuki continues, provoked. "That, right there." Kamiko's sweat drops at his attitude. Shota then continues, "Keeping these results in mind, whether or not anyone asked for you, you all will be participating in internships with pros." "Internships?" Izuku blinks in surprise. "Yes, and those who made it in the top 16 have luck on their side," he adds, surprising Boruto, Shoto, Sarada, Katsuki, Fumikage, Tenya, Mitsuki, Shikadai, Sumair, Suyu, Iwabe and Izuku, excluding Firefox. "You've each received an offer from the other cages." "The other cage heroes?" Sarada's repeated surprisingly. "Along with Firefox, there's 5 other heroes in the top 10 with that title," Denki exclaims in shock. "One of you gets to be with Earthwa. You lucky bastards." Minoru cries with jealousy, referring to Kuretsuchi, which causes Momo to cringe at him. Moving on. Shota continues, "At the USJ, you already got to experience combat with real villains, while Uzumaki and Midoriya on the other hand, experience being out on the field with high-tier pros in fighting the Otsutsukis." He adds, "Which would still surprise everyone while Katsuki simply scoffs inwardly, but it will still be meaningful training for the rest of you to see pros at work firsthand and to prepare for foes as powerful as the Otsutsuki way ahead." He adds, which the class agrees as they don't want another incident, such as the sports festival's aftermath, to happen again. Later on, Midnight acts as the judge for everyone's choice of hero names as they represent them to the class. After seeing that Yuga and Mina's names needed to be changed, Boruto's sweat dropped at finding "I Cannot Stop Twinkling" and "Alien Queen" weird. Now he wonders if his would get the job done. For the rest of the class, Kamiko, name choice. Blue Shock, Metal, name choice. Fist Hero, Iron Lee, Chocho, name pick. Expanda, Inojin, name pick. Art Hero, Artish. Shikadai, name pick. Shadow Hero, Umbra. Iwabe, name pick. Earth Hero, Giobe. Midnight approves of them, and in some surprises, Shoto, Mitsuki, and Tenya chose to use their own names instead, while Katsuki chooses King Explosion Murder, but that name is declined. "Your turn, Kake," Midnight decides, enticing her to come up to the podium and set her board down. "I hope this works." She smiles awkwardly. "The name I came up with is Vyoke." "That suits you perfectly," she compliments. "Phew." Sumair sighs in relief as some of the class claps in applause. When it was Sarada's turn, she proudly sets her board down and revealing hers, "I'll be known as the Tomo hero, Scarlet Eye." Almost like Phantom Eye, fantastic, Midnight approves, causing her to smile. With Boruto next in the spotlight, feast your eyes on the Vortex hero. He grins and sets his board down and showing Uzuhiko. Many of his classmates find it amazing while Katsuki scoffs. "Astonishing, great choice." Midnight approves 100% with a big clap of her hands. That left only one person to bring their hero name to the table, Izuku. He headed up and presented his whiteboard. Everyone seemed a little surprised, including Katsuki. "You sure you want a name like that, Midoriya?" Mashirao asked out of concern. Yeah, you could be stuck with it forever, Denki noted. I know. The freckled teen replied, but someone changed the meaning of it and that had a huge impact on me. He adds to everyone, and it made me happy. He admits, my hero name will be Deku. He proudly displayed his whiteboard. Boruto gives off a big grin at this, Ochako smiles widely, and Katsuki raises a brow in surprise at him actually using the name he used to make fun of him with. So, which of you guys are going for a cage internship? Iwabe inquired while looking at his sheet of offers later on that day. I plan to take the internship with Aquanari, the aqua hero. Suyu replies, referring to Chojuro, working at a place with floods would be great too. Already a solid pick off the bat, Shikadai said, hands in pockets, I could take one with desert sand, aka Uncle Gara. But he uses sand and I use shadows so that wouldn't do. I'll be taking one with Hawks, the number 6th hero. Fumikage chimes, you can take one with him perhaps, Nara? A hero with wings? That wouldn't do either. Shikadai takes a look at his sheet offers and raises a brow as he now decides what to turn in. Actually, here's my pick. He looks at the sheet, confusing Fumikage on what he's thinking. Have you decided on an agency, Mitsuki? Sumair asks. Not yet, but it'll come to mind soon. He replies with his usual smile, what about you? Mirko. The rabbit hero, is what I chose. She replies, though, I didn't think she was the type to do internships, much less send out offers. She chuckles awkwardly. Sounds amazing to me. You might end up being the battle type by the end of it, Ochako says enthusiastically, with her fists rock back and forth, making Kake giggle. What a coincidence, I also picked Mirko's agency. Momo comes over and chimes in, I think we'll learn a lot from here, don't you think? Yeah. Let's give it all we got. Sumair nods with a firm smile. After nodding in agreement, which internship do you plan on taking, Uchiha? Momo asks next. She looks through her offer sheets. So far, I don't think there's a pro that would sync with me and my skills. Mind if I take a look? Momo asks, which Sarada nods and hands her the sheets. Scanning her eyes through her sheet offers, she points to an unusual name. Huh? This is new. Take a look. She hands the sheets back to the Uchiha while still pointing at the name. Sarada eyes the name she points at and is quite stunned. I didn't think you would ever send out internships. What about you, Boruto? Ochako asks the whiskered teen, who reviews his sheet. Honestly, it's like every name that's on this sheet is fighting over me to get in their agency. Boruto said, his eyes still scanning through. It's pretty tough choosing which to go by. He finds this amazing at the same time. Well, your reputation is high compared to everyone else here, Suyu said, finger on cheek. I know right? On top of winning the sports festival, you and Midoriya fought alongside the strongest pros. Hinata grins. They'd definitely recruit Yaw without second thought. Eijiro too, man I'm jealous. I wish I had advanced further up the bracket, he says sarcastically, causing some to laugh. So who are you thinking about joining? Kaminari asks, chiming in. Give me a sec. Boruto keeps his eyes scanning through the names of offers. A lot of them are familiar ones. The Four Cages, Hawks, Mirko, Edgeshot, Genist, and Endeavor. With a blink in surprise, even Endeavor's agency. He says out, which Shoto hears and gazes quietly before turning the other way upon hearing the number 4's name. The whisker teen continues scanning through. Until he sees a name that take him off guard. Say what? He's quite stunned. Phantom Eye sent out an offer. For real? That guy usually doesn't involve himself with interns, Kaminari said in surprise. The fact that the number 3 sent one out to you after your achievements is already impressive, Kyoka said. That's great, Boruto. Sumair smiles and claps on time. So that would mean. Hinata trails. Yes, I choose him. The young Uzumaki concludes, putting a circle around Phantom Eye's name. Even though it clicked to him about their conversation on Momoshiki and the mark on his palm, it would still be cool to train by Sasuke, especially after seeing how he fought in the otherworld dimension. Coincidence, I did too. Sarada chimes in, revealing she also picked Sasuke. And that makes 2 to join Phantom Eye, Kaminari counts. No surprise there, he's your father after all. Boruto can't help but grin. Only logical choice out of the other agencies. She smirks back, adjusting her glasses. Izuku, who did you choose for the internship? Sumair asks the one for all inheritor. I'm still thinking about it. He replies. Any offers from the cages? Boruto asks, packing his things. Yeah, he nods, it's pretty tough choosing who to go to. I feel ya. Least ya get 2 days to think them over, he said, getting a nod from the one for all inheritor, who's zipping up his bag. While it was true that Izuku wanted to learn from a great pro, especially the cage heroes, he was concerned it wouldn't be the right fit due to needing to learn more about one for all. In fact, none of the pros scouting for him were giving off that vibe either. By the time they begin leaving, I am here in a bizarre position, All Might exclaimed as he slid in front of his successor. And like that, there was a new development on its way. In the UA's facility room, so those are the internships the teens signed up for? Naruto asks Shota as the latter looks through them. Yeah, a few already decided, including Uzumaki, he replies. Is that so? Naruto asks as the eraser hero gives him a sheet of who Boruto picked. Huh? He picked Phantom Eye. He's taken off guard, almost dramatically. I never in my wildest dreams thought Sasuke would send out an internship offer. He adds, knowing the Uchiha very well and that he usually never does this. Me neither. Shota replies, still scanning through the sheets. After all that's happened, I guess he took interest in training the student who won the sports festival and fight alongside you guys. Snipe chimes in. Hey, you might be onto something, Naruto chuckles. It's an important event, after all. Shikamaru walks over, some of them will need to think about it properly and not pull the trigger too fast. Good point, I remember that there are some first years who have regrets about what they chose, Snipe said before walking off. Yeah. Shota agrees before looking at Ida's sheet, seeing that he picked an internship at Hosu, under the normal hero. Manual agency, this is odd. What's that? Naruto narrows a brow, looking at the sheet as well, this is Ida's internship choice. I'm sure he had offers from better places. A hero agency in Hosu, Shota trails. Hosu. Last time I checked, his brother, Ingenium, was attacked there. Shikamaru recalls, don't tell me. Yeah. It seems like this ordeal is a personal grudge, Naruto said, knowing that's a bad idea on Ida's part. As bad as it is, we can't force him to pick another agency. Indeed. Shota agrees, stacking the sheets, we can only hope that he sees that what he's thinking and doing is wrong, as a hero. Meanwhile, in a random messed up hideout, a man of average height in a black-white suit, with a long nose and narrow jawline with pronounced cheekbones. Has straight black hair that reaches his chin and wears round-framed black glasses. He walks into the hideout, carrying a bag, and upon marching in the hallway, a random bandit meets him, who upon recognizing who he is, hey, you're... The bandit quickly gets out a knife. Kokori? He then walks closer and pointing the knife at his face, you've got some nerve, coming back here. You idiot. It's me, Kokori speaks in a different tone with a sarcastic smirk. Huh. No way? The bandit recognized his disguise and quickly goes in attention, is that you, boss? That's right, Kokori reveals, I'm Master Shoujoji, your boss. The bandit bows, but when you were captured by a group of heroes, didn't you transform into a bystander to hide your identity? It wasn't easy getting out of prison. The boss walks over to damaged couch, sitting down, so I had no choice but to switch to this guy in a hurry. He refers to the Kokori disguise he's in, also smirking when he says this, but I got rid of that traitor while I was there. He adds, the police of this city ended up learning about the Mujina bandits and my quirk. But it can't be helped. He licks his lips, we'll relocate somewhere else. Where would that be, boss? His subordinate asked. Hosu. He replies. Hosu? But there's been heroes getting killed in some parts of that place. The bandit freaks out a bit, isn't it best to avoid that and try relocating somewhere else? Don't be a chicken now. The boss replies, this guy is called, Hero Killer. Stain, correct? He's killing off those so-called pros and we have nothing to do with that, as we're a gang of bandits who collect valued goods and make profits. He smirks before morphing into his true form, being a large man that has a green-colored foxhawk slicked back with a shaved design on both sides of his temples, along with a mutton chop facial hairstyle where his sideburns connect to his mustache and the absence of a beard. He wears a dark-colored outfit with a chain around a large neck. Ah. Shoujoji exhales in delight after transforming back to his real appearance. Luck will smile upon me once again. He grins, sitting back on the couch. Hosu. After killing a couple heroes, where police arrive at the scenes, Hero Killer Stain, crouching down on a building, looks over the city as the wind blows through his scarf, commenting, you guys haven't even noticed that this warped society covered with hypocrisy and vanity. He adds in disgusted, to all who are called heroes. I will make you notice. In an instant, he swings his sword backwards, having it stop inches away from Adult Shin's chest. The Uchiha is unfazed as he's with Kid Shin and the portal of Kurogiri appears behind them. Lower your blade. We're not here to fight. Adult Shin assures, let's just say. We all have common enemies in the heroes. Indeed. Kurogiri agrees, we are of the same mind. He tells Stain, causing the latter to narrow his eyes in confusions. Shin and I have had our eyes on you for a while, Hero Killer Stain. Adult Shin said, your reputation precedes you. Stain only gazes at the three villains. May we have a moment of your time? Kurogiri proposes. At the League's hideout, Tamura looks at the computer screen without his hand mask on, muttering, Hero Killer. Stain. He sees a shot of him running down the alley. Ending 5, Laika. By Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows, Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows, Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer. Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. At the train station, the day for Class 1A to start their internships has finally arrived. All the students have gathered perfectly on time to meet Shota, who leads them at the security checkpoint of the train. Digging in his pockets tiredly, he asks, everyone has their costumes, right? He gets nods of confirmation and acknowledgement by them. Remember, you don't have permission to wear them out in public yet, and don't lose them or anything, he adds. Yes sir. Mina happily lifts her suitcase overhead. Speak properly. The homeroom teacher reprimanded, it's, yes, sir, Ashido. Yes sir. She replies unenthusiastically now. Moving on, make sure you make a good impression with the other heroes during your internships. Now get to it. Yes sir. They all answer him together. As everyone begins leaving for their internships, Izuku, Boruto, Sumair, Mitsuki, and Ochako catch up to Tenya, who's about to leave too. Iida. Izuku calls out, making him stop and turn around. If you ever feel hopeless, make sure you let us know. Yes, please do. Sumair adds, with Ochako nodding in agreement. Tenya still has his back turned, mumbling in reply, right. He walks forward without saying more words. They didn't know what else to say to the engine quirk user. Izuku feels like he should have been more empathetic, while Boruto decides to break the silence the speedwalk to Tenya. Be Boruto? Ochako calls out in surprise. Iida. Boruto catches up to him. What is it now? Tenya turns around, looking almost annoyed. It's pretty obvious on why you chose to intern at Hosu. Boruto states, hands in pockets. Of course, just like the rest of the class, it's to get experience on how to be the best. That's not what I mean, and we both know it. Boruto cuts him off. You're going to Hosu just to track down the hero killer. Stain, aren't you? He figures out, locking eyes with him. Surprised to hear this, but with his eyes hardened slightly in a scoff, and what if it is, Uzumaki? Tenya responds. Boruto gazes a little seriously before stating, don't take this as me telling you what to do or anything. And I for sure don't understand how you're feeling, but please don't do anything stupid. You'll end up regretting it. And your brother probably wouldn't want you to be like this either, he says, empathetically. In the inside, these words made Tenya start to feel conflicted. As Izuku said, just give us a call if you feel despaired. Boruto said, before asking and making sure, we're friends, aren't we? Tenya's silent, low gaze turns to a small smile, yeah. He barely nods before turning the other way, silently walking off. On the other hand, Boruto knows that the smile he gave off was a fake one. No, he doesn't get it. Almost as if he didn't listen to a word I said. While watching from afar with Mitsuki, Kake and Uraraka, I couldn't do what Boruto just did. If only I was empathetic too. Afar from where they are, Sarada and Shoto saw what was up, seeing that the turbo quirk user isn't himself and must be plotting something that would ruin him as a hero. While walking farther off, Tenya has a dark glare on his face, preparing to go to Hosu to track down the villain that hurt his older brother. To be continued. This chapter is a setup for what's to come. The next one features the internships around Japan for the UA students. Thanks for reading, and until next time, 805 Chapter 51, Next Level. Internships, Day 1. After going separate ways from the rest of the class, Boruto and Sarada take the train to Konoha City, where Phantom Eye waits for them. During the 20-minute trip, the whiskered teen remembers what Izuku told him about taking an intern offer to someone who knew about the history of One for All and could help teach him more about how to not only control his power, but also use it better. To the blonde, that makes a lot of sense considering the fact he hurts himself every time he uses One for All. As for Tenya, he remembers watching the news about how his older brother, Tensai, got attacked in Hosu by the hero killer. And going by what he told Iida before he left, the fake smile he gave off reveals that he intends to go after the hero killer. Boruto, you're spacing out again. Sarada calls while seated next to him, getting him out of his thoughts. Oh, right. He replies, with a straight gaze, worried about what's going on with Iida. She figures out. For the most part. He nods. That was the first time he wasn't acting like the class rep, even when we presented our hero names. He adds, the thought of revenge is starting to cloud his judgment. Yes. Sarada gazes in agreement. Nobody can call themselves a hero if vengeance is the only obstacle they can pursue. She adds, we should call him later on and see how he's holding up, because even I have a bad feeling that he'll find the hero killer and do something reckless. Good idea. The blonde agrees. As his friends, it's our job to check in on him, every now and then. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazarashi starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nana Shimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shoujoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their Quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 51. Next level. It wasn't long before the pair made it to Konoha City. From there, after getting off the bus, they go to Konoha's hotel area as Phantom's instructions told them to. So you two finally arrived. By the time they got there, they turned to see Sasuke, who's sitting down and leaning back against the wall in a relaxed position. Dad, I mean, Phantom. Sarada corrects herself quickly, deciding to use his hero name instead when out in public. Thanks for taking us on as interns, Boruto said in gratitude. No thanks needed. Sasuke replies, go suit up, he advises, surprising them already, you'll start by sparring against me. Already? Boruto asks, taken back a little, as a hero, you gotta be prepared for anything, he said, this is the first test. Complying right away, the teens go to change into their hero outfits. To Boruto, he's still thinking about their conversation and wonders if this test has something to do with that. Momo hummed as her and Sumair, having gotten dressed their hero costumes, sat on the couch, with the latter having her phone in hand. They arrived about 15 minutes ago to the address they were given and still see no signs of the hero they were interning with. She said this was the address, but still no signs of her. Sumair murmurs, while Momo's tapping her feet on the ground constantly. Patience is a virtue. They perk up in surprise to see Tsubaki walking in through the door, in her hero costume. A traditional samurai attire, consisting of a white robe with pink lining on the collar and sleeves, a turtleneck undershirt, shin-length pink pants, black legging and socks, and straw sandals. She also wears black arm guards that cover her forearms, with her sheathed sword by her waist. Don't worry, Miss Mirko will show up in a moment, Pony said, in her hero costume too. Hold on. You're Kurogane from 1B, right? Sumair asks, surprised to see her here. You're interning here too, Tsunatori? Momo asks. That's right, Pony nods happily as they walk over and stand beside the couch. We both find this offered position by the rabbit hero herself to be quite honoring, Tsubaki adds. Momo has a low expression on her face, gazing down. You okay? Sumair asks the creation quirk user, turning to her, making her blink in surprise and look up. Oh, she tried to say, looking away and sighing, I don't feel like I deserve the honor of being selected by Miss Mirko. She admitted sadly, after how I lost to Mitsuki. Hey, don't say that, Sumair insisted, touching her shoulder to her surprise, you still made it to the 4th round of the competition, just like the 3 of us. Yeah. Even though I also wish I placed higher, but what counts is that we gave it all we had. Pony said in encouragement, remembering what Shinki told her about giving it her all. HMPH, pondering about her performance at the sports festival won't do you any good, Tsubaki states, in a straight-up way to Momo, everyone has adversaries that are stronger than them. She adds, you can't expect everything to go your way. It's how we improve as students. I know, but Momo was gonna protest that until. Tsubaki is right, or should I say, Snowfurai. A voice chimed, catching their attention as the girls turned to see Mirko, standing nearby with her hands at her hip, also referred to Tsubaki by her hero name. Use this chance to get stronger instead of sulking, little rabbit, she calls Momo. Miss Mirko. Sumair and Pony stutter out in greeting. Thanks for having us as interns. Tsubaki bows politely. Yeah. Save the formalities, the rabbit hero muttered as a response insistently. After hearing that, right. I'll take those words to heart, she says a little firmly. Alright, now let's go and take down some villains, the rabbit hero said, surprising the girls. Why you? Do not wish to teach us anything beforehand? Momo inquired. Hey. Mirko chuckled, rolling her left shoulder. I don't teach, I just do my job, she told her interns. That's fair. After all, fighting villains is a daily thing for heroes. Tsubaki gets it. Exactly. So, you better keep up, she insisted to them, as they realized the circumstances of this internship. Right. The 4 responded, following the rabbit hero as they left the hotel. Hero work studies, Yes. Mitsuki nods, talking with Orochimaru, who's in his lab, through the phone as he walks on the sidewalk to his internship. I chose to intern under Edgeshot, the number 10 hero. He adds, I think I'll learn plenty from him. Excellent. His parent approves. Use that time to upgrade your skills and quirks, because there's no doubt that there's more incidents to occur down the road, just like with the ghost incident, and especially the Otsutsuki incident. He adds, acquire everything you need to know. Understood. Mitsuki nods, hanging up and putting his phone in pocket as he reached Edgeshot's agency building. He then walks in and meets with number 10. Welcome to my agency, you must be Mitsuki. Edgeshot greets the snake teen, who smiles. You showed exceptional skills at the sports festival and I'd say you're strong enough to be a sidekick. He compliments before adding. Why thank you. Mitsuki replies with a straight face. Though I'm also curious. Edgeshot notes, making the snake teen narrow a brow. It feels as though you could have advanced further in the bracket and held back some of your true power when you fought Todoroki, evening losing on purpose. May I ask why? Well, it was my own way of helping Todoroki realize that using half of his power wasn't going to grant him the win. Plus, it would have felt awkward beating him that way, you could say. Mitsuki said, smiling nonchalantly. Edgeshot understands before stating, I see. However, the same also applies to you and other heroes in training. He adds, again knowing Mitsuki was using half power as well during that fight, going full power if a situation gets too complicated is also the way of a hero. Worth it to save lives. He explains, walking past the snake teen, we'll patrol the streets after you suit up. Yes sir. Mitsuki nods before doing just that. With your quirk being earth-based, it's easy to take you as an intern. Kuretsuchi said as she sits down by her desk, with Iwabe standing in front with his hero costume on. I'm so pumped to learn from one of the cage heroes, Iwabe hypes up, and I'm just itching to get started, to enhance some moves in my earth arsenal. Hey, I like your enthusiasm, however. Kuretsuchi smirks as she says this, I'll be working you out to the bone like I did the past interns who came here. She asks, up for it? Hell yeah. I knew this wasn't going to be a cakewalk. Iwabe raises a fist, I'll take on whatever you throw at me, he grins. Good to have you here, Froppy. Chojuro greets, at his agency, with Tsuyu in her hero costume. Thanks for taking me as an intern, Aquanari sir, Tsuyu bows politely. Oh, just Aquanari is fine. Chojuro assures, for this internship, you'll mostly work out in the field with me and doing a few flood-related tasks. He adds, by the time you complete everything, you'll gain a good amount of experience, mark my words, he smiles. Ribbit. Tsuyu nods, happy to hear it. Alright Porcupine, lesson 1. Watch carefully at what your opponent may or may not do before it happens. It's all in their movements and body language. Darui instructs Togaru as they clash blade for blade, with the cage hero pushing him back. I'm a mantis, not a porcupine, Togaru exclaims in a hot-headed way, and you're telling me something I already know? He uses his big blades to slash at the hero consistently, but each strike is blocked. That's right, I am. Darui repeats, along himself clear, during your losing match with Uzumaki, you couldn't land a full blow and that's because of reckless attacking, which is so drab. He then kicks Togaru in the gut, sending him back, that's why I'll be having you work on predictability and adaptability. He adds, trust me, by the end of this, you'll be glad I taught you those, and you'll need it. Okay, fine. Togaru gets it, standing up as they continue to spar with their blades. It's so honoring that you three chose to intern with me, even though you probably got better offers elsewhere. A hero with a black mask, green cape, and white streak down the middle with a red pattern. Seeing him tear down dramatically while they're on patrol, Shikadai, Hoki, and Kuroro, sweat drop, especially with citizens looking at them while passing by. Please get a hold of yourself would ya, Mr. Crust? Hoki murmurs. There's people around us, you know, Shitai mutters, looking away. Shikadai adds, with hands in pockets with a sigh and weirdness too, we're just here to pick up what we can about being heroes. That's what this is all about, right? He states, a little serious. Yeah, you're correct indeed. Crust is back to normal from his dramatic tears immediately, surprising the teen. I'll teach you kids everything you need to know toward your strive to heroism, he promises firmly. Though surprised by his sudden expression change, Hoki and Shitai sigh with a smile of relief, while Shikadai cracks a smirks, looking forward to this internship now. Shinki, I was expecting you. Gaara stands with his adopted son, knowing the latter was going to choose him to intern under. I'm ready to learn the ways of heroism under your name, father. The Iron Sand quirk user said, calmly while in his hero costume, consists of wearing a dark bodysuit with an asymmetrical armor plate on his chest, a long belt tied at the waist, and bandages wrapped around his wrists and ankles. Over his bodysuit is a large black coat with a fur collar, made of iron sand. On top of that, thinks back to his loss to Boruto back at the sports festival and how he helped in defeating the Otsutsuki. In addition, I need to become stronger. To win from here on out. Gaara figures on why he's saying this, but respects it, very well. However, there's no shortcut that one can obtain throughout their path towards heroism. Remember that going forward. He turns his back and walks onward, let's get started. Yes sir. Shinki nods, following the cage hero out the agency building to do some hero work. I've been waiting for you, Shoto. Endeavor smirks, with his son standing in front of him at his agency. You're finally ready to walk down the path of the mighty. I have no intention of following the path that you created. Shoto rebukes, gazing to the side, only I get to decide my future. Hey, is that so? Endeavor's intrigued to hear, and I see that Uzumaki didn't take my offer. Just like me, he'll follow his own path. His son replies, and I doubt your insights would help him with his quirks. Point taken, but it was worth a shot. Endeavor shrugs adding, you should go get ready. We're heading out.
Okay, but where to? Shoto asks. It's about time I show you what it means to be a hero. The fire hero grins as his fire beard flows around him before walking by him. If the hero killer is following his pattern, then we know where he'll show up next. And we'll be there to stop him. He opens the door and orders the rest of his agency. We're taking a work trip to Hosu.
Yes, sir. The rest comply. As much as Shoto sees his old man as a scumbag, he does have the judgment and instincts of the number 4 hero, which is the only thing he'll acknowledge for now. Villain's bar. I see. Stain speaks on the opposite side of the room, eyeing down Tamura, Kurogiri, and the Shins. You were the ones who attacked Yue first, before those Otsutsuki did previously. He adds in knowing, and you want to recruit me to build up your little group again. Yeah. Tamura confirms, sitting down on the circle chair. Come on, you've got much more experience as a villain, sir. And what's your mission? Staines asks, interested. For now, I just want to kill All Might. Tamura answers straightly, I like to destroy anything that pisses me off. He then shows 2 photos from the sports festival, one of Boruto and Izuku on the other, like these little brats here, including that Otsutsuki with the fishing rod that's still lurking around and about. He refers to Urashiki, game over. Hearing this sets Stain to shoot a glare at him. I was a fool to think you could offer me anything. It turns out that you're the person I hate most in this world. Huh? Tamura's narrows, confused and surprised, aside from that last part, which is the only logic one. He refers to the Otsutsuki statement, but a majority of your league goals are that of a child's. Not approving of the rest, Stain reaches and sets hands on his blades. Glad I'm not the only one thinking that. Adult Shin chimes in, agreeing with the hero killer. What? Tamura sneers back at the Uchiha. Even your colleague agrees. Stain continues, what meaning is there to kill if you have no real convictions? Hero killer. Stain. Kurogiri speaks inwardly, Tamura Shigaraki only cares about wanted violence, so we brought this man in to guide him. He adds as Stain begins to draw his blades, perhaps it was a mistake. He then asks, Master, shall I step in? Let it happen. The master speaks through the sound-only screen. It's possible that this is the only way he'll learn anything. He adds, he needs to think about the ways he must grow. How he matures. And only then will he reach his potential. That is if he can. Teen Shin notes inwardly, and this guy is supposed to be 5 years older than me. He refers to Tamura, finding his attitude unimpressive. Internships, Day 2. Huh. Izuku exhaled out of exhaustion as he stood up from the floor. The hero All Might had suggested to him was Gran Torino, a former mentor of his who taught him at UA once as a homeroom teacher. In addition, he was someone who knew about One for All. The speed he had with his quirk easily surpassed that of the freckled teen by a large margin. For someone so old, he was very impressive. So you figured out how to use One for All constantly throughout your whole body, right? Torino asks, getting his attention. Oh, yeah, Izuku answered, holding up his hands. So far, I've been able to tick up to 5% continuously without any after effects. He explained, but I know I'm going to need to find a way to increase that limit for myself. He closes his hands to fists. From what I saw in the sports festival, you only broke your body whenever you felt you had no other choice. Gran Torino recalled, letting off a small smile. As reckless as that is, it's a good way for you to figure out what you need to do next. Yeah. Izuku grinned a little. How do you figure out how to use One for All the way you did anyway? His new mentor inquired curiously. I doubt Toshinori gave you those pointers. Oh, I have a friend who helped me figure it out, the freckled teen answered. To his surprise, he told me to think of it like it was a chakra-type quirk that flowed throughout my whole body, he explains. Really? Gran Torino inquired, before guessing, and he knows about your secret, I assume? Yeah, he does, Izuku confirmed, before blinking in realization. Don't worry, I completely trust him. Torino chuckles before eating a cooked taiyaki. Well, as long as you do, I don't see no harm. He doesn't mind. Now come on over and eat up, we got a long day ahead. Alright. His intern stammered, heading over to the table and picking up a taiyaki before sitting down. I wonder. How is Boruto doing with Phantom Eye? He wonders inwardly as he ate. In the Konoha forest, Boruto attacks Sasuke with multiple close combat blows, only for them to be blocked and dodged effortlessly before they get taken out by the experienced Uchiha. With a backflip in recovery, Shadow clones. He summons 5 to attack and by the time they get close, Sasuke handles them quick in H2H and gives the real one a palm to the gut. Looking above, he sees Sarada forming a hand sign, Phoenix Flower. She rains down a few from her mouth, which Sasuke dodges and appears above her, delivering a kick that she barely blocks before hitting the ground in a tuck and roll to recover. As Phantom lands, Sarada tries to get her punches in but to no avail. Noticing that Boruto is trying to attack from behind, not bad. But, he fast motion, he palms Sarada back a few feet away and restrains Boruto by having his right hand tightened behind his back. URH. So strong. Boruto winces at this restraint. No surprise, second spar and we still couldn't land a single blow on you. Sarada notes after getting up. It's normal. Sasuke replies, letting Uzumaki go from the arm restraint, who shakes his arm in recovery. This was just to give you a taste of what to expect when you go against stronger adversaries. He lessens, though already knowing that Boruto knows it, since the otherworld battle, your attacks weren't bad, but I'd work with more coordination and timing. Okay. Right. They both said. Use this time to take a break, then meet back here. Sasuke instructs, that's when I'll reveal the next task. Next task, Boruto narrows inwardly, curious as to what that could be. Sarada wonders. As soon as they comply, Boruto decides to let Sarada go ahead and speak to Phantomai, mainly about the symbol in his hand. Hey, Phantomai. They speak near a branch. You sent that internship offer just to keep an eye on whatever this thing is. He shows the mark on his palm, right?
Quote. Sasuke gazes before answering. For the most part, yes. He said truthfully, even for the past couple days, I still have no clue on what that mark on your hand represents, and it's important to stay alert. He adds, as for the Otsutsuki that got away, Arashiki. He mentions, getting Boruto's curious is what he'll last next, he's still lurking around, high at large. He continues, seriously, hide and seek is his specialty if anything. And finding him easily is out of the question.
I see. Boruto mumbled, not pleased to hear that, even tightening his fist. One thing that needs to be noted, he's an information gatherer, according to Hawks. Sasuke reveals, he's likely to show himself again after using this time to find out more about our quirks, especially on you and Midoriya. He adds, surprising the whiskered teen, that's why. He continues, the main goal of this internship is to prepare you to fight Otsutsuki-leveled enemies. Now understanding why he was sent the offer, right, because the next time Arashiki or any of his species show up, it's on. He pounds his fist together, and I'll use this as an opportunity to get all the training I need, as well as my strive to be a great hero. Hey. Sasuke cracks a smile, respecting his determination and just what he's looking for. He then advises, go on and join up with Sarada. He adds, after this break, you'll know what's next. Yes sir. Boruto complies before heading off. He's glad that he took this internship with the number 3 hero and knows he'll learn a lot things in advancement under the Phantom Hero.
In the evening, as the train stops at the Konoha City station and some civilians walking off, we'll make a short stop here. A middle-aged man with gray hair, stylized sideburns, a goatee, his ears pierced along with several rings on his fingers, wears a dark, full-body suit with a simple white kimono over it and a short fur-collared haori, along with a hat and walking crane, and grabs some refreshments before we continue our way to Hosu City.
Hey Dad, is it alright if I go sightseeing while we're here? I promise that it won't be long, said a boy with upswept brown hair, curved sideburns and dark-colored eyes. He wears a green turtleneck shirt with a double-breasted yellow jacket, gray checkered pants and regular brown sandals. Okay then. Only for 10 minutes, Tento. His Ikkyu replies, much to his delight, Yamaoka. I leave Tento in your care while we're here. He speaks to his butler. Yes, my lord. He bows in compliance. Without their knowledge as they leave the station with a few bodyguards, Shoujoji and a couple Mujina bandit members walk out, having heard them okay the train. Did y'all hear that, boss? We've hit the jackpot, a subordinate says in delight. Oh, we have. Shoujoji grins, if Madoka is one of the richest families, then the profit and fortune is right here in front of us. He then orders, tail them around for a while and not draw any attention. We can't let this fortune escape us. You got it, boss. The second subordinate complies, before they do as instructed. Now, Shoujoji smirks in thinking, what to do when I get my hands on that wealth? He thinks of so many opportunities that he continues to grin while doing so. UA, All Might's office. Sup. All Might, Sukachi. Naruto walks in the office, with his orange suit on. You guys called me here? Sorry to drop by like this unexpectedly, the police chief said, hope you don't mind. No, it's fine. Naruto assures with a smile, you're welcome to come by anytime, Sukachi. He sights on the couch next to All Might, in skeletal form, who puts tea on the table for the three. Now that we're all here, what's the investigation? The number 1 asks. This is when Sukachi discusses on what he's learned about Nomu. The police force has deduced that Nomu was formerly a low-level thug who's been bioengineered to hold multiple quirks at once. His brain's processing power has been reduced because of this, making Nomu unable to think for himself. Naomasa explains that despite having multiple people's DNA, Nomu still shouldn't have various quirks. It's possible that there is someone with a quirk that can give quirks to others. Sukachi reveals, shocking the two heroes. Are you serious? Naruto widens, as All Might stands up immediately. Looking at the circumstances, it would be reasonable to assume that. The police chief replies, that's why I had to let you two know. Damn. Naruto tightens a fist, we just got done fighting Momoshiki and now this guy? He glares in not being pleased. His whereabouts after his escape were unknown after we fought Kagaya a decade back. One thing after another. Walking to the window, that man has started to move again. All Might begins to transform into his bulk form in shock, grimacing deeply with both his fists tightened. Villain's bar. A short scuffle ensues, resulting in Stain giving a slight cut to Kurogiri's arm and has Tamura pinned down in place while standing over him, with his knife thrusted into the latter's right shoulder. So you want me to be part of your crumbling little league, but you won't accomplish anything if you don't have real conviction and desire. Stain speaks, glaring down at Tamura. Without those, you'll always be an aimless weakling who accomplished nothing. That's how you got here. OWW. Tamura grunts in pain. You're being a little rough, aren't you? He immediately orders, Kurogiri. Send this guy back. I'm sorry. I can't move. Kurogiri replies, frozen in place with blood dripping from his slashed arm. This must be the hero killer's quirk. Then one of you send this guy back, immediately. Tamura turns to the Shins next. The two Uchihas were watching the whole time without helping. An adult Shin bluntly replies, that won't be happening. He adds, according to the boss, this is your learning session to think smarter as a villain. I'd stop whining and take the education. Why you? Tamura is offended by this taunt. The word hero has lost all meaning in this warped society. Stain voices out, seriously, it's overrun by fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams. He adds, it must all be purged. He proceeds to finish off Tamura, who surprisingly, grabs the hero killer's blade. What do you think you're doing? The hand-masked villain demands in question, if you touch this palm. He begins to decay Stain's blade, I'll kill you. Stain's surprised a bit by this as his blade continues to decay. You sure talk a lot, hero killer. Tamura continues, with the blade decayed, conviction? Maybe I don't have anything as loaded as that. As for my desire, it'd be killing All Might. If this world wants to worship trash like him. He grins under his hand mask, I'll destroy their beloved symbol of peace and them all in shock. Stain feels some murderous intent from the villain now and jumps back in time to avoid being decayed. This injury from the UA had just finished healing, and now this. Tamura grumbles upon standing up, you should learn not to play with knives, we don't have a healer in our party you know. He scratches his neck irritably. I see your nature. Stain speaks, confusing the villain, it seems our goals oppose each other, however it wasn't in vain. He adds, grinning a little, we both agree that we need to destroy the present, especially these beings that call themselves the Otsutsuki. He notes, they're on top of everyone's radar in the current society. Having heard enough, I'm over this. Leave, drop dead. Tamura grumbles, I'm the kind of person you hate most, right? I was testing your motives. Stain reveals, one shows their true colors when on the verge of death. He goes on to state that there is a sprout of conviction inside the young villain and wonders how far that'll take him, even stating that he'll let Tamura grow to see how it turns out and if not, then he'll dispose of him. Offended, you think you can get rid of me? Tamura dares him, very irritated at his arrogance. With the level you're at now, almost any of us could. Adult Shin states inwardly. I'm free. Kurogiri notices that Stain's quirk effects have worn off. We don't need someone as crazy as him in our group, Tamura said, holding his bleeding right shoulder, he'll be nothing but a problem for the League of Villains. Not to mention he would annoy me as much as you. He eyes Shin, who scoffs. Please reconsider. This man will be a great asset if he joins us. Kurogiri tries to convince, I'd say this was a success. He's give you proper instructions on how to be a villain. I'd take it if I were you. Adult Shin taunts, annoying Tamura again. My work here is done. Now return me to Hosu. He licks his lips, there are still several false heroes that I need to attend to there. In Konoha City. Those dumplings were the bomb. Boruto pats his stomach after that refreshment as they walk out the dumpling shop. Right? It's almost as good as the ones Lunch Rush makes at UA. Sarada agrees, by the way, I wonder what Dad is gonna have us do next. What do you think? Don't know, but if I had to guess, he puts a finger under his chin, we might either go on patrol or fight some random villains. My thoughts exactly. She nods, the latter could be a high possibility since Dad might be the type to attack first instead of sightseeing. Good point. He agrees, recalling how Sasuke fought against Momoshiki with amazing skills during the last fight in the other dimension. As they continue walking on the sidewalk, hey, Yamaoka. They stop and look ahead to see Tento speaking with his butler near another shop, ask them how many boxes of hero cards they have. As you wish. His butler complies, asking the shopkeepers just that and informs him, my lord, seems this shop just received a shipment of 20 boxes in stock. Taking out a black card, all right, Yamaoka. Buy up every card from this shop. Tento orders with a smirk. As you wish. He takes the card and purchases them all, also shocking the shopkeeper at the sight of the black card. Who is he? Some rich kid? Sarada wonders, referring to Tento. Buy it all? Seriously? Boruto narrows a brow, hands in pockets, talk about lame and greedy. He shakes his head before they walk along. By the time they get past the kid and his butler, Tento perks up and recognizes the blonde teen and black-haired Uchiha walking by in beams of amazement immediately. No way! He exclaims excitedly, getting their surprised attentions after they stop in their tracks. Huh? They stammer a little in sweat drops. Are you Boruto, Uzumaki and Sarada Uchiha? The boy asks widely. Yes we are. Sarada answers, blinking and confirming. I watched you guys at the sports festival. That was a pretty good show you put on, Tento said, and good job winning the whole thing. Yeah. Thanks. Boruto replies anyway. At first, he thought this kid was gonna start being arrogant cause he's rich, but so far, it doesn't seem to be that way. I'm Tento Madoka, you guys can just call me Tento. Likewise, Sarada is just fine, she shakes his hand. Same here. Boruto as well. While shaking the blonde teen's hand, Tento hums, looking at his costume, for being Firefox's son and the sports festival's winner, you sure do have a shabby costume. What was that? Boruto narrows a brow, already annoyed, now this kid's arrogant side comes out. Ah well. As long as you work hard, it won't matter, right? Tento says in a smug way. Alright, tired of hearing this kid talk, yeah, wheel it at that with you. Let's go, Sarada. Boruto walks onward, hands back in pockets, with her following. Hold on a minute. Tento follows them, along with Yamaoka, who has a box of hero cards. I'm surprised that you guys are out here inside of being a class or something. Is this some hero in training sort of thing? In reply out of a little annoyance, it's not good to get up in people's personal space, you know. Boruto bluntly says, still walking and looking straight ahead. Oh come on, I want to know how commoners live and learn from their level. I'm just that interested now. Tento continues, also, how about an autograph while we're at it? He takes out a pen and small notebook, after all, you're somewhat competent and could probably manage to get past first-rate villains, am I right? Hearing all that gets Boruto's head steaming in the inside, out of pure annoyance. Who the hell does this kid think he is? He twitches a brow with a small tick mark, wanting to resist the urge to smack him. So how about it? Tento walks in front of him, with his pen and notebook held up, making them come to a stop. You want an autograph, huh? Boruto takes the pen and notebook, opening it up to write his name, before hanging it back. Here ya go. Great, this is, by the time Tento looks at what was written, it was the whiskered teen's name. It was a blunt statement, saying, precocious comments like that is probably why you don't have any friends. This surprises Sarada, Yamaoka, and especially Tento, who looks up at Boruto as the latter grins sarcastically. There's your autograph, break a leg. He walks off. Boruto, come on. Sarada sighs, finding that rude. Sorry about him, it was nice meeting you. She apologizes to Tento before following her classmate. My lord. Yamaoka mutters, but is surprised to find that Tento is actually not bothered. So that's how commoners respond, huh? He smirks, more eager now. Hey, I'll get an autograph out of Boruto eventually. While walking back to the forest, was that really necessary? Sarada asks a bit dramatically. You bet it was. Boruto said, no remorse and simply shrugs. He's an arrogant jerk and uses money to get his way, I'll bet. I know, but he's just a kid, you know. Sarada argues, hands on hips. So what? I had better manners than that at his age, no matter the difference in environment. Boruto remarks, adding, we probably won't be seeing him again. Now let's get off that subject and meet back up with Phantom. He said, readying to know what they'll do next. HRGH. Fine. Sarada reluctantly gives it a rest and lets him off the hook, for now. Hosu. Phew. Ida's mentor, Manual, normal, pro hero, sighs in cool relief after taking off his fin-like helmet, sweating a little, just as the turbo quirk user takes off his. Well, the nice thing about having the whole city on alert is that no villains will come out. He walks off. Yeah, sure. Tenya murmurs, putting in his glasses, hero killer stain. It was obvious by your criminal history that at several places you appeared so far, you would at least injure 4 pro heroes. There's either a reason for that or I'm just reading into things, but it's like a pattern. And Tensai is the only one that you've attacked at Hosu. H's recalls back to his injured older brother, laying in the hospital upon weakly muttering his apology to his younger brother for failing him. Out of that thought, that means it's very likely that you'll appear in this city again. Tenya's eyes turn cold with hatred. Good. I'll dispose of you with my own hands, he declares inwardly, furious. By the time they meet back up with Sasuke, so what's going to be our task this time, Phantom? Boruto asks. Is it another sparring match? Or patrolling? Sarada adds. For the latter, it's something along those lines. Sasuke sits up from where he was sitting, also confusing the two. We're going to Hosu to track down the hero killer. He reveals, surprising the two. Hosu, huh? Sarada murmurs. The hero killer. Boruto too, inwardly speaking, that city is where Ida's currently taking his internship. That could be a good time to check in on him. He adds, also hoping that he hasn't encountered the hero killer yet and doesn't get himself killed trying to take him down. If only Ida listened to his warning, even a little. Something up, Boruto? Sasuke asks, noticing he's in thought. Oh, it's nothing. Uzumaki replies, back on track, Hosu it is. Surprised we're going to fight a villain this soon, Sarada said. Yes. You two demonstrated your abilities back at the sports festival and already experienced combat against villains, especially you, Boruto, when we fought against Momoshiki and took him down, Sasuke said. That's true. Boruto nods, and now that he thinks about it, Momoshiki was the worst opponent he's ever fought so far, so the hero killer shouldn't be that bad. Take the rest of the evening to prepare. Sasuke instructs, turning around, we'll set out at dawn. He walks off. Affirmative. Yes sir, they reply, firmly. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish. Opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Suyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. That wraps it up. We're about to get to the good stuff of this arc, aka the Hosu battle. Thanks for reading, and until next time. 805 Chapter 52, Mujina. Hello, everybody, to another chapter. It's been a while since I got back here due to college finals exams, but now that classes are over on my part, let's get to the chapter. Villain Bar. Master, how many nomus have you finished? Tamura asks at the computer, having had his right bleed shoulder bandaged up due to Stain's knife. They're not as strong as the one at the USJ, but I finished verifying the behavior of 6. He replies, their mindsets should be the same as the 7 nomus I sent with you against Momoshiki. Perfect. Give them to me, Tamura demands. Why? His leader asks. Because I despise the hero killer. His apprentice grumbles in reply, I can destroy the things I don't like, right, master? He shakes his widened eyes under his hand mask. Very well. His master understands, however, you may only have 5. He adds, use this as another learning experience, he advises. After the call, TCH. If only there was a recruitment that isn't so damn high and mighty, Tamura sneers. You keep trying to kill them on sight, that's why the hero killer was acting that way. Adult Shin and his son comes through the door, in a way, he was right. I have no time for irrelevant nonsense. Tamura glares, I'm already in a bad mood. HMPH. The Uchiha scoffs, not giving a crap. While roaming around for a while, there is a small gang that I caught sight of before our meeting with the hero killer, Kurogiri reveals. You're mentioning this now? Who? Tamura asks. They're called the Mujina Bandits. The warp villain replies, a gang that steals value goods and make profits once they achieve them. No different from first-rate villains who usually do nothing but rob banks. Teen Shin comments, not all that intrigued. For once, the kid said something logical. Tamura surprisingly agrees, which Teen Shin glares at the comment he made as an insult. We need strong recruits, not a small and low-level gang. The hand mask villain adds. Let's not count them out yet. Kurogiri continues, their leader, Shojoji, has a quirk that lets him assume the identity of his victims. It could be the reason why his gang always succeed in getting what they need. He adds, adding to that, he could have more in his arsenal. You heard him. Adult Shin chimes in, arms crossed over chest, you're already judging a book by its cover way too early, Shigaraki. He adds, just as you said, we need recruitments, so this isn't the time to get picky, just because the hero killer refused your offer. After listening to that, Tamura reluctantly thinks about it before somewhat agreeing, fine. Just hope that he doesn't piss me off as much as the hero killer did. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazurashi starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 52. Mujina at 7:10 p.m. Gale Palm. Boruto uses to blast down 3 tree branches, in the middle of training, the hero killer, He mentions in thought, based off his recent attack on Ida's brother alone, he's a professional criminal and won't be an easy guy to find or defeat. He thinks that, but cracks a smirk, it's fine though. If I could fight Momoshiki, then I can definitely take on the hero killer. No doubt about it. He uses lightning bolt to bring down another tree. Hosu, here we come. He states firmly and confidently. Until he hears a clap, that gets his attention and turns to see the boy he and Sarada met earlier, Tento, is there. Bravo, bravo. Tento claps with a smirk on him, that was some power display there. Why, you're the kid from earlier. Boruto points at him in a dramatic way before giving off the annoyed look, what are you doing out here at this time? Shouldn't you be with your butler or something? Nah, my dad decided that we stay here for the night before heading to Hosu for his business meeting, Tento said, with a shrug. He's going to Hosu too. Boruto's surprised to hear, also no all that delighted. Oh boy. I'm gonna be seeing this kid everywhere. Anyway, I came to say thank you for yesterday, the boy continues, still smirking. Huh? For what? Boruto asks, totally confused. Was it about the autograph sentence that he wrote? For showing me how commoners would act in a situation like that, as far as not signing a simple autograph, Tento replies. If you're here to annoying me, then go home. Boruto turns around, resuming training. Arrogant rich kids are one of the things I can't stand. Oh relax, it's nothing of that sort, but, Tento brings out a wooden chair that he had behind a tree and sets it up before sitting on it. I want to see how Hiro trains on regular basis. Watching me train? As if, Boruto exclaims dramatically, you'd thrown off my concentration. Come on, I always wanted to watch a hero practice and show off his quirks. If you do that, then I won't annoy ya. Tento grins, cross my heart. With a twitching brow of aggravation, Boruto sighs reluctantly, fine, but eventually you'll have to go cause I'll be out here all day. Okay with me, now let's get to it, Tento excited, not bothered at all. There were a couple quirks you did back at the sports festival. Oh? There was lightning, and wind. Those? Alright, watch closely, ya brat. Boruto cracks a small grin, doing a one-hand sign that starts his quirks. Gale palm. He blasts down a couple trees, followed by, lightning bolt. He throws about a blue lightning to blast down a few more, having some dust arise from that. That was awesome. Tento beams loudly, even though it's nothing compared to most heroes that was neat. This brat. Boruto sees he's giving off that arrogant talk again and is annoyed by it, shooting off an annoyed glare. There was another quirk that you use. Ah, the ones where you can make clones of yourself. Tento remembers, eager to see that one. HMPH. Boruto huffs a little before doing that, shadow clones. He summons 5. Whoa. Tento beams widely, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. He adds, real heroes are so cool. You're definitely the son of Firefox and the festival's champion, he compliments. Well yeah. Boruto tilts away awkwardly, so cool, Tento continues beaming than ever. Look at him laughing so genuinely. Boruto smiles in response, he's still just a kid, so maybe he ain't so bad after all. But you know, Tento puts a hand under his chin, saying otherwise, I've heard that Firefox could make over 1,000 clones and has stronger usage of wind. He adds, comparing them, compared to that, this is pretty lame. Oh you little punk. Boruto tick marks inwardly, dissummoning his clones before pointing at the kid dramatically, that's exactly why I wrote that phrase on your book, about you not having any friends with that attitude. Huh? Tento blinks in surprise, but aren't you my friend, Boruto? The teen walks up to him and gives him a bent down look and sighs after standing back up, you know, I gotta say you really are dense, aren't you? He questions, what about my attitudes makes you think I am? Oh boy, you could say I'm happy. Tento laughs a little, I've always wanted to have Hiro in training as a friend. He says nonchalantly. Are you even listening to me? He exclaims, surprised by this kid's level of denseness. Look, the boy shows him a book of cards only, this is my card collection. What? Boruto takes it, having a look, amazing. He sees that Tento has almost all of the cards of each hero in Japan, including, All Might, Gaara, Hawks, Endeavor, Mirko, Kakashi, Shota, Shikamaru, and the collection goes on, you practically have every card. That's my binder of rares and above, Tento said, I have lots more. You have so many, but don't have one of on my dad I mean, Firefox? Boruto asks in surprise. I just haven't been able to get the card I really want, it's weird I tell you, Tento shakes his head. Tell me about it. The whiskered teen agrees on that one, flipping a page and widens in surprise to find a rare card in there, you have his card too. What, Boruto? You want that card? Tento looks at what he's looking and guesses. Want? That's an understatement. Boruto replies, still looking at the card in awe. Before this week started, he refers to his internship. I tried to get my hands on it, but so far, no luck. He adds, this is the first time at seeing the actual thing, ya know? Oh, you want it? You can have it. Tento smirks, lying back in the chair. Hey, man. Boruto's dramatically surprised at this answer. Do you even know how rare this card is? It's super rare. It's fine. He brings out his black card, showing it off in a smug way. As long as I have my black card, I can get it again. Boruto trails, surprised he's still going on about the black card. In exchange, Tento proposes, you give me a proper autograph and teach me how to be a hero. Huh? Boruto narrows in confusion. I was thinking that I want to be a hero too. He grins, sitting up. Well, if you teach me how to fight and give a proper autograph, that rare card is yours. It's not a bad deal, right? Closing the binder and placing it at the edge of the wooden chair, nope. Huh? Why? Tento asks, surprised. I'm the type who has to get what he really wants by his own strength, no matter what it is. Boruto replies, confident in that. I'll think about the autograph part though. Alright, how about something else? Tento smiles, again not bothered, just tell me anything you want. Okay. Teaching me how to be a hero is the only thing you have to do. This guy just uses money to get his way. Boruto sighs inwardly. After Tento annoys him for the last few seconds, he concedes, fine. But training's gonna be super hard for the next couple hours. Really? Yes. Tento beams, raring to go. Alright, time to really be hard on him. The whiskered teen tick marks, really looking forward to that. While observing from afar is Shoujoji and a couple of Mujina thugs, damn, the kids with Boruto Uzumaki. He won the recent sports festival at UA. We can't kidnap the brat if he's there. What should we do, boss? The second subordinate asks, glancing up at him. The green-bearded villain only glares silently, responding, we'll leave him alone for now. He adds, referring to Tento, tangling with Firefox's kid would be us wasting time, and it'd drag too much attention to this area. Better yet, what's he even doing here? He adds, we'll just wait for another opportunity. He turns his back and leaves. Yes, boss. His subordinates reply, following him. 45 minutes later. Aw man, no more. Tento complains, tired out from trying to throwing a couple of Boruto's battle knives at the target sign that's hanging up on the tree. I mean, is it even possible to hit this target? I don't believe it, he adds, annoyed with this, do a better job at teaching me. Heh, he's starting to give up. Boruto smirks mischievously, before remarking. Look, I've been teaching you fine this whole time. He adds, hands in pockets, giving the brat a taste of his own medicine, watch. He picks up one of his knives to do a demonstration. You see, you're supposed to let your arm do the work. He throws the projectile and easily makes a bullseye, and you just strike him. Do you understand? Strike instead of throw. Tento wonders, deciding to give that a shot, but misses again. Oh come on, why doesn't it just hit already? It isn't something that you're going to do right away, he said, hands on hips, before asking, why do you want to become a hero anyway? I got interested after I started collecting cards. I mean, heroes are strong and cool, Tento replies, hyped. Is that all? Boruto sweat drops. Okay, what about your quirk? Huh? Tento turns around, confused. I'm asking what your quirk is, he repeats. Hearing this makes Tento's head lower with a nervous expression, revealing, I actually don't have one, he mutters out. Really? Usually kids would have their quirks by at least age 3. The blonde's surprised to hear, so that means you're quirkless. Tento sighs, adding his reason, I don't know if I'll ever get a quirk at my age now. But if I become a hero, even without a quirk, then my dad will pay more attention to me. He speaks and wishes, surprising Boruto, Dad always tells me that heroes are amazing and that they're trustworthy people. He adds, he's always working and doesn't come home much and he's always thinking about heroes. He smiles a little, that's why I want to become a hero one day, who's amazing enough to be on a card and save people. He stares positively, and then maybe, my dad will finally acknowledge me. Hearing this reminds Boruto of a certain freckled teen, a friend of mine, used to quirkless, just like you. Huh? Tento perks up in surprise. Even though he had no quirk, he refused to concede defeat and kept striving hard, despite the impossible odds. The Uzumaki continues referencing Izuku. So, what happened next? The kid asks, invested in this. Smiling before continuing, and thanks to his refusal of defeat, he gained a powerful quirk at the start of UA High. Hence, continuing his goal towards being a hero. Boruto finishes, hands in pockets, while Tento is in awe after hearing all that. It's a hereditary thing, but that's the result of never giving up. Whoa. Tento widens, so, if I don't give up and continue to practice daily, then could I get a quirk one day? Perhaps. It all depends on you. Boruto shrugs, but at the moment, you look like you're ready to give up. Tento immediately picks up one of Uzumaki's knife, ready to resume training. No, let's keep going. Very well then. He smiles, if you really want to do this, then we'll stay out here for the next couple hours till you get it. In another part of the forest with the Mujina bandits, a purple portal opens in front of them, coming out, Kurogiri. What the? Shoujoji narrows at the warp villain, so does his subordinates. It's nice to meet you, Mujina gang. Kurogiri greets politely, I've heard about your recent activities and it's impressive. He adds, so I haven't come here to fight. Oh, and why's that? The green-bearded villain asks. It's that some of my colleagues wish to speak with you. The warp villain replies, they have an offer that you might find likable. Shoujoji listens, but at the same time, finds this out of the blue and doesn't even know this guy to trust him. What should we do, boss? First subordinate asks. Should we fight him? Second one asks, getting out a knife. No, it's fine. He stops them, before smirking, I'm intrigued to see what this guy and his colleagues have to offer me, he decides. 9 p.m. With a large lantern out as it's now dark and his jacket off while sweating tiredly, Tento keeps trying to connect the battle knife with the target, but fails each time, until he hits the side of the target, but still misses, damn it. That was close. One more time, Boruto said, arms crossed over chest. My lord. Yamaoka runs over to where they are, so this is where you've been, he huffs in exhaustion. Watch me, Yamaoka. I just barely missed it, Tento excites, up until now, I couldn't get it. What's the meaning of this? Just what have you got the young lord into? The butler asks in question to Boruto, who keeps a straight face, this is things without authorization. My lord, this is much too dangerous. I asked him to teach me. Tento replies in truth, don't blame Boruto. It doesn't matter. He replies, concerned, you are the heir of the Madoka family, so there is no need for you to do things such as this. But, I just started getting better at it. Let me try just a little longer. Tento begs a little, which his butler disapproves. Let him do it. Boruto chimes in their little argument, he's finally getting the hang of it. It's more fun for him to hit a target with a knife, and with his own strength than buying up rare cards with his black card. He walks over. It's true. Tento looks back at his butler for his approval. Yamaoka sighs, good grief. I understand. He adds just as Tento excites, however, you have an hour left as it's getting late and we must set out early in the morning. Yes. Tento understands, going to practice some more, the next one will be a bull's eye. Just like that, Tento continues to work hard at trying to hit the target. While that goes on, Yamaoka explains to Boruto that Tento's father gave him the credit card because he had no idea what his son actually liked, so Tento began collecting cards and participating in tournaments to try and gain attention, with even that not working, which is also a reason why he buys cards. The butler also notices that thanks to the whiskered teen's methods, Tento has discovered something better than cards. Villain's bar. Join your group, you say? Shojoji narrows in surprise with a raised brow, along with his few subordinates. Precisely. Tamura replies, sitting down on a bar chair. Kurogiri caught sight of you guys during a robbery or whatever and recommended on having you as recruitments. He adds. He explains something about your quirk that allowed you to morph into your victims, I believe. Adult Shin said, sounds like a transformation quirk of some sort. You caught me using my quirk, huh? Shojoji eyes the warp villain, color me surprised. Is that really the only quirk you have? I get the feeling you have more behind your back, Teen Shin said. Huh, and what if I do, kid? Shojoji smirks, better yet, what makes you think we'll join your scurvy crew? He gazes to Tamura. We're not too hung up on current events, but you guys are the ones who snuck into UA and got your asses handed to you, right? He laughs, with his subordinates doing the same. We'd be wasting our time playing villains with you guys and it certainly wouldn't help the Mujina bandits get profits as a group either. He taunts. Tamura glares and tightens his right fist before opening it. You're asking for a death wish, pal. That type of attitude is why the hero killer didn't join us. Adult Shin berates to the hand-masked villain. If you continue to get provoked by small comments like this, then our group won't expand. And you'll never kill All Might. Tamura glares irritably at the Uchiha next, but reluctantly knows that he has a point and takes a small breather for now, TCH. During this, Shojoji takes a large cigarette out his pocket before lighting it, blowing smoke out of it that almost fills half the bar. Tamura coughs a bit from the terrible stench, even under his hand mask. Put that damn thing away, he demands. Yeah, that's not happening. The green-bearded villain ignores him and still smokes without a care. Smoking is what I do, and a habit of taking things slow. You should try one yourself and chill out, he said in a taunting manner, earning a scoff of refusal from the young villain. Hell no. It reeks. Tamura grumbles, waving some of the smoke away. I'll take Jiren smoking in here than you. Whatever. And back on topic, you even tried recruiting the hero killer. Stain. That takes guts, but I heard the guy is a lone wolf and kills heroes in every city he sets foot on. Shojoji continues. Which is exactly why I plan to destroy him at Hosu for pissing me off, Tamura remarks. Hosu, you say? The Greenbeard villain's familiar with that city, which is where he and his crew will relocate and that's where Tento and the Madoka family are heading. Back to the main subject, will your Mujina gang group join our league of villains? Tamura asks with a small glare, or not. There's no way the boss is gonna have us join you, one Mujina subordinate said. You got that right. The second one agrees. On the contrary, this will be up for discussion. Shojoji said, surprising them, that part about killing All Might, the world's #1 hero? That's a high bar you're aiming for. He grins to Tamura, finding this amusing. It makes me curious as to how you're even going to pull off an impossible goal like that. Even if you did, you'd have to deal with the second strongest hero, Firefox. Adding, you can be all talk, but you need action to back that up, kid. Afterward, he then gazes to the warp villain next. Our conversation is done here. We'll be in touch, so send us back to Konoha City. So you're declining the invitation to join the league? Kurogiri asks. Can't you listen? I said it's up for discussion. Shojoji replies, now get us back there already. The fame of fortune is still calling my name. He grins. Back to the forest. Huh? Tento finally hits a bullseye with the battle knife. I did it. I hit the target. He hugs Boruto excitedly and celebrates, while Yamaoka smiles. See, you can do it. The blonde congratulates. I did it, but if I don't keep practicing, I'll lose my touch again, right? Tento asks. That's true. He nods. Muscle memory can fade if you don't stay on top of it. He adds, even if you keep practicing, it doesn't mean that you'll hit it every time. But, he takes the knife off the target board. It'll lead to something if you keep training. Looking at the dirt on hands from the hard work, it does? Tento mutters in question. Bingo. And it's something that you can't buy with a black card, but with your own hands. After putting the projectile up, Boruto hands him his notebook. Take a look inside. He advises, with Tento doing just that. Whoa. The boy widened in delight at seeing Uzumaki name print on there, hence, the autograph. That's your reward for hitting the target, he grins. Thank you. Tento hugs him immediately, getting a chuckle in response. In a dojo, Sarada trains with her eyes closed, throwing a battle knife at the target, hitting the center before throwing 4 more, hitting the sides on the spot, perfect form. She raises a fist, satisfied with this. Bring it on, hero killer. You're going behind bars by the time we're through with you. She hypes herself, ready to go to Hosu. Later on, in the dark woods, Shojoji and his few moons are back after being teleported back by Kurogiri, with the former speaking. Now then, where were we? He looks around. Boss, over there. His third subordinate points to Yamaoka walking alone in the woods. Oh. He then thinks of a brilliant plan. He'll make a perfect disguise. He grins evilly, before letting his subordinates know his scheme. Meanwhile, Yamaoka heads back to the hotel to prepare Tento's room. until he sees a figure walk up ahead, who then disappears. As the crows flock, "Who's there?" the old man runs, only to find on one there as he pants tiredly. "Huh?" He feels the wind as the person is now behind him, being none other than Shoujoji. "Who are you?" The butler stutters, now frightened at the huge villain. "You won't be knowing, since you're as good as dead." Shoujoji begins to open his mouth, using his mouth, killing Yamaoka before he could scream for help. 9:50 p.m. On the way back to the hotel after training Tento, "It was fun getting you to teach me for the last couple hours, Boruto." The latter smiles. "Yeah, it was, though I wasn't expecting it," he admits, hands in pockets. "So," Tento lowers his head a little, "do you think we'll meet again?" Stopping for a moment, causing Tento to stop too, in confusion. "Hey, man." Boruto huffs and squeezes his nose lightly. "Is that something that you'd say to a friend?" He lets go. Tento widens in surprise as Boruto grins in assurances, making the kid tear up. "What's with the waterworks?" the teen asks as they laugh. Tento reminds him of Izuku with the dramatic tears, finding that amusing, before dropping the kid off and heading back to his hotel for the night. Internships, Day 3. After training with Gran Torino, the elder hero reveals, "Hope you're ready, because we're going out to fight some villains." Surprise. What? Just like that. Izuku stammers, in his hero costume. "The key is to get experience with different types of villains in any situation." Torino replies, as they walk on the sidewalk, "This is an internship after all, you shouldn't be too surprised by this." "I agree, but I still think I need more time to prepare myself," he replies, still feeling that he needs more training with One for All. "From what I've heard, you've already fought real villains and fought alongside the top pros against those 3 white villains that could fly." Torino recalls, referring to Otsutsuki, "You'll be just fine, we aren't going after anyone that big," he assures, before they take a taxi to Tokyo. As they ride by, we'll pass Hosu City. "I wonder how Ida's doing." Izuku takes note of, inwardly, "I'll try to message him later." 5 p.m. in Hosu City, "We'll be patrolling Kyoto today, too," Manuel said as he and Tenya walking around the sidewalk. "Sorry this is so repetitive." "No, it's better this way," Tenya replies, still looking around. Noticing, Manuel turns his head back, voicing, "I know this is hard to ask, but," he questions, "you're after the hero killer, aren't you?" Stopping in surprise that he knows, "How did you?" Tenya expresses through his helmet. "I can't think of any other reason you came to my agency." Manuel said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you did." He assures awkwardly with his hands waved, but, he then states this seriously, "You shouldn't purse personal grudges." He advised, surprising Ida, "We, heroes, don't have the authority to arrest people and punish them. They're only allowed to use their quirks because of the regulations put on them." He adds, "And that's why. No matter the reason, a hero mustn't use their quirk for themselves. If a pro used their power for their own selfish desires, it would be a serious crime." Tenya lowers his head, thinking about it. "I am not saying that the hero killer isn't guilty or anything." Manuel assures awkwardly, hands waving dramatically, "You just seem like the earnest type and I'd hate for you to focus on one goal and ignore the rest." "Thank you. I appreciate the warning." The UA intern bows his head. "As long as you get what I'm saying," Manuel replies, "so we good." He turns around and walks onward. Tenya recalls back to what Boruto told him before taking this internship. If the turbo engine user went through with what he was doing, his brother wouldn't be proud and he was going to regret it big time. After that callback, the teen tightens his fist as he walks forward. "No. What am I supposed to do with this burning hatred, if I can't act?" In another part of Hosu, Yamaoka makes his way into an alley, with a communicator to his ear. "How's it going so far?" a subordinate asks through the link. "Not too bad." Shoujoji replies, in Yamaoka's disguise. They have no idea that their real butler is dead and is someone else in disguise. He smirks, referring to himself, but on the other hand, he changes the subject and frowns. After walking around with the brat and his father for the past few hours, it's hard to separate them. Adding fuel to the fire, there's pro-heroes patrolling every part of the street, making it even harder. "Damn it. Is there any other plan we can think of?" his subordinate asks. Shoujoji thinks for a few seconds before coming to a realization at calling them. "I didn't think I would resort to this. But let's call that League of Villains group or whatever and see if they can be useful here." "What? But boss, are you sure?" Subordinates exclaims in surprise. "It's fine. It's not like we're joining their little club or anything," he replies. "I'm interested in how that Shigaraki guy will respond." He smirks, curiously. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Boruto, and Sarada arrived in Hosu City a few hours earlier, in search of the hero killer. While patrolling a different part of the city in their hero costumes, Boruto checks his phone, seeing that Tenya hasn't messaged back, still no word from Ida. Strange. Sarada puts a finger under her chin. Doesn't he normally text back right away? For the most part, yes. He nods. "Worry about your friend later." Sasuke looks back to them, overhearing them, and focus on the main objective. He adds as they walk, "One basic fact that every hero should know is to cast out all distractions and remember what they're here to do." "Right, sorry." Boruto puts his phone up, but still can't help but wondering what Ida's up to here. "We've been patrolling here for a while, and still no sign of the hero killer," Sarada said. "He might not even be in this city." According to the record of his killing spree, he's slaughtered 4 to 5 heroes at various locations all around Japan. Sasuke explains, "Here in Hosu, which I'm sure you two know, he recently injured a pro-hero, almost mortally." He adds, which the two UA students know that he's talking about Ingenium, Tenya's older brother. Following his record, it's safe to assume that he will appear somewhere in this city and finish what he has started. Okay. So we just keep our eyes and ears open and on full alert, Sarada murmurs, glancing around. Easier said than done. Boruto said in addition, so far he doesn't appear to be in any dark alleys. Yeah, villains would normally kill their victims at that spot without being seen by any witnesses. Sarada agrees, this'll be a little tougher than we thought. Sasuke doubts that on the other hand since he'll just sense the hero killer if he was very close to where they are. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. Villains Bar. Well. Tamura talks with Shojoji on the phone at the bar. Look who comes crawling back. Don't get arrogant with me, Shigaraki. Shojoji remarks through the device, to me? You're just a brat who's fooled so easily and a disgrace as a villain so far. Not even worth using my corpse quirk on. Come again. Tamura irritates, scratching his neck. You're lucky I didn't kill you during our first meeting. As if you could. Shojoji remarks otherwise, I'm not calling because I'm putting the Mujina bandits under you. Now listen up, he begins, I'll make a deal. If you help me in the takeover of the Madoka family's business here in Hosu, then we'll consider being allies to your league. Oh, Tamura's intrigued to hear, having stopped scratching his neck, a coincidence that you're even at Hosu. And what will you get out of taking over that rich business? Better yet, how will you do it? To your first question, it's for money and power. Shojoji reveals, 2, I'll disguise myself as Ikkyu Madoka's son and use his body to get close to the father and take on his disguise as well. He adds, once I've obtained his form with my quirk, I'll have full control over the Madoka family business, and every villain in Japan will live at ease and do what they want. He adds, not a bad deal, wouldn't you say? In response, Tamura thinks over goal that this Mujina member has in store. Granted, it wasn't a bad goal and different from Hero Killer Stain's goal, but the part about money and power isn't the part that he's too fond of since ruling would be the hand-masked villain's job. Answering anyway, fine. He grumbles, I plan to launch an attack on Hosu to get rid of the Hero Killer anyway. While that happens, commence your plan elsewhere, to another building or something. I'm surprised, you actually thought this out, didn't think you were capable of being strategic. Shojoji laughs. Don't insult me. Tamura grows tired of being underestimated, however, if you fail to kidnap one small child in this chaos we're about to cause on Hosu, then I'm rethinking my choice on having you as an ally. Huh. This is coming from a brat who has yet and failed to find any recruitments to join his little band. You're even trying to recruit the Mujina band and failed yet again. Think before you talk and be grateful that I'm considering on us being allies. Shojoji remarks, seriously. HMPH. You and the hero killer are almost neck and neck in terms of being arrogant and annoying. Tamura scoffs, before revealing, by the time my Nomus begin their attack, that's when you do whatever you're gonna do. Done. Shojoji gets it, do your job properly this time, he said before hanging up. You big oaf, who said I agreed to this deal of yours? Tamura grumbles inwardly, having not said or agreed to anything about the Mujina boss's proposal. He puts the phone down on the bar counter before standing up, Kurogiri, Shin, we're off to Hosu. Understood. The Warp Gate villain nods. So we begin, adult Shin said, knowing this is about to be a mess. Just like that, everyone is now in Hosu and ready to coverage for the night's battle. More of a set-up chapter since I decided to tackle Boruto and Tendo's friendship now instead of later. On top of that, the Mujina bandits and League of Villains in contact with one another. Temporarily. The Hero Killer Stain fight also draws closer as we're about to get to the good stuff. Thanks for reading and until next time, 805 Chapter 53, Outbreak. On a cinderblock building over Hosu, Hero Killer Stain glares at the city below in a crouch-down position as the wind blows in the almost dark sky. Behind him, a spiraling portal opens up, courtesy of Shin's small, one-eyed creature as Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri come out of it. So this is what Hosu City is like in the evening time, Teen Shin comments. I'll admit, it's nicer than I expected at this hour, his father agrees. So, what are you gonna do? Tamura asks the hero killer. I will reform this city. Stain responses, still staring downward at the setting, and in order to do so, blood must spill. You have a clear goal, Kurogiri said. I must say, it's an admirable dedication, and you plan to see it all the way through. Adult Shin gets it. Finally, at least you two understand. Stain stands up, also insulting Tamura. Are you making fun of me again? The latter grumbles, and puts a hand to his right shoulder wound. Hero is a title for those who accomplish great deeds. Stain raises out his arms and preaches viciously, this city is full of false champions, and all they care about is money and fame. He grabs his sword behind his back, until this world realizes its mistakes. He declares next, I shall continue my work. With those words, he jumps off the building thereon and into the city. He talks all high and mighty, and wastes his stuff on a small stage such as this. Tamura scratches his neck in aggravation, he's so noble I could cry, he scoffs. You can't make fun of him when he's been proving his point in every city he appears in, and sprouts fear in the hearts of more than a few heroes. Adult Shin said as the wind breezes through his cloth, even if there are some that are conscious of their surroundings, it's clear he's been making changes around here. Shin's right, even the crime rates have fallen, proving that his methods have been successful, Kurogiri adds. Having stopped scratching his neck in pure annoyance, oh isn't that wonderful? Tamura exclaims sarcastically, heroes are working harder thanks to those murders. You could say our hero killer is a hero breeder. He calms down after that, this is getting boring. I just got off the phone with Shoujoji and now this, even that fat guy thinks he can rule all villains just because he'll get his hands on some money. He crosses his arms over chest, this won't work for either of them. The hero killer and I can't agree on a basic level and he annoys me. As for Shoujoji, that guy thinks he sees himself as the next underworld king or something, which pisses me off even more. He adds, we don't need a green-bearded oaf like that as an ally to our league, even his gang doesn't look all that strong. He orders next, Kurogiri, bring out the Nomus. Complying, the warp villain summons 5 Nomu monsters out the portal. To Tamura, they think that they can get away this mockery, one stabbing him and the other talking down on him, I'll kill you both whenever I feel like it. He refers to both the hero killer and Mujina leader, but let's make it more interesting, I'll crush Stain's honor and pride, while Shoujoji and his Mujina weaklings can just die in the crossfire. He declares, as all 5 Nomus assemble and begin to carry out their attack upon the city. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazurashi starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing hero killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina bandits, led by Shoujoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 53. Outbreak. It wasn't long before every individual in Hosu City heard an explosion from the Nomus themselves. The creatures have begun their rampage on the city and fire begins to spread in the setting's center. From a distance away, Sasuke, Sarada, and Boruto have caught sight of it while atop a nearby building as they looked out at the chaotic scene. What's going on down there? Sarada wonders aloud as her eyes widen, a sudden explosion in the middle of the city. Right in the open too. It can't be the hero killer's doing, Boruto theorizes. Sasuke gazes at the commotion and agrees, my thoughts exactly, this would be too flashy, even for him. Given his criminal cases, he normally works in the shadows. Sarada nods, but what is causing that commotion down there? We're taking action, Sasuke said, surprising them, that's the first thing a hero should do. Let's go, he jumps off and downward. Right. The interns comply and follow after him. In the alley. Stain hears the commotion caused by the Nomu, voicing, "That idiot's making a move. It's so noisy," he said, refers to Tamura and promises, "I'll have to dispose of him later." He glares back at the pro-hero, native, having him pinned by the face via hand and against the wall. "At the moment, I have more important work to finish here. I can't move." Native mumbles under the killer's palm, with his left shoulder bleeding constantly, "You bastard. I'll kill you. You call yourself a hero?" Stain frowns, disgusted. "You should choose your last words with care." He readies his blade in the intent to kill him off. Before he could, he turns on time to see Tenya swooping in with a flying turbo kick, but Stain reacts to that easily and swipes him with his rough-up blade. "Ah!" Tenya yelped as he fell down to the ground, having his helmet and glasses knocked off. A child wearing a suit. He narrows in surprise a little. "Whoever you are, you might as well run away from here." He advises, "This is not a place for children. You're carrying blades all over your body, and wearing a blood-red scarf." Tenya sits up. "You must be the hero killer Stain." He identifies, "It's you, right?" He glares deeply with hatred in his eyes. "I've been looking for you, but I didn't think I'd find you so soon." "I am." Before he could finish, the killer points his blade at his face. "Your eyes are searing with vengeance." Stain identifies, easily, "Be careful what you say next." He advises, "If need be, even someone your age could be my target." Insulted by this, "Are you saying that I'm not even a threat to you?" Tenya tightens his right fists. "You listen to me, criminal." He begins, "I am the brother of an incredible hero who you attacked." He starts to stand, slowly. He's the best older brother that anyone could hope for. "I have come to stop you because he can't anymore." He thinks back to Tensai in a hospital bed, angering him more. "You're going to remember my for as long as you live." He declares ferociously, "I am Ingenium, and I will defeat you. That I promise." Glaring viciously down at the teen, Stain simply replies, "So be it. Die." During the commotion, Dad, Tento stumbles around, looking for him worriedly. "Where are you, Dad?" "My lord." Yamaoka runs toward him in a hurry, stopping upon exhaustion. "Yamaoka, thank goodness." Tento sighs, "I can't find Dad anywhere." He worries, eyes shook. "I know where he is. He ran into the alley and by the time I found him, he told me to come and find you." The butler replies, "It's too dangerous staying here." "Okay, take me to where he is." Tento nods immediately, having his butler lead away from the commotion. Little did the boy know, this was Shoujoji in disguise, who grins under his beard. "So far so good. Guess Shigaraki's ruckus is somewhat making this easier." Down on the streets, Boruto and Sarada chase after Sasuke, seeing the small fire raging about, and by the time they rounded a corner, they gasp in shock. There were two Nomu roaming about, one who's dark red and half skinny, half muscular, with long horrendous fingers, and another that's light brown with wings. They were swatting multiple heroes in the area away, easily like flies at that, and knocking them back all over. Nomus. Boruto widens, shocked, just like the one at the USJ. Sarada's quite shocked too. If they're here, then that could mean one thing. She recalls back to the villains, Adult Shin, Teen Shin in particular. The League of Villains are here, somewhere. Boruto grimaces, and with more of these things, like when we fought Momoshiki in that other dimension. They were there too? She's surprised to hear, with him nodding in confirmation. "For now, you two focus on saving the civilians who haven't evacuated yet, including the heroes who've been injured." Sasuke orders, drawing his blade from his sheath. "According to what Naruto informed me, these Nomu were made from that of human corpses." He adds, stunning the teens at that information, meaning I'll have no qualm in killing them. He concludes, "I'll leave the rest to you," he told the two before off. "Well, that's the objective." Sarada puts on a determined expression. "Yeah. Let's do this," Boruto said, as they looked at each other and nodded before searching off for any bystanders or injured heroes to lead to safety. Afar from the commotion, now this is a real game. Tamura laughs at the ensuing chaos down at the streets. The Nomu make such excellent playthings. Such a man-child. Adult Shin sighs inwardly. "Is anyone here going to participate in the fight?" Kurogiri asks out. "No need to. If Phantom Eye and his kid aren't down there, then we'd be joining in for nothing and it'd be a waste of time," Adult Shin replies. "If father won't join, then neither will I," Teen Shin supports. "That was an idiotic question. Of course I won't join since I'm injured." Tamura grumbles upon touching his bandaged right shoulder. "That's why I brought those pets with us." He then chuckles with his hands raises out. "Once this night is over, the Mujina bandits will be no more and the world will have forgotten that the hero killer ever existed." He grins under his mask in certainty. "Yamaoka, we've been running for a while." Tento pants upon stopping. "Are you sure it's this way?" "Yes, my lord." He replies, having stopped as well and isn't tired at all. "I'm sure it was around here, but..." "Get it together. This city is now a battleground," Tento said, but receives no reply. Suddenly, a Mujina subordinate comes behind the boy and knocks him out cold, making him slump to the ground. "That took a while," he said as Shoujoji chuckles at this going accordingly. Meanwhile, Izuku runs through the back alleys with full cowling activated. He never expected that a Nomu would appear on the bullet train that him and Gran Torino were riding, and he was left to watch as Torino rocketed him back toward the city. By the time he noticed signs of smoke in the middle of the city, he couldn't sit by and do nothing. As he continued running, guys like are running wild. In the same place the hero killer appeared. He adds, "I don't want to believe it's true. But the hero killer and the League of Villains are connected." He then jumps on some walls, speculating that Stain is here somewhere while this is happening. Theorizing another thing, since Iida wasn't at the fight earlier, he may have stumbled upon the guy that hurt his brother. He declares next, I gotta hurry and fast. He knows Tenya is currently in trouble, dashing faster. This way, hurry. Sarada called out, leading panicked civilians over through an alleyway that led towards a nearby train station. They hurried by, giving off thankful nods to the young hero. That should be everyone from over here, Boruto notes after approaching. Yeah. The Uchiha responds, we should probably make sure to go and protect them until those Nomu are all dealt with by the others. Right, let's hurry and, Tento. Ikkyu calls out loud, extremely worried and looks around anxiously, answer me if you're out here, Tento. Tento. Boruto narrows a brow, not knowing he was in this area too. Isn't he the kid that you trained yesterday? Sarada asks, recalling him telling her that. Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. He replies, knowing it's bad to get separated at a time like this, especially for a child like Tento, and runs up to Ikkyu. Do you have any idea where he could be? I don't know. The Madoka dad replies, he was here with me a minute ago before this crisis happened. Even Yamaoka's not here and I have no idea if he's with Tento. Boruto thinks for a moment as Sarada arrives and advises, we'll find your son and bring him back safely. For now, and evacuate with the others. Ikkyu is unsure of this, but eventually complies. As he walks through the alley toward the train station, Tento. He worries inwardly and hopes that he's safe. Sarada, I'll find Tento and bring him back here as soon as I can. Boruto volunteers. Do you mind handling the rest until I get back? Not a problem. She understands, we won't leave a single person behind, so go for it, she smirks. Thanks. He smiles and nods as they bump fists with each other and separate to do their part. As he runs into the alley, I'll see if he wandered off back here. But the problem is, where? He wonders. Meanwhile in a different part, Gran Torino engages a Nomu, who's skinny and has gray skin. The beast was about to attack a couple of fleeing civilians until the old hero intercepts it with a jet-amped kick. I haven't thought this earnestly in years. Torino comments, picked a fine time to patrol. He lands and challenges the beast. All right, bring it on ugly. He dodges its strike and sees that the beast, but not faster than himself. No, stay away. A couple frights as the Nomu draws near them. He's attack at random. Torino catches on, jet flies towards the Nomu in an attempt to stop it. Out of nowhere, Sasuke comes in and bisects the Nomu in half, having the slashed up parts fall to the ground. It's you. Torino recognizes the Uchiha. It's been a while, Gran Torino. Sasuke greets, gazing back, didn't expect to see you around here. Likewise, what brings you here? The old hero asks. To search for the hero killer, but that'll come for later. Sasuke replies, first things first, we deal with this sudden invasion that happened out of nowhere. With his blade ready, be on guard. Agreed. Torino nods. To their surprise however, the Nomu regenerates from being bisected and stands up, cricking wickedly at its regenerated legs. I see. Regeneration. Sasuke notes. That's gonna make this even more of a pain than it already is, Torino scoffs. As the beast prepares to attack, fire is launched out of nowhere and hits the Nomu, covering it in flames. I was here to look for the hero killer, but this will have to do instead. Endeavor shows up, to their surprise, aside from the old timer, I don't know what you're doing here, Phantom. He marches into the fray, not all that pleased. Looking for the hero killer, just like you, but dealing with these creatures are more important. Sasuke replies, gazing at the burning Nomu. Is that so? No matter, from here on out, I'm handling this. Endeavor insists, with his fired up beard. HMPH, do as you please. Sasuke ignores, sword in hand. Phantom Eye and Endeavor. A man utters. Why are they in Hosu? A woman wonders. The answer to that is obvious. Sasuke trails. Because it's a hero's job to deal with danger. Endeavor finishes, smirking. Meanwhile in an empty warehouse, Tento muffles in a bag as his hands, feet are tied up, MMF. He couldn't breathe until the bag was taken off his head, boo-ha, allowing him to gasp for air. Well hello there, my lord. He gazed up and widens to find Yamaoka with several Mujina bandit minions. The butler asks with a blank expression, how are you feeling? Yamaoka. Tento doesn't get this and looks around at where they are. Where are we? Hurry and untie me, he demands, but his butler kicks him across the floor in response, sending him toppling along to a stop. Why? The boy utters. Oh that's right, I didn't introduce myself yet, did I? Yamaoka takes off a piece of his hair and begins to revert back to his original form, Shoujoji. This scares Tento as the huge villain takes shape in front of him and takes his glasses off. Phew www. He grumbles down at the boy. Ya. Yamaoka. Tento widens, scared. Shoujoji takes out a large brown cigarette, in his mouth and allowing one of his subordinates to light it up. As he blows a fog of smoke from it, the real Yamaoka is dead. He reveals, has been for a good long while now. He's dead. The boy widens in shock. Well actually, it's more like. The big villain reveals next, I devoured him. Ha. Tento gasps, frightened. As Shoujoji blows more smoke via cigarette, the corpse clone. A quirk of mine that allows me to devour and take in the form, memories, and abilities of my victims. He adds, along with their life. Which shocks Tento even more. Who the hell are you? The boy stammers. I'm Shoujoji. He introduces, the boss of the Mujina bandits. He blows more from his cigarette. What are you going to do to me? Tento stammers in fright. Don't be scared. He grins, our business is with your pops. He adds, we plan to negotiate some pretty crazy demands with him. And we're not expecting them for free. He reveals, because you'll be the reward for giving in to us. And no. Completely scared, Tento tries crawling his way toward the door, but Shoujoji steps on his small body, stopping him. Didn't anyone tell you not to play with knives? Shoujoji talks down on him. That's what you were doing yesterday, and uselessly pretending to be a hero, weren't you? I was training. Tento remarks, still startled. Huh? Don't make me laugh. You call that training? The villain amuses. No matter how much a little turd like you trains, you'll always be useless. He adds, however, the Madoka family is useful, since they have money and power that's profitable. He blows more smoke. If you want money, my dad will pay you whatever you want. Tento mutters, if it's not enough. Look at this. He take his black card out pocket. This is the ultimate black card that'll buy you anything you want. Take this and let me go, he begs. Shoujoji does just that and stares at the card for a few seconds. Before crushing it completely in his right hand, letting the chunks hit the ground. Pathetic, brat. That's not gonna at all. He proceeds to grab Tento by his front collar, lifting the boy in the air. You want to become an awesome hero, just like the ones in the card, even though you're quirkless? Yeah. He chuckles, but everything you had got was all because of your family's richness. That's another reason why you'll never be a hero. He adds in taunt, all you'll be is a bargaining chip to use to take over the Madoka business, nothing more and nothing less. He continues, smirking as smoke blows from his cigarette, with my corpse clone Quirk, I can devour anything and turn everyone into my pawns, and in turn, controlling the world. What do you mean? Tento winces from the grip. First, I'll devour you and become you. Shoujoji reveals, that's when I'll return to your father as you and act as everything is safe and sound. And after a touching reunion between father and son, I'll devour your pops and grasp the reins of power over the Madoka business. He concludes, that's when guys like us from the underworld will take over, but with me as its rightful leader. He drops Tento without a care. Goo. The kid winces after landing hard. Oh well, you got to play hero for a short time, and out of that, you'll be a bargaining chip. Consider your dream fulfilled. Shoujoji taunts before he and the whole gang laugh in big amusement before walking off, leaving Tento frightened on the ground, not knowing how to get out of this. Meanwhile, Tenya sets off his turbo legs and exclaims in rage towards Stain, for Tensai. He goes for an axe kick off the bat, but the hero killer jumps over him, dodging it easily. Ingenium. So you're brothers. The latter understands right away. I let him live so he could spread the good word. He attacks back, word of me. With the spikes on his metal boots, he strikes Tenya on his right shoulder. Gurg. The turbo teen grunts in pain, pinned down to the ground as a result. You're a weakling. Just like he was. Stain bluntly states before diving his roughed-up sword into Tenya's left shoulder next, making blood spill out and leak, furthering the pain. You aren't heroes. You have no right to be called that. He adds sternly, both of you are nothing but fakes. Shut up. Villain. Tenya argues back, with his head stepped on by the ladder. You damaged his spine and paralyzed him from the waist down. He shakes, angrily. He's never going to be able to work as a pro hero again. He adds in a shaking voice, my brother was incredible. A caring person who saved many lives. Someone that people looked up and you had no right to take that all away from him. Gritting his teeth, he is my hero. And he inspired my dream, that I could be a pro too. Balling up his fists and having tears of rage, he swears, I won't forgive you, I'll kill you. Shouldn't you be worried about saving that guy? Stain points and directs his attention towards the injured native, surprising Tenya. You're so busy with your vendetta that you forgot about him. Stain smirks down at the teen, unimpressed. You plan on using your quirk just for yourself, all while blind by a selfish desire for revenge. He adds, you're about as far away from being a hero as I could possibly imagine. He takes the blade out Tenya's left shoulder, and brings it to his mouth, and that's why you'll die tonight. He likes the blood off his roughed-up blade, causing Iida to become paralyzed. Iida feels the effects, my body. Won't move, he tries, but to no avail, damn it. Just when hope seemed lost for Tento, the boy glances at the knife, that he brought earlier, and the autograph, from Boruto, which soon gives him inspiration and he uses the sharp projectile to quietly cut off the restraints from his legs. Talking with his subordinates, we're one step closer to our prize, guys. One subordinate celebrates. This is like taking candy from a baby, second one brags. Once this is over, we're gonna be rich, another adds. Right on the dime. Shoujoji smokes his cigar. Now that we have the kid in our grasp to carry out our plan, we won't need Shigaraki or his puny little lead. He grins, having no use for them. He may have caused a good ruckus out there, but that's nothing and in truth, they'd just be dead weight. He and his gang laugh. Hey! Tento yells out, grabbing their attention as then turn around to see that the boy has from the ropes from his legs, while his wrists are still tied. Nevertheless, he holds the knife firmly and this time, without fear, replacing it with determination. Ooh! Shoujoji sarcastically raises a brow. Don't underestimate me, Tento exclaims seriously. I'm curious as to what you plan to do with that toy there, Shoujoji said, not threatened at all. You might as well knock it off. It'd be bad if something happened to you before the exchange. He continues smoking. I may be quirkless. Not strong like a hero, but Tento then declares without fear, I won't be anyone's bargaining chip. He does something crazy and points at his own neck. If I do this, at least I can be helpful to my dad. This little brat, he couldn't be. Shoujoji immediately knows what he's about to do and throws aside the cigarette. Before Tento could thrust at his own neck, the green-beard villain stops him on time and pins him in place, taking the knife away from him. Well, my opinion of you has changed a bit. The villain admits, I never thought you'd try something like that. I don't want to make any trouble for Papa, Tento mutters out while pinned by the face. Come on, I can't have you wasting your precious life like that. Shoujoji grins evilly. Sinkle, I'll need to eat your brain alive in order to take your face for my corpse clone Quirk. This is when Shoujoji's mouth expands out and he aims to start devouring Tento, beginning with his head. Tento begins to cry out in horror as he starts getting eaten by the head, gah. At the same time, Stain raises his roughed-up blade over the defeated Tenya. Goodbye, child. May your death bring about a better world, he states as he's about to kill him. No, please. Not like this. Tenya shakes in anger and fright, remembering his older brother's words inspiration. With tears of anger pricking from his eyes, say whatever you want to about me, he shouts, adding loudly, you're still just a scumbag criminal who hurt my brother. Simultaneously on both sides, Boruto flies in with an axe kick to Shoujoji's face while Izuku zigzags wall to wall via full cowling and delivers an axe punch, smash to Stain's face, resulting in both villains getting sent back a few feet back and glaring at who struck them. Tento, you've got a crazy and scary amount of guts, Boruto commends him. With tears of delight and relief, ha ha ha. Boruto, he cries happily. Rubbing his cheek from that kick, Shoujoji spits out and glares in irritation at the whiskered teen, Firefox's brat. Leave the rest to me, he advises, grimacing in determination, this is a job for a hero. At the same time in the alley, who's there? Tenya eyes up, surprised to see Midoriya. He utters, how? After sliding to a halt in recovery, Stain spits out as he gazes back and recognizes, it's him. From one of Shigaraki's pictures. Looking back with a firm smile of assurance, don't you worry, Iida. Izuku faces back at the hero killer, I'm going to save you. At the warehouse, Boruto Uzumaki. Shoujoji speaks as his subordinates gather around him, exactly what are you doing here in Hosu? I thought you'd still be in Konoha City. While cutting the ropes around Tento's wrists, so you were back there too, huh? Uzumaki glares back, what business do you at stalling my friend and then kidnapping him? With one of his lackeys giving him his cigarette burner back, he blows some smoke and grins, first, the Madoka's heir and now, Firefox's kid? I've been dealt a pretty nice hand. He hand signals his subordinates to take offensive positions. You think you got us already and things are gonna go your way? Boruto asks. That's right. Shoujoji replies, being cocky, seize them, he orders. Get back Tento, hurry, the teen advises, which the boy hesitantly does as told and runs behind a large crater. You're not getting away, one lackey exclaims as they dash at the UA intern in unison. Shadow clones. He summons two via hand signal, starting his counterattack and the two doppelgangers easily KO two Mujina minions to the ground before puffing off. Another bandit tries to slash at the real Boruto, only for him to bring out his battle knife and clash with the minion's blade before getting the upper hand and axe kicks him to the ground. Four more comes his way and the UA prodigy retaliates in different strikes. Elbows one in the gut in a blitz before fending off a blade and uppercuts one up his chin. With the last two remaining, Boruto wastes no time and kicks one across the room while he dodges a right hook and punches the last Mujina subordinate hard in the gut, Goha, making him spit out in pain as the wind was knocked out of him and having him slump to the ground. He took them out in the blink of an eye. Boruto is incredible. Tento observes from behind the crater in awe. After that, Boruto retreats to where Tento is hiding, while Shoujoji is colored impressed at his speed at taking down his subordinates. Oh ho ho. He chuckles, not bad at all. As expected of the sports festival's winner. He throws his cigarette aside, but hiding is useless. In the alley, you found him too. But how? Tenya utters in question. I saw it on TV. Izuku reveals, there were some stats about the hero killer. Most of his victims were found when there weren't many people. He adds, in order to find you, I had to search far out here in the back alleys of Hosu City. He advises, so let's go. Head toward the street and call back up from the pros. I can't move my body. Tenya utters, it must be the hero killer's quirk. He cut me down and I'm paralyzed. That's the type of quirk people on TV say that he might have. Izuku understands, and surprised to see this is true, gazing back at the villain, so cutting somehow activates his power. He then notices Native, injured against the wall, someone else? If it was just Iida, I could have gotten him away from here myself, but two. Midoriya please. Don't get involved. Tenya utters, this doesn't have anything to do with you. He grits his teeth, still angry with Stain. What? Iida, what are you saying? Izuku's stunned to hear him say this and realizes his negative intentions. You showed up to save your friend's life. Stain speaks up, getting the one for all inheritors' attention, even made a big entrance. He adds, but I have a duty to kill him in this so-called pro. He glares, when your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be cold. Izuku's startles widen, intimidated by the glare that Stain is giving off. So, what will you do? Stain asks, wanting to know the type of hero he is. Taking a long look at his glaring eyes, he's different from the League of Villains. And Momoshiki. He compares, those are the eyes of a fanatic. He sweats a little, and secretly dials his phone behind his back, sending out a message of his location. Looking back at Stain, even though it's just guess, or I didn't have any proof. I should have brought a pro with me. He decides, I'll just have to protect these two, who can't move, and stall for time as much as I can, alone. Or I could just force the hero killer to run. Stand down. Run away. Tenya urges to Midoriya, I told you this has nothing to do with you. If you really believe that, then why are you trying to become a hero in the first place? Izuku argues, surprising the latter. With a tightening of his fist, there's a lot of things I'll like to say, but it'll have to wait. He trails, All Might was right though, meddling when you don't need to is the essence of being a hero. He declares, in battle position, despite having a nervous expression. Tenya and Stain are surprised to hear this, especially the latter, who grins widely in approval of that answer. As Sarada evacuates the last civilian, that's all of them. She looks around, Boruto's been gone for a while. I do hope he's not. Before she finishes, she hears a buzzing noise, causing the young Uchiha to perk up and reach down into her pocket and pulled out her phone, seeing the notification light up its screen. This is Midoriya. Sarada's quite surprised to see this, he only sent his location. It's nearby too. She decides to rush to where the freckled teen is, also wishing, whatever you're doing Boruto, hurry and find Tento. She zooms ahead. At the same time, while evacuating civilians and watching Endeavor fight, Shoto gets a notification from Midoriya as well. All he sent was his location. He checks his phone and sees the signal. Damn it. You should be watch me. Endeavor stops and shouts at him, only to be ignored as Shoto runs the opposite direction. Wait, where the hell are you going? His father questions out. An alleyway at 4210 Echo Street. Shoto replies, still running on ahead, if you finish what you're doing, send a couple of pros there. He adds, I'm leaving you here to take care of this trouble. I'm sure you can handle it yourself. The half-cold, hot Quirk user knows and leaves. Endeavor's surprised by his answer and at the same time, doesn't get it, Shoto. He voices in a surprised gaze. Sasuke sees this and wonders if Boruto and Sarada are doing the same thing after they finish on their part, which he wouldn't have a problem with. Back at the warehouse, come on out, brats. Shojoji calls and taunts, your luck's running out. There's no way out for either of you. Boruto. Tendo mutters, don't worry, I'm gonna get us out of this, Boruto assures. As he thinks up of a plan, a buzz sound comes from his pocket. He takes out his phone and sees the notification of a message light up. What? Izuku's here. He's quite surprised to see this suddenly, some sort of cryptic message that I can't make out. Tento blinks in nervousness. Usually he'd give out a full text or explanation of what's going on. But if he's sending this message without at least a hint. Boruto adds inwardly in realization, then that means he's in some sort of trouble. He then tells the worried Tento, I promise to wrap this up fast, in no time. He assures before going out to the open to stare down Shojoji. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are shown of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet and chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. The Battle of Hosu begins. With 3 enemies on separate fronts. Will the heroes hold out or even prevail against the villains they're facing? Find out in the next chapter. 805 Chapter 54. Battle of Hosu Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazarashi. Starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of a building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru, Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 54. Battle of Hosu Warehouse. There you are. The villain grins evilly after the UA hero in training comes out. You might as well give up while you can. Boruto suggests, not one of your guys gave me any sort of fight. He taunts his K minions. Is your philosophy to only recruit those that are wimps and weaklings? Mr. Bossman? He remarks. Nah. I didn't expect anything less from someone of your caliber. Shojoji licks his lips viciously. Look out, Boruto, Tento exclaims in warning, if he catches you, you'll be eaten. Eaten? Boruto gazes to him, quite shocked. While he's not looking, Shojoji appears behind him at quick speed. The UA hero in training turns around and manages to see this before taking a quick leap into the air as the villain swings his right arm to attack. That was close. Boruto voices in surprise. He's fast for his size. As that happens, Shojoji meets him in the air from behind. What? He exclaims and tries to do spin kicks at the villain but is avoided and the latter grabs the teen in a tightening bear hug. And you're too slow. Shojoji taunts and opens his mouth to use his quirk, via trying to eat him, but luckily, Boruto headbutts him in the chin via backhead, in the process, released from the villain's grin and then does a reverse flip and kicks him back down to the ground, only for the Mujina leader to land. Eating people is your quirk? Are you even human? Boruto asks, disgusted. It's what my corpse clone Quirk does. The villain replies, fundamentally, humans are creatures that eat anything and everything, right? I was just bred and raised differently, is all. Come again. Boruto glares. If I had a choice, I'd roast you all with a little salt, but... Shojoji grins, I can't use you if your brain dies, so I'll just have to break your limbs to the point you can't move. He lowers in battle Poseidon. Just try it, the blonde challenges, same stance as the two stare each other down while Tento watches nervously. Back alleyway. Izuku's fight against Stain begins, starting with him using full cowling to get in close, gotta get past the sword. Trying to get in close so I can't strike. Smart move. Stain catches on and grins, impressed, however, he goes to take out his other small blade. No. If you get cut. Tenya warns out, but Izuku knows what he's doing and manages to dodge both the knife and blade with a duck through Stain's legs. By the time the hero killer goes for another strike, he's gone. He sees Midoriya nowhere in sight and gazed up to see that the teen's above him. 5%. Izuku surges red lines through his right fist as bioelectricity surrounds him. Detroit SMAASH. He strikes the grinning hero killer right in the head, making him bend downward, and much to Tenya's surprise. By the time he lands, full cowling's working more than it did before. Yes. Izuku lands, glad that his progress is working. However, Stain doesn't appear to be affected by his smash and licks the blood off his blade. Izuku gasps as he suddenly can't move. My body. He looks to the small on his left shoulder. One graze was all it took. He then notices the blood on Stain's knife, realizing that the red liquid is what activates the killer's quirk. You're not powerful enough. Stain voices, it's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision so you could get in a clean shot. He caught on before, but I saw through it. He begins walking onward. There's countless false heroes that are nothing but all talk. But I think you're worthy of staying alive. Stain states, having approved of Izuku's way of heroism, you're different from these two. He refers to Native and Tenya, approaching the latter and aims his blade down at him. Wait, don't. Stop it. Izuku begs. Just as Stain was about to kill Ida. Shaw. Sarada lunges in with a chakra-enhanced fist, forcing Stain to block with his forearm, but the impact behind her punch sends him flying back a few feet. After a grunt from that blow, someone else to get in my way. Stain glares after recovering. Uchiha. Izuku exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Tenya utters in question. Showing her phone, I received Midoriya's location and came over here. Sarada replies, putting her phone away, and I barely made it in time. She adds in notice, so, she looks ahead with a grimace, that's the hero killer, right? In a guess, she goes into battle position and activates her Sharingan, just by gazing at him, I know he's a powerful. Phantomized daughter. Stain trails in recognition of her visual eye quirk. Uchiha, you can't let that guy get your blood, Izuku warns, I think he controls his enemy's actions by swallowing it, that's how he got us. You got it, so that's how his quirk works. She knows this won't be easy, your days of taking innocent lives are over, hero killer. Sarada declares at their foe, you won't take any more here. She takes out 2 battle knives, wielding them in position, so prepare yourself. Hey, bring it, Stain challenges, sword ready as he dashes right at her. She also dashes out and clashes her knife against his, meeting him head on as the paralyzed three watched on. Warehouse. After a few seconds standoff, Shoujoji starts by lunging at Boruto to grab him in his clutches again, and the blonde dodges to the left. While in midair, Boruto takes out 2 battle knives, encasing them with white lightning and throws them at high speed at the villain. In response, Zephyr Shield. Shoujoji hands signs as a wave of purple chakra encases in his hands that allows him to swiftly repel Uzumaki's lightning knives. Boruto sees that his own attack is coming back at him and moves to the side to avoid them and continues his assault. Then, take this. Rasengan. His spiral blue sphere forms in his right palm and strikes at villain, but the Mujina leader blocks that with Zephyr Shield as well, repelling it away and forcing Boruto to backflip a few feet back. Zephyr Shield. Shoujoji reveals as purple energy wind swirls around his arms, my second quirk that can repel any and every attack it detects. He adds, it's an invincible wind barrier, meaning all I need in order to defeat an enemy is with their own power. And if I like it, I'll eat him up. He grins evilly. Shoujoji. Chakra Quirks, Corpse Clone and Zephyr Shield. With Corpse Clone, he devours his victims' lives and gains their form, memories, and abilities. As for Zephyr Shield, he renders all attacks useless by repelling and striking his enemies with their own attacks. Detect and repel any attack. Boruto's grimaces, inwardly, also realizing he's a Chakra Quirk user, which means, I have to take him by surprise. But something's gotta happen and fast, he adds, knowing he needs to get to where Izuku is due to that cryptic message. Devouring you and reliving my youth as the son of Firefox wouldn't be so bad. Shoujoji chuckles arrogantly, the Madoka family's heir are Firefox's son. Which brain shall I eat first? He taunts, scaring Tento. Boruto gets annoyed with this guy and hand signs 2 shadow clones dash and attack with a combination as both jump in midair, Gale Palm. One clone exclaims, Rasengan. The second exclaims. Both were close to connecting until Shoujoji raises his hands and uses Zephyr Shield to repel the attacks back at the clones, making them disperse. However, this doesn't mean the young Uzumaki is done as he launches a barrage of 3 Rasengans, only for the Mujina boss to smack them off, via Zephyr, and as Boruto flies in with another Rasengan, he gasps as his attack still isn't doing damage. Don't take me lightly, Shoujoji exclaims, forces the teen back, like I said, I can deflect any attack that's detected, so it's useless. He grins darkly in deciding, I've decided to devour you first. Back alleyway. The fight between the young Uchiha and hero killer starts on. Sarada dodges 3 strikes from Stain's blade before responding with strikes of her own, and after the killer blocks them, he delivers a powerful swing with his blade that Sarada's forced to use both her knives to block the impact. After breaking the interlock, he swings his sword again that forces Sarada to backflip. Without letting up, she throws her knives this time, which Stain blocks and finds that too straightforward, but is soon surprised to see Sarada already up close to him, with her fist ready to strike. Shaw! She yells as she struck him in the gut. Goo! Stain grunts, and toppling back, she's pushing him back. Izuku trails in surprised, nice work, Uchiha. No. I'm the one that should take him down, no one else. Tenya is not pleased with this, struggling to move and wishing he dealt the blows instead. Iida. The freckled teen sees that he still has revenge on his mind, wishing he'd get a hold of himself. After standing up in recovery, Stain sees her launch another attack, Phoenix Flower. She blows multiple from her mouth, making Stain zigzag around the walls to dodge them while making his way to her at the same time. Sarada leaps to the side to avoid a blade strike before going back on the offensive, throwing multiple axe kicks, punches, with another battle knife out as well, only for Stain to block strikes from her projectile via blade and uses his left arm to blonde her physical strikes, even dodging a few. This amazes the others as she keeps up with the killer for a couple more strikes. Soon, both Sarada and Stain found themselves at a deadlock as they clenched their teeth together, trying desperately to push each other back. However, the Bloodcurdle Quirk user grinned as he reached his left hand back quickly to grab a knife, swinging it across to cut her right cheek, drawing blood. Hey! Stain licked the blood off the blade, causing his foe's movements to cease as she grimaced. No. Sarada grunted out. How careless. Stain voices and uses his spiked boots to strike her on her waist side. Gah! She grunts in pain, flying back to the wall before the ground, paralyzed. Uchiha. Izuku steamed. I can't move. Sarada struggles too, now in the same position as her 2 classmates and native. Not bad. You pack one hell of a punch. Stain commends, but even with those eyes of yours that could predict movements, you still need the reaction time that's fast enough to avoid everything. At that moment, your guard was down. TCH. Sarada glares, still unable to move a muscle. Warehouse. Heh. Shoujoji laughs, knowing his young foe has nothing left to damage him. TCH. With no other choice, Boruto takes out a smoke bomb from his back, smashing it to the ground for it to spread and uses that opportunity to retreat. Shoujoji isn't bothered by this, noting, a smoke bomb, huh? Simple, but not a bad move, he admits. Behind the craters, Boruto, Tento utters in worry. Don't worry, he assures, we still have options, although, he gazes at the boy, for them to work out, I need you to give me a hand, Tento, he said, surprising the latter. Boruto gives him the new knife he brought, it's mine. Tento trails in surprise. I picked it up for you, he replies, but promised to never do what you were gonna do before, ever again. Tento lowers his head, ashamed, but understands before taking it back. Relax, I know you can do it. The blonde believes and encourages before rushing back into battle. In the smokescreen, so what's the deal, brat? You all done? Did you lose your nerve? Shoujoji grows annoyed with this hide-and-seek game. Just then, Boruto attacks through the smoke, but Shoujoji reacts in time and kicks him, but it turns out to be a clone. 1. He grins as another comes his way. Zephyr Shield. He blows the second clone away. 2. He uses his attack to blow away some of the smoke and goes to pin down another clone till it disperses. 3. He then repels 2 lightning knives, via Zephyr Shield. 4. He proceeds to grab another one by the throat, lifting him in the air. Boruto grunts in a struggle, and you're the real one. Shoujoji notes, smirking after telling just by squeezing him. He tries to do another Rasengan, but the tightened grip around his neck is preventing him from doing so. Damn it. I can't infuse my chakra. If I keep my grip on you, then there's nothing else you can do. Shoujoji tightens more. How unfortunate, now it's time to eat your brain. Gah. Boruto widens hard as he starts getting strangled by the villain's large hand, gasping for air. Oops. Shoujoji grins as he realizes, I need to be careful so I don't end up killing you. As the Mujina gang boss starts laughing, he gasps as he's suddenly struck in the back, causing him to drop Uzumaki, freeing the latter from his grip. Gah. Wah. Shoujoji widens, feeling pain from his backside, revealed to be a battle knife impaled in him as he struggles to reach back and take it out. Hey, you. Tendo calms out, getting the villain's attention as the smoke clears completely. Why you? He grows angry. I told you, not to underestimate me, the boy exclaims fiercely. Don't get too full of yourself, you little turd. Shoujoji turns his wrath at the boy. This causes him to be distracted as Boruto forms his glowing blue sphere at that moment. Tento. You have what it takes to be a hero. He declares and aims. Rasengan. He delivers a devastating blow to Shoujoji's backside. Grrragh. The villain screams loud in agony as the impact is knocked through. Ha. Boruto finishes his blow by blasting him through the wall, blasting a large portion of the warehouse, making dust fill the air. By the time the dust does clear, Shoujoji is down and out, with his eyes slumped back and unmoving. Whoa. Tento beams in amazement. Hey, he wasn't aware of our teamwork at that moment. The whiskered teen smirks. Boruto. The boy runs to him. You did it, Tento. They give each other a high five in accomplishment. I never thought you'd use me as part of your plan. He grins. I was pretty scared there, but I'm glad everything went okay. It would have been just enough to divert his attention by throwing that knife. But to think you'd actually hit him. That was impressive. The teen admits and grins before gazing off at the defeated Shoujoji, reminding himself, now that this guy's out of the picture, I need to get to Izuku's location. He grimaces before telling Tento, let's get you to your dad first before I go and help put an end to the rest of this chaos in Hosu. He said, earning a nod from the boy before they leave the half-destroyed warehouse. On the streets. Damn. Manuel cursed out from afar alongside some other heroes. There's no end to these things. He noted while drawing water from a fire hydrant to put out nearby fires. That regeneration quirk they have is going to be the death of us if we don't find a way to stop it, another hero pointed out. Keep attacking. Sasuke tells them after saving a civilian, whether the odds are possible or impossible, these Nomu have weak spots. He slashes one back. He's right. Torino swoops in and kicks another, now keep your guards up. We still have a fight on our hands, he encourages. At the moment, Phantomai, Boruto arrives to where Sasuke is. Boruto. He's quite surprised to see him. Did you finish evacuating everyone? Yeah. The intern nods. I recently evacuated Tento off by the station, so he was the last. He adds, but more importantly. He then dashes off. We need a couple of heroes at the alleyway of 4210 Echo Street and fast, he said before zooming on ahead in a hurry. Sasuke heard Shoto say the same thing before and knows his intern is showing heroism without slowing down. Got it. He approves before resuming his attacks in the Nomus. Back alleyway. After paralyzing them all, Stain walks back over to Tenya, now to finish these two. He points his blade down at Iida again. The turbo engine user struggles to move. Get away. Izuku exclaims at the killer but to no avail. Just when things looked dire yet again, a blast of flames were shot, prompting the Stain to dodge out the way. Everyone perks up, wonder who did that. Tonight's just been full of distractions, Stain scoffs. Midoriya. They see an unexpected ally, Shoto, from afar, and the latter held up his phone in his right hand, while proudly using the flames on his left side. You need to give me more details in times like these, he advised seriously. I was almost too late to stop this guy, he pointed out. Todoroki. Sarada trails, surprised. You too, Tenya utters. And you're using your left side. Izuku's surprised at that part specifically. Your message took me a while to figure out. Shoto responds, next time, send more than just your location. He switches from his left side, but you're not one to send cryptic messages without a reason, are you? He then uses his right side, sending a slide of ice at Stain, who jumps upward to dodge. While doing that, Todoroki uses this chance to slide his paralyzed comrades and native down to him, just like Uchiha. I figured you were asking for help, so everything's okay. He dashes and shoots another blast of fire to keep Stain at bay. The pro heroes will be here at any minute. After dodging, time will be up for one of them soon. Stain voices inwardly, referring to his quirk. You're just what you said they were, Shoto comments, getting Stain's attention, but you won't be taking any more lives, hero killer. Todoroki, make sure he doesn't get your blood. Sarada quickly warns, if he cuts you and swallows it, you'll be frozen, just like us. He injects blood just to keep people from moving, which explains the blades. Shoto understands, in battle position, so as long as I keep my distance, before he could finish, he ends up dodging a knife thrown to his face, gazing his cheek as blood flies out. He widens as Stain is already on the offensive and barely blocks a strike from his other knife with a small wall of ice. However, Stain had already threw his sword in the air the same as his first knife. As Shoto caught onto this, Stain pulls him by his collar to try and lick the blood off his gazed left cheek to paralyze him, but at the last second, Shoto summons fire from his left side that forces Stain to back away and dodge another hurl of ice. He's strong, Shoto realizes, stunned at the villain's speed. En route to the back alley, hope I'm not too late, Boruto thought as he jumps from building to building toward Izuku's location. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are shown of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. At the warehouse, near the setting's debris, Shojoji stumbles up in pain, having survived the impact of Boruto's attack. The middle of his outfit is torn and left in a circle pattern, grr. He holds his stomach and wince, that brat has done it now. He grows angry and pissed at this humiliation. You won't get away with this, Uzumaki. The Hosu battles continues, with Boruto making his way to join the fight against Stain, while unaware that a pissed off Shojoji is conscious and ready for round 2. 805 Chapter 55, UA Students vs Stain. Opening 5, Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazarashi. Starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of a building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing hero killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 55. UA Students vs Stain. Shoto continues holding off the hero killer with a combination of ice and fire, but Stain proves to be too fast as he avoids every attack he launches. Be careful, Todoroki, Izuku warns out, still paralyzed. I know, the latter replies, launching another set of ice at the killer. Dodging with fast reflexes, you're blocking your own vision against an opponent who's faster than you. Stain points out, rookie mistake. Come get me then. Shoto dare him, igniting his fire, but a couple of knives are thrown into his left arm, causing him to put out his flames. He winces in pain too. Relying on your quirk is a bad sign, kid. Stain prepares to slash him as he speeds up. He's a monster. Shoto inwardly widens. Todoroki, Izuku and Sarada exclaim in shock. As it looked like the half-cold, hot user was about to get his arm sliced off, Boruto appears at the last second, having a clone tackled Shoto aside in the nick of time as the hero killer wound up slashing at nothing but air. This distraction allowed for the real Boruto to land a powerful kick that sends Stain flying back, making him grunt as he recovered. Uzumaki. Shoto exclaims in surprise. Boruto, Izuku and Sarada as well. Glad I'm not too late for the party, the whiskered teen said upon a lit entrance. You too. Why? Tenya trembles in frustration. Gazing to the turbo engine user on the ground before gazing back at Stain, Boruto comments with a displeased, unsurprised look, damn it, Iida, I knew this was gonna happen. He starts to berate, getting the latter's attention. Of course you didn't listen to a thing I said back then, whatsoever. He adds, surprising Tenya. Where have you been all this time? Did you evacuate Tendo safely? Sarada asks. Yeah, but it turned out he was kidnapped by some fat villain that I took care of before coming here, Boruto replies. The villain narrows his eyes to this fourth incomer. Now Firefox's kid interrupts. He voices, it's always one thing after another. Grimacing at Stain, fiercely, I take it, you're the hero killer. Stain? Boruto's in battle position, with a battle knife, as well as his clone. Well, you're out of luck because no one here gets killed on my watch. He suggests, firmly, so give up while you're at it. Sorry, but no can do. Stain responds otherwise, killing Ingenium and that other guy remains top priority. Until those fake heroes, who only use their quirks for themselves, are dealt with, I won't be going anywhere. Fake heroes, you say? Boruto trails, glaring, that's what this is about. You're crazy. Boruto, don't let that guy get a hold of your blood, Izuku warned. If he licks it, he'll paralyze you, he pointed out. Licks it? Okay now that's just gross, Boruto exclaims in disgust. If that's his quirk then I'm ending this now. He declared before summoning 5 more clones. Copies of yourself, huh? Come on then. Stain challenges with his blade raised in hand. The shadow clones attack first, running on the alleyway walls to attack from both sides. By the time they leap at their foe, Stain easily deals with all 6 of them in multiple ways. Slashes one on the chest, elbows one in the face, spike kicks one on the waist, dodges a knife strike from the 4th one before delivering a headbutt to hit face, slashes one across the shoulder, and stabs one through the gut. After making them disperse in smoke, the real Boruto is in the air, lightning bolt. He throws down white lightning, only for Stain to dodge that all the same. As soon as Uzumaki lands, he takes out a knife to block off a sword strike from the killer, making him block on one knee due to Stain's strong weight and grip on the blade, even with both hands on knife to hold him back. As this deadlock continues, NGH. Needing some distance, Boruto does a sweep kick to break off the interlock, getting Stain to jump and before the killer sweeps down, the young Uzumaki manages to quickly deliver a kick to his gut to send him back a couple feet. As soon as he gets up, Gale Palm, he launches next, only for Stain to jump to the side and flings one of his knives that strikes Boruto in the right shoulder. Arg. He grunts in pain, stumbling, hitting the ground backward. You're good kid, unlike him. Stain goes to strike Native next. Watch out, Boruto exclaims. Before he could strike Native, Shoto puts up a wall of ice to block his blade before driving the killer back with fire. Thanks Todoroki. Uzumaki gets up, wincing as he takes the knife out his shoulder as it starts to bleed. See you're using your flames now. For now. Shoto responds, as they stand side by side, we'll need to take him 2-on-1 to find an opening in his defenses, because his mobility is insane. Yeah. Boruto agrees, I'll be the distraction, while you support me from behind, sound good? Shoto thinks about that but replies, alright, let's do this, he nods. Hey, you got good friends, Ingenium, Stain grins, for your deeds. He rushes on the offensive again, prompting Boruto to send shadow clones to keep him busy. By the time Stain gets past them, Boruto throws a gust of wind that forces Stain to block and by the time he perks ahead, he ends up dodging an ice wave from Shoto. Seeing them fight frustrates the paralyzed Tenya even more. Just stop it. Why? Are you two doing this? His fight is with me. He trembles in anger. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one that should stop him. The hero killer is mine, he exclaims. After getting his distance from Stain, Boruto responds in annoyance. Yeah. And look where that got you, he exclaims, stunning Tenya. It's your own fault for allowing vengeance cloud your judgment. He berates as he launches another stream of lightning to keep Stain back. You wouldn't be in that position if you had just listened to me. Tenya widens at those words as Shoto also adds to that. And you call yourself Ingenium now? Strange. He launches a wave of ice to also keep the killer at bay. The Ingenium I knew before never had that look on his face. He said, surprising Iida more. As fog blows from his mouth, you've got a dark side. Guess my family isn't the only one. Shoto compares. Looking good guys. Sarada comments at their teamwork of holding off Stain. If only I could move. She grimaces inwardly in frustration, but as soon as she thought that, she's now able to move her arm and then legs. She looks at herself, noticing she can move again. She looks over to Izuku and sees he can too. Once he noticed, they nod to each other to join back in the fight. Meanwhile, Stain continues defending attacks from the UA prodigy duo. Uzumaki's shadow clones would continue to annoy him, but easy to take out, only for a combination of ice and lightning, as well as gale and fire, would continue to somewhat keep Stain at distance, but soon, his speed allows him to break through. Impressive teamwork, but this is it. Stain grins as he goes to strike native. The two widen and think he was gonna do it, but luckily, Sarada lands a punch on him, making the hero killer fly back while Izuku grabs him by the arm, dragging him along the wall. Guys! Shoto exclaims in surprise, while holding his bleeding left arm. I don't know, but... Sarada trails. We're now able to move. Izuku finishes, still dragging Stain while in full cowling mode. So there's time limit to his quirk, Boruto figures out. No. Those kids should have been the last ones to be freed. Native utters, getting his attention and refers to Midoriya and Uchiha. I still can't move a muscle. They must be type O, Stain figures out before elbowing Izuku off him. Goo. He hits the ground as their foe lands. Midoriya, dodge. Shoto warns quickly, forcing Izuku to dodge to the side as the ice keeps Stain at distance. After their comrade makes it over to their side, you good? Boruto asks in concern as Izuku coughs. I think so. The latter nods, he swallows 3 different bloods and frees them, he points out. It just so happens that Midoriya and I were freed first. Sarada notes, standing by them as well, there could be a couple reasons why. The amount of blood he takes in could affect how long his powers work. And it wears off faster the more people he uses it on. The biggest reason of all could be the difference in one's blood type. Izuku adds in as a theory. If it's the latter, my blood type is B, native reveals. I'm type A. Tenya adds. So you figured it out. Stain smirks, revealing that theory to be true, as his quirk is bloodcurdle. Bravo. He commends. Even if we know how his quirk now, I doubt it'd help us to a certain degree. Boruto admits, holding his bleeding shoulder. Even if we carried those two out of here, he wouldn't let us, Sarada notes. On top of that, he's too fast. Shoto points out, he could dodge attacks from both Uzumaki and me, even with our combined efforts. We use the same strategy and keep at it till the pros arrive. Boruto suggests, it's the only way, since we can't wrap this up quickly. Hold on, Boruto, you and Todoroki have already lost too much blood. Izuku states, getting their attention, leave the distraction part to Uchiha and me, while you and Todoroki support us with strong ranges attacks. Sound like a plan? Another big risk like before. Shoto notes. It's the only option. With 4 against 1, we could even find an opening in his defenses much faster and possibly defeat him on our own before help arrives. Sarada said, it's easier said than done, but we should go with that as well. Alright then, it's settled. Boruto goes with it. We'll protect them for sure. Shoto agrees, all for in-battle positions, with Izuku sparking with green bioelectricity and Sarada reactivating her Sharingan. 2 against 1 was already tough enough, but Stain gets ready as well. 4 against 1 is another story. As the fight continues, Shoto recalls worrying about Tenya ever since Ingenium was attacked because he knows all about acting out of resentment as he is towards Endeavor. Visiting his mother cleared up his perception about life and the reason why he chose Endeavor's agency to learn from the experience of the number 4 hero. He never realized that everything could have been simple for him until Izuku and Boruto made him see it when he fought them at the sports festival. Back to the fight, Stain continues fending off attacks from all 14 heroes with great tenacity, keeping up with Izuku and Sarada's combined physical attacks and speed. Slashing through Boruto's shadow clones with ease, also dodging attacks from him and Shoto from a distance. So far, they fail to see an opening and can't seem to slow him down. Huh. Boruto pants 2 times in a little exhaustion. Uzumaki, what's wrong? Shoto asks while shooting off some flames. It's nothing, he shakes his head, staying strong. Shoto notices and replies, you said you fought a villain before coming here, right? That must be why you're a little fatigued. Yeah, but a scuffle like that won't stop me. The blonde remains positive, going plus ultra is our motto. He adds before launching a gale palm to get Stain away from Sarada. Shoto sees his determination and nods as he continues shoots a wave of ice. Fireball. The young Uchiha blows from her mouth while in midair. Stain barely dodges it as it scorched a little bit of his skin. At that moment, Izuku tries to get the drop in on him, but that was predicted by the hero killer as he caught onto their pattern of attack and cuts open his leg before kicking him against the wall. Gah! Midoriya grunts in pain and is soon paralyzed again as Stain licks his blood off the blade. No good. His fighting style has completely changed. The freckled teen noticed as the killer closes in on him. Midoriya! Sarada exclaims as she attacks with Phoenix Fire, only for Stain to dodge the mini fireballs all the same. You have to run. Tenya utters, getting Boruto and Shoto's attentions. I can't. Watch this. He trembles, in tears. It's either you shut up or stand up and fight. Boruto exclaims with the grit of his teeth while blasting lightning at Stain. Quit lying down there and do something to make us stop. You want to make your brother proud, then stand up and be Ingenium. Shoto exclaims while launching ice, which Stain cuts up. Become the hero he wanted you to be. He encourages and ignites his flames. Hearing their statements causes Tenya to reflect back on his actions. He's ashamed that he needs his friends to protect and shed blood for him, even using his brother's name just to teach the hero killer a lesson, and acted solely out of vengeance, rather than saving the hero who was wounded. While trembling and tearing up, he realized that Stain was right in stating that he's a failure as a hero and that he's far too immature and pales in comparison to Boruto, Shoto, Sarada, and Izuku. At this point, he needed to act to make things right. Back to the fight, Sarada and Stain trade a couple blows, and even though the young Uchiha does well in predicting his movements via Sharingan, the hero killer proves to be more experienced and elbows her in the gut. Arg. She's sent against the wall in response. Damn. Boruto decides to go in there and summons a few clones to rush in and attack the killer from all sides. Ha. Stain grins and viciously counters them one after another like he did before. After dispersing all 4 of them, the last one goes to strike him from behind, only for Stain to turn around and impale him on the side of the gut. Guha. Boruto widens in pain. So you're the real one? The killer guesses, don't worry, I avoided your vital spot. However, you won't be moving for the rest of this fight. Hey. The blonde grins in response, confusing his foe, that's where you're wrong. And you're left wide open, he reveals before dispersing in smoke. Stain widens, he was a clone too. At that moment, Tenya begins to stand up. If I don't stand up, I'll never be as good as them. Referring to his 4 comrades in Tensai, he regains a serious look in eyes. I'll never live up to my brother's name. With his turbo engines igniting as he can finally move, freed from Stain's quirk, Recipro. Boer RST. As soon as the smoke cleared in front of Stain, he sees Iida speeding towards him. Damn it, the quirk timed out. He quickly puts his blade in front of him, only for it to break in half by Iida's first kick. Not only that, the turbo team lands a kick that Stain is forced to block with both arms, sending him back a few distance. He's fast. Stain notes as he recovers. Iida. Izuku exclaims in relief. You're finally able to move, Sarada too as she stands up. Guess his quirk isn't as great as I thought it was, Shoto comments. That worked just as planned. The real Boruto hops down, having been Chakra standing on the wall, also confusing the others. While the clones were keeping Stain busy, I gazed back to see that Iida showed signs of moving, thus, that was perfect time to lower his guard and strike back. He explains, which was why he had Stain stab one of his clones on purpose to block his field of vision for Tenya to kick him back. I see, that's well thought out, Shoto nods, impressed. Uzumaki, Todoroki, Uchiha, Midoriya. This has nothing to do with you. Tenya voices, I apologize. Are you kidding me right now? Boruto gets annoyed with his selfishness. Come on. Not this again. Izuku too. I'm okay. Tenya stands up straightly, but I won't let the 4 of you shed any more blood for me. It's no use pretending to be a hero now. Stain comments, as his right hand bleeds from the kick's impact. A person's true nature can be changed in just a few minutes. Never will be anything but a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. You're the same as this infected society that's ruined the name, heroes. He adds with a vicious and serious glare. Someone must teach you a lesson. Tired of this? Enough of this nonsense. You hide behind your vendettas about the corruption of society but you don't admit that you're taking unnecessary lives. You hide behind the name hero killer just to spread the propaganda of your name, assuming everyone thinks like you. Boruto glares and points seriously. You might be right though, there are heroes who are only interested in fame and money, but that is still no reason to kill them. Izuku, Sarada, and Native are surprised by this argument, while Stain counters, I've been around longer than you kids have to know the infections of this world and what it's done to today's modern society. In the reality we live in now, is that neither of you know how this world works. Maybe we don't, but you're still just a fundamentalist lunatic at the end of the day. Shoto argues, agreeing with Boruto. Iida, don't listen to this murderous nonsense. No, guys. He's completely correct. Tenya admits in shame, I have no right to call myself a hero, at all. As this surprises them, Iida's left shoulder wound leaks blood down from his armor to his fist. Even so, there's no way I can back down. He tightens in fists firmly, having regained his determination and positive mindset. If I give up now, then the name Ingenium will die. With the red eyes of rage, pathetic, Stain grows bloodthirsty and continues his assault, forcing Boruto to engage him and block his blade via battle knife. The interlock doesn't last as Stain gets the upper hand quickly and does a leg sweep that trips Boruto to the ground. As soon as the blonde looks up, Stain tries to step on him with his spiked boots, and at the last second, Boruto rolls out the way, letting his spiked boot hit the ground. Another ice wave is launched to get Stain in the air and stick to the wall via blade. This is when the in-training heroes realize that Stain's movements are more rapid than they were before, especially as the killer is really out to kill Tenya and Native. One thing they know for sure is that it's difficult for him to take on multiple opponents at once, even if his blood-curdle quirk is powerful. Sarada launches a fireball while Shoto blasts a stream of fire, keeping Stain on his toes as he dodges them before landing. By the time he does, 3 knives were thrown at him by Uzumaki. As soon as the killer blocks, the blonde leaps to try and slash him, but ends up getting punched hard in the gut. Gah! He hits the wall, hard in a grunt of pain. Uzumaki. Shoto quickly uses ice to make Stain back off. Neither of their attacks are landing on the hero killer duo to the tenacity in his speed. It's basic impossible to hit him at this rate. Raw. Stain continues his onslaught at slashing the ice. This guy is way too persistent. Sarada exclaims, shooting off mini fireballs, and even trying to land a chance-enhanced punch on Stain, only for him to backhand her away. Tenya tries to do something, however, crap, my engines are shot. Did I break the radiator with that kick? He then gets an idea. Hey, Todoroki. Can you regulate your temperatures? Not with my left, but yes I can, Shoto replies. Freeze my leg for me, without plugging the exhaust, Tenya advises. You're in the way. Stain throws his knife at Shoto, only for Tenya to get in the way as it plunged in his right arm. Greatly irritated, why won't you stay down? He throws another knife into Iida's arm. Arg. He's pinned down in place. Iida, Shoto exclaims, putting out his flames. Just do it, hurry, he exclaims quickly. On the other hand, Izuku, Boruto, and Sarada stand up from their positions. My leg's no good, but that's okay. Izuku firmly surges with red lines in full cowling mode. This next strike will finish it. Sarada keeps her Sharingan activated as she coats her right fist in chakra. I'm ending this with the amount of chakra I got left, Boruto declares as he forms another Rasengan with his left hand over the right and expanding it to medium size. Shoto freezes Iida's right turbo leg without the exhaust before shooting out more flames at Stain. It's done. Thank you, Todoroki. Tenya then takes the last knife out his right arm using his mouth. I'll fight with or without my arms. He ignites his turbo to a stronger level. Recipro EXTENNNDDD. He flies upward. One for all. Full COWLLING. Izuku exclaims, jumping upward. Sarada races on the alleyway walls to get above Stain as her visual eye quirk glows red. Shaw. She dives downward to strike. Hit him hard, Boruto exclaims as he prepares his attack. Go guys. Shoto as well, readying his flames. At the exact same moment, all three of them strike Stain in unison. Izuku strikes him in the face, Sarada to his backside, and Tenya to his right side. All of this causes Stain to bleed and drop one of his knives. They manage to land 2 attacks. Let's do this, Uzumaki, Shoto calls out. Right. Boruto nods. As the 4 fall down from the air and Izuku wincing in pain at his right arm, Stain isn't done yet and catches his blade to strike at Tenya again, narrowly avoiding him as a little of his hair was slashed. Not giving up either, I will defeat you Stain. Because you are a criminal, Tenya declares before setting off his engines again and delivers another axe kick that causes Stain to spin sideways, and I am a hero. Don't let him escape, Boruto exclaims as Sarada delivers another axe punch that sends him downward before Shoto shoots up flames that damages Stain even worse. Stain coughs up blood as he starts to lose consciousness. This will finish things. Uzumaki jumps at him with his blue sphere and lands a huge strike to Stain's gut, Rasengan. With a twist of his hand, he sends the hero killer plummeting into the wall, crashing in the process. After using his ice to slit his comrades down to him, stand up, keep fighting, Shoto advises, still in position. However, turns out that wasn't necessary as they gaze up to see that Stain is not moving, hence, unconscious after those series of attacks. With our combined efforts, seems like he's down for the count. Sarada stands up. He's gotta be. After all that. Izuku agrees. Then let's restrain him and get him to the street, Shoto suggests. Phew. Good idea, Boruto replies, sighing in relief. You're not going anywhere. A familiar voice called out, getting the attentions of the Class A students as they turn to see Shoujoji at the other end of the alleyway, pissed off. Are you kidding me? Boruto's stunned to see him still conscious from his Rasengan at the warehouse. So I finally found you, Uzumaki, he sneers with his gut exposed. Another villain. Tenya gasped out. Yeah. Boruto answered with a nod. He's the one that kidnapped Tento and the one I fought before coming here. What? Izuku exclaimed upon overhearing. Noticing the unconscious hero killer up top, the hero killer. So you brats took him down? I'll admit I'm surprised. Coup. Boruto scoffs. You really thought I was gonna let you get away after doing this to me? Shoujoji holds his injured gut. For a UA student, you have some powerful quirks. He admits to the blonde before smirking. This time, I'll eat you and make your powers mine for good. He eats people. Sarada exclaims, disgusted. Yes, he's a chakra quirk user that uses wind and has a corpse quirk that allows him to devour people. Boruto explains, to Izuku's disgust on that last part. TCH, another crazy lunatic. Shoto scoffs. You guys can leave this to me. Uzumaki insists. With those injuries, I'll bet you can't use that wind barrier anymore. He smirks. Is that so? Shoujoji exclaims, offended. Boruto rushes at him to finish him off with one palm of gale. However, he gasps as he suddenly freezes up and falls to the ground. Uzumaki. Shoto and Tenya exclaim. Boruto, same with Izuku and Sarada. Huh? Shoujoji narrows a brow at what the heck is going on. GGHH. Nike. Boruto groans in pain as he sits up. The pain is coming from his right arm, so he pulls back his sleeve and when he does that, he widens in shock to see the diamond-shaped mark in his right palm having a sudden change. It now has 4 lines embedded in them and throbs as the lines turn bright blue for just a brief second. This is. He utters inwardly, NGH. The pain in his palm causes him to be paralyzed. What the heck? I don't have any strength. Boruto. Izuku exclaims as he and Sarada run over to him, with the former wincing a little due to his leg's open wound. What's wrong? She exclaims before they stunningly notice his mark. The mark on his palm. It's different than before. Izuku widens. That mark on your hand. Shoujoji, on the other hand, becomes terrified. Uttering while frozen in place, it can't be. Don't tell me, you're part of that organization. Organization. Boruto utters, confused, I have no idea what you're talking about. This is when he notices, wait a minute. You know something about his mark, don't you? Telling by his response, Shoujoji laughs in relief. Haha. Given your reaction, it appears you're not one of them after all. He grins, you had me scared for a second there. Now there's nothing holding me back. He begins marching towards them, now give up and sit still, and as for the rest of you brats, stay out of my way. As if we'd let you get your way, Izuku exclaims to him, with Sarada agreeing. If anyone should give up, that would be you. Shoto steps up in front of his classmates. I'll take care of him real quickly. Okay, but be careful, he has a quirk that lets him repel attacks and a quirk that can devour you whole. Boruto warns, quickly. In other words, Tenyu trails. He's a chakra quirk user. Sarada asks, which is confirmed by the teen. Now you choose to stubbornly get in my way? Shojoji grimaces, oh, and if I recall from the sports festival, your endeavors brat. He smirks, making Shoto grimace in a glare. It'll be tough choosing who to devour between you and Uzumaki. Haha. He proceeds to rush in to attack first. In response, Shoto launches an ice wave that seemingly stops him in his tracks, but the ice blows away as Shojoji comes out of it with Zephyr Shield activated. Won't work, hey, Shojoji laughs, purple wind spinning around his arms. Nothing can get through my Zephyr Shield, and I mean nothing. TCH. Shoto grits his teeth. Still, I may not have much chakra left, but this would be enough to take care of the rest of you. Shojoji states in a cocky way. Hearing this gives Shoto an idea. Actually, you just made it easier for me to beat you. Huh? Shojoji raises a brow in confusion, not getting this. What can you possibly do against my quirk? Watch and find out. Todoroki proceeds to use his left side and launch a stream of fire. Zephyr Shield. The Mujina boss uses both wind-coated arms to counteract the flames, and despite him repelling it back, Shoto refuses to yield and continues launching his fire. As the fire and wind standoff continues, what's he doing? Tenya wonders. Todoroki no, that won't work. What's going on? Izuku mutters as well. Hold on. Boruto gets what's going on, confusing the two. Huh? Can't you see that what you're doing is useless? Shojoji brags, still using Zephyr Shield, but after a few seconds, his skin begins to burn. What's happening arghh? Even with his quirk active, he's feeling the heat, and the worst of it is that wind shield is staring to deform. No. He exclaims in horror, my chakra is running low. Grgh. It's working, Tenya exclaims. But how? Doesn't that wind barrier of his reflect things? Izuku wonders. It's the air. Sarada reveals, the heat makes the air raise up, so even if he was repelling Todoroki's fire, he couldn't withstand the heat coming from it. Right. Not to mention the injuries he's sustained when we fought has taken its toll on him. Boruto adds to that. I won't arrrrgghh. Shojoji runs out of chakra for his shield as it disappears and he's burned by Shoto's flames. The moment you said that you were low on chakra, all I had to do was make you use it all. Shoto said, having planned this as he stops his attack. Uck. The green-bearded villain falls on his knees, all burned and torn up. You've lost this fight, now be good and come along quietly, Shoto suggests in grimace. Grr. Shojoji grits his teeth in aggravation at this humiliation. Never. He proceeds to slowly stand, despite his injured and being out of strength. You brat. His shout was interrupted as he was suddenly met with the one for all inheritor's fist striking his face, while the Sharingan user kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying back as he fell onto the ground, immediately knocked out. Good work, you too, Shoto compliments. It's a good thing his quirk ran out of chakra when it did, Izuku notes. Huh. Sarada exhaled afterwards, let's make sure to restrain him up, too, she insisted of her classmates. Yes, maybe we can find some rope around here, Shoto said. We should take Stain's weapon too. Boruto stands up, that way he won't try anything fishy either. Good idea. The half-cold, hot user nods. Amazed at their superior heroics, Tenya looks away, still ashamed at the way he acted before. As for Boruto, he glances at the seal on his palm to see that it's back to its original form, surprising him, the mark. It's back to its normal shape. No pain, numbness, or anything. What was that? He wonders, not sure what this thing is that Momoshiki, but vows to find out, sooner or later. As for tonight, the UA interns had prevailed against two strong villains, in ways they didn't think were possible. Thus, this marks a growth in their progress. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan in a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Suyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. That wraps up the fight with Stain and Shoujoji, with our young heroes taking the W. This is when foreshadowing comes into play as Boruto's seal reveals itself, acting up and paralyzing him. This means a certain Husk group is close to making themselves known, as well as him.